Two Worlds I Studied at Hogwarts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, The Ability of Bounce. Seeing Snape coming out of the crowd, Umbridge immediately greeted him with a smile. Professor Snape, long time no see. I wonder how your potion is going recently. Umbridge didn't have much good feelings for this potion professor who Dumbledore had tried hard to protect. Even in the past, she would not take the initiative to interact with Snape. However, at Christmas last year, Snape won the Order of Merlin, Class III, awarded by the Wizengamot for his newly improved Wolfsbane potion. This made Fudge's approval rating soar. This also made Snape a popular person around Fudge, and Umbridge's position as deputy minister was also promoted by Fudge. So naturally, she would not have any unpleasantness with Snape at this time. Deputy minister, Snape bit the word deputy very deeply. I think the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest should be an internal matter of Hogwarts, and naturally it should be resolved by someone sent from within the school. Hearing Snape's address, Umbridge's expression froze, and her tone unconsciously became a little cold. But Professor, the school has sent many people, but they can't deal with these crazy unicorns. They have even started to hurt people. Really? But it seems that the headmaster hasn't come yet. Seeing that Umbridge wanted to speak, Snape interrupted her again. Of course, even if the headmaster is not here, we have other people who can solve the problem of unicorns. There is no need for an outsider to teach us what to do. Just now I heard that you want to use potions to deal with unicorns. Do you know what potion you want to use? Dreamweed sleeping potion. Wormwood sedative. Or sleeping potion made from sleepy beans, Snape said as he pressed on. Umbridge was completely unable to resist and could only retreat step by step. Seeing that Umbridge couldn't even speak, Snape snorted again. Humph, use potions. Can you tell them apart? At Hogwarts, whether it was quarreling or teasing others, Snape had never lost. Even Malfoy inherited most of his abilities in this area from Snape. And now facing Umbridge, Snape really opened up all his firepower. Professor, although I don't know what potion to use, you don't really think Hogwarts has a solution, do you? Umbridge also felt the pressure. Noticing that there were many spotlights flashing nearby, she tried to calm herself down. But her tone became more fierce. Of course, Snape completely ignored Umbridge's words. He didn't even look at her. He kept staring at Moon, who was comforting Hermione. You don't think this little wizard can really do it, do you? That's a unicorn. Hearing Umbridge's doubtful voice, Snape also burst into a sneer. Humph, put away your high and mighty attitude. You can't even figure out potions, how can you figure out magical creatures? Seeing Snape's skill in talking, Umbridge wanted to tear the wizard in front of her to pieces. But seeing so many newspapers taking pictures and recording, she still endured it. Well, if you really think wizards can come into contact with unicorns, I have no objection, but I still say the same thing. Umbridge glared at Snape, and then looked at Moon next to him. If there are any casualties, our Ministry of Magic will not be responsible. After Umbridge finished speaking, she immediately returned to the Ministry of Magic station. Before she could swallow this breath, a staff member of the Ministry of Magic next to her came up quietly and whispered in her ear. Minister, that little wizard is the one who sat in Dumbledore's position at Snape's honor ceremony last year. Hearing the explanation of her subordinates, Umbridge turned her head again and looked at Moon, who was surrounded by professors. It's him. I was wondering why he looked familiar. At last year's honor ceremony, Moon's appearance did shock many people. After all, even if Dumbledore didn't come before, that position would only be vacant. But last year it was taken by a little wizard. Although only a few months have passed, Moon has grown a lot taller and his face has become more handsome. So Umbridge didn't recognize him for a while. Don't worry, even if he was sitting in that position, he was just a little wizard. Besides, unicorns are never allowed to be touched by men. This has long been common sense in the magic world and will never be broken. After Umbridge finished speaking, she sent people to urge the wizards who bought potions to return as soon as possible. In her opinion, this group of unicorns will definitely be sent away by the Ministry of Magic today. After arguing with Umbridge, Snape found Moon in the crowd. Other professors and Hagrid also followed. They all knew very well that Moon was their only chance now. And Moon was still looking at Snape with curiosity. Snape is so reckless. Moon had never thought that Snape's skills in fighting the little lion in the potions class could be used here. The series of verbal output just now made him feel very satisfied. Don't look at it. Although I scared Umbridge, you have to appease the unicorn, otherwise everything I did will be in vain. Snape didn't care about Moon's curious eyes at this time. The reason why he did that just now was to stabilize Umbridge and give Hogwarts another chance. So now all the pressure is on Moon. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Moon shook his head quickly. I saw the unicorn at the door of the candy house just now. It was very wrong. It seemed to be affected by something, so I can't guarantee that I can appease them. Moon re-described the scene he saw when he went to help Hermione. Although it was just a quick glance. But he could still clearly tell that the unicorn's physical condition was not normal. There are bloodshot eyes, saliva on the mouth, and rapid breathing. After listening to Moon's explanation, Snape pondered. What Moon said is right. When we came here yesterday, these unicorns were already a bit crazy, but today they are even worse. Professor Sprout also talked about her observations of the unicorns in the past 2 days. Well, there are at least hundreds of ways to make unicorns like this, and we can't be sure yet. Noticing Professor McGonagall looking at him, Snape shook his head helplessly. Several professors had some guesses in their hearts, but there was no suitable way to deal with it. Now we can only try step by step, otherwise not only will the unicorns have problems, but the school's future magical creature protection and potions classes may face major changes. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Moon's eyes became firm in an instant. He came to Hogwarts with great difficulty just to learn magic. And now, the unicorn issue will delay his studies. This must not be allowed. Just as the professors were discussing what to do next, Moon looked at Bengbeng standing on his shoulder. After arriving in Hogsmeade, Bengbeng had always wanted to go into the candy house to find unicorns. But they were all stopped by Moon on the grounds of safety. Now is the time. Okay, you go first, but remember to be safe. After Moon finished speaking, he took Bumble off his shoulder and put it on the ground. Then the little guy quickly ran towards Honeydukes candy house. Bumble, can it do it? Hermione has been paying attention to Moon. The situation that was just frightened has also improved. We must try it. When Moon said this, his tone was much firmer than before. The professors did not know about Bumble's ability, but Hermione, as a little lion of Gryffindor, knew it very well. Bumble has a very strong ability to communicate and can get along well with any animal. But this time the situation of the unicorn is completely different from before. The unicorn does not listen to anyone at all. If you try to reach out and touch it, they will immediately attack. Hagrid, who was standing aside, looked firm at this time. Although he had not been with Bumble for a long time, Hagrid had a strange intuition. This intuition told him that Bumble must be able to do it. Moreover, Hagrid knew very well that this should be Dumbledore's arrangement. Ms. Rosmerta behind Hagrid showed a disappointed expression again. After Hagrid's introduction, she thought that the little wizard in front of her would have some special skills. Now seeing that it was a magical animal, and a niffler who liked to steal things everywhere, she was even more disappointed. It seems that my newly brewed wine will not be preserved today. Yesterday, Ms. Rosmerta followed a little witch of Hogwarts and went into the bar warehouse to take a look. There were 2 barrels of violet honey wine in it, all of which were drunk by the unicorn. At this rate, the remaining 8 barrels should not be preserved today. The door of Honeydukes candy house had long been blocked by the aurors of the Ministry of Magic. No matter what happened, everyone could see it. When the wizards around saw a niffler rushing into the candy house, they couldn't help but laugh. They all knew very well the destructive power of the niffler. This magical animal is even so annoying that it cannot be kept as a pet. The unicorn in the candy house is the purest magical creature. Now the professors of Hogwarts actually asked Niffler to find the unicorn. This should be the biggest joke of the year. It seems that they really have no other choice. Umbridge saw this scene from a distance and sneered. Then she looked at the Ministry of Magic staff around her. Has the place been marked out? It has been marked out. Everything is according to your instructions. It is the smallest island, and it is very desolate. There is almost no edible grass. Good, not bad, Umbridge responded happily. Then she picked up the wand and tapped it on her face. But no matter how many healing spells she cast, she could not remove the mark left on her face by the unicorn. It was when Umbridge was cursing. A strange figure appeared behind the professors of Hogwarts. Chapter 302 The Reason for Madness. Just when all the wizards' attention was attracted by Bengbeng, A red-haired employee of the Ministry of Magic quietly came to the professors. Noticing that McGonagall was looking at him, the red-haired wizard immediately nodded and greeted quietly. "Hello, Professor. Oh, Mr. Weasley, weren't you assigned to guard the southern passage? How did you come here?" Arthur Weasley quietly lowered his wizard hat. Noticing that no one was looking here, he carefully explained. "I just want to tell you that Umbridge has obtained the permit for the migration of unicorns. If you can't handle it this time, the unicorns will most likely be relocated to the most desolate island." "How can this be so fast?" McGonagall frowned and exclaimed. The deputy headmaster of Hogwarts was very aware of the Ministry of Magic's procrastination. Usually, she had to wait for several months to submit a document to the Ministry of Magic for approval. Sometimes she even had to wait for a year. But now the unicorn issue took less than a week. She actually got a migration permit. This is already too fast to be described as lightning fast. "Oh, professors," Arthur Weasley shrugged. "I think you can understand that no matter who is kicked in the face by a unicorn, it should not be very comfortable." Arthur Weasley's words made the professors shut up. The horseshoe print on Umbridge's face was indeed very eye-catching. "Don't worry, with Moon here, it will definitely work this time," Hagrid said as he pushed Moon out from behind and introduced him to Arthur Weasley. "Oh, you are Moon Scarlett." After seeing Moon, as Weasley immediately bent down to look at him. "Molly likes your gift very much. She has always wanted to invite you to visit her home during the summer vacation." Moon learned from Ron 2 days ago that his father was on a mission near Hogsmeade. But he didn't expect to see him today. "I also like the sweater Mrs. Weasley gave me." "I'm glad you like it, but kid, are you sure that the Niffler can calm down the crazy unicorn?" Ron had already introduced Bung to his family in a letter. After all, such a magical creature is rare. "Don't worry, sir. Although the unicorn is in a very unstable situation, I believe Bung, it can do it." After living with Bung for such a long time, Moon knew very well that Bung's ability to communicate with magical animals was much stronger than his. Although Moon mastered many languages of magical animals and could communicate with them, he was a wizard after all. When magical animals saw him, they would subconsciously be on guard. Bung, whether it was his identity or his petite and cute appearance, would not make magical animals so resistant. At least there would be a good start for communication. "Look, this little guy is out." When Moon was chatting with Arthur Weasley, Bung had already come out of Honeydukes candy house quickly. What if it came out? The unicorn is still in the house. Yes, maybe it just stole 2 things and ran out. Moon was not disturbed by the discussions of these wizards. Seeing Bengbeng's cheerful and jumping steps, he knew that this should be a good start. "Chiji, the unicorns are all poisoned." Bengbeng was just held in Moon's hands and hurriedly explained to him what happened inside. "Poisoned? How is it possible?" "Chi, that's it," Bengbeng said and took out an oval green leaf from the small pocket in front of his belly. "What is this?" Wolfsbane accosted him. Moon has not yet identified it. Sprout and Professor Snape next to him said the name of the leaf at the same time. No wonder they want to eat food made from violets here. When Bengbeng entered the candy house just now, Snape had already consulted the owners of the 3 shops that were most damaged for details. According to them, the unicorn did not touch other things. He only found candies, fine wine and tea bags made of violets. Snape knew it very well. Wolfsbane is a very poisonous herb, with poisonous roots, stems and leaves. If a magical creature accidentally eats it, it will choose to take violets to slowly excrete the toxins from its body. It should be like this. If a unicorn eats a poisonous herb, it will look for an antidote nearby, but there are many wild violets in the Forbidden Forest. Although Hagrid didn't know much about herbs, he knew the lifestyle of magical animals very well. These magical animals will find an antidote on their own after being poisoned, and they don't need to be treated by others at all. Chirp, Bengbeng said that the unicorn didn't find any violets nearby, so he came to Hogsmeade, Moon said, taking the leaf from Bengbeng and handing it to Sprout. How is it possible? There is a large field of wild violets in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid wanted to explain, but Sprout stopped him with his hand. It's not as simple as you think, Hagrid. The wolfsbane has been tampered with. Professor Sprout handed the leaf to Snape. The potion professor simply put a leaf to the tip of his nose and sniffed it carefully, and then he had the answer. It was coated with a layer of lily nectar, which is a food that unicorns like very much. Wolfsbane and lilies, they can't grow together at all. Hagrid's reaction was not that fast. After he said this, he suddenly realized. You mean that not only wolfsbane, but also violets have been tampered with? Several professors did not speak. But the silence at this time was enough to explain the root of the problem. Well, although we know the problem now, food made from violets alone cannot solve this poison. After figuring out the whole story, Snape's frown gradually relaxed. It was very easy for him to solve this simple poison. But the most important thing now is how to get the antidote to the unicorn. As Snape finished speaking, several professors looked at Moon, who was standing in the middle. Because the unicorn was drugged by humans, it no longer believed in wizards. Now the only one who could get close to them was Boom. And Boom was Moon's pet. Everything was back to square one again. Watching the unusually clean Niffler enter the candy house again, the wizards around were even more curious. They all knew very well. The professors of Hogwarts would definitely not let this Niffler enter the place occupied by the unicorn twice for no reason. But why did the professors do this? They couldn't figure it out. The one who paid the most attention to the professors was Umbridge. Although she also noticed the Niffler with particularly shiny fur, but she never thought that the Niffler could solve the unicorn's problem. Minister, do you want to stop it? Don't worry, if the Niffler can get the unicorn out, I would rather let the unicorn kick me again. The reporters from the newspaper had a different focus from Umbridge. When they saw the Niffler enter again, they immediately thought of something. Then they walked towards the place where the Hogwarts professors were, wanting to get first-hand information. However, they were all blocked outside by Hagrid. At this time, at the outermost edge of the crowd, the faces of the well-hidden black wizards became very ugly. Especially after seeing Snape get the leaf of Aconitum, they all became nervous. What should we do? It seems that we have been discovered. What are you afraid of? Even if Snape has the ability to detoxify, he can't get close to this group of crazy unicorns. The tall wizard surrounded by the black wizards was also a little panicked at this time. He didn't expect that his carefully prepared plan would be discovered so quickly. Then should we stop this Niffler? A black wizard made the same opinion. The tall black wizard was about to speak, and an old black wizard next to him suddenly coughed. Everyone, don't worry, the Niffler doesn't have such a high IQ, as if to verify what he said. The old dark wizard took out his own Niffler. This Niffler was completely different from Bung. It had suffered so much persecution. There were many bald spots on its body, as if it had been burned. The few black furs were all stuck together, and it felt like it had not been cleaned for a long time. Even a terrifying crack appeared on its long mouth. On the right leg of this Niffler, there was a black metal chain. They can only find things, and they can't do anything else. The development of things seemed to be really predicted by the old dark wizard. Bung ran back quickly in less than a minute after entering the candy house. See, I'm telling the truth. Bung came back this time and brought up another problem. Unicorns hope to find a safe place. They don't want to go back to the Forbidden Forest. After hearing what Moon said, Hagrid's eyes were full of frustration. Oh, it's all my fault. I was busy taking care of Little Fire during that time. I ignored them. While Hagrid was talking, Moon touched him gently. Do we really have to agree to Umbridge and let the Aurors move them away? Professor McGonagall was also a little worried. The reason why she rejected Umbridge's request was that she was worried that the unicorns would be persecuted after being moved away. But now that the unicorns want to leave the Forbidden Forest, she seems to have no reason to stop them. Professor, there is a place that should meet the requirements of the unicorns. If you agree, I am willing to go in and talk to them. Hearing Moon's words, several professors showed surprised eyes. However, seeing the confident expression on Moon's face, they did not say much. This antidote is very effective. Wizards only need one drop to detoxify the toxicity of Wolfsbane. If it is a unicorn, 5 drops are enough. After Professor McGonagall agreed, Snape immediately took out 3 bottles of antidote from under his robe. Okay, I know, Moon said as he took the antidote, then took out his wand and walked towards Honeydukes candy house. Chapter 303 Snape's Old Friend. Seeing a little boy wizard walking towards the candy house, the old black wizard at the outermost edge was surprised, and then suddenly realized, oh no, that Niffler should be tamed. This little boy should have some way. What do you mean? The tall black wizard also gradually felt something was wrong. He stared at the old black wizard and asked harshly. Well, although creatures like Nifflers can help find treasures, they are difficult to tame, just like mine, the old black wizard said, shaking the black metal chain tied to the Niffler's leg. He has lived with this Niffler for more than 10 years, but he still has to lock it with a chain. Otherwise, the Niffler will disappear without a trace in the next moment. Hearing this, several black wizards nearby also nodded. They have some intersections with the old black wizard. They also know very well what cruel means the black wizard has used to keep the Niffler. Nifflers usually don't consider wizards as their masters, but if they do, they will do their best to help wizards get what they want. You mean, the Niffler is the key? Yes, otherwise the wizards would not be able to get close to the unicorns. After getting the exact answer, the tall black wizard turned his head and stared at Moon in the middle of the crowd and Bengbeng on his shoulder. We must not let him ruin the plan, the tall black wizard just said to himself. A familiar and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind them. What plan? Can you tell me about it? Oh, Severus, I didn't expect to see you here. After seeing the face of the person behind him clearly, the tall black wizard immediately walked over. Please call me Snape, or Professor Snape, as Snape said. He stretched out his wand and pushed away the hand that the tall black wizard stretched out. Oh, why do you have to do this? The tall black wizard withdrew his hand angrily, but the smile on his face did not diminish. At least we used to work together. Shut up. Bargain Burke, Snape said sternly. When he first arrived in Hogsmeade, he discovered this group of wizards with strange whereabouts. But he didn't expect to meet someone familiar. I don't know how you escaped and were not hunted down. Snape raised his wand and waved it in front of Bargain Burke. But I warn you, the child in the room is very important to me. If you dare to deal with him, I don't mind cutting a hole in your chest. Snape's cold tone scared the wizards around him back several steps. Bargain Burke finally put away his hypocritical smile at this time. He knew very well how powerful the middle-aged wizard in front of him was. In the good old days, Snape was able to become one of the top leaders of the organization as a half-blood wizard. And he was also very appreciated and relied on by his master. This was enough to show that Snape was not simple. You may have misunderstood something, Professor, Bargain Burke said, reaching out and gently pushing away Snape's wand. We came here just to pick up some unicorn tail hairs. How could we attack Hogwarts students? That's better, huh? Seeing Bargain Burke softened, Snape quickly withdrew his wand and turned away without looking back. Are we just going to let that boy go? After Snape walked away, the other dark wizards came over cautiously and asked in a low voice. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Bargain Burke kept watching Snape leave. After finding that Moon was no longer visible, his eyes rolled around, as if he was planning a new plan. Honeydukes Candy House was indeed severely damaged. Many shelves were broken and fell to the ground. Countless lemon snow treasures and sizzling honey candies were scattered all over the ground, and then crushed and ravaged by the unicorns. The rotating shelf that held the chocolate frog display cabinet was also broken into pieces and lay on the ground. More than 20 golden cards were scattered on the floor. The characters on the cards were all looking at the unicorns making trouble in the room in horror. Moon stepped over the mess on the floor and kept walking inside. At the back of the store, he finally found the culprit. There were 3 unicorns here, and there were still a lot of vines and thorns wrapped around them. I think they must have been very panicked when they rushed out of the forbidden forest. After approaching, Moon found that the 3 unicorns were licking a kind of purple-red candy. The outer packaging of the candy was clearly engraved with the mark of violet. However, the unicorns had eaten a whole bag, but the toxins in their bodies had not been completely eliminated. After seeing Moon come in, the unicorns immediately opened their eyes wide. Their eyes were full of vigilance. Chiji, don't be afraid, he is a 2-legged beast who accepts my protection and can solve your problems. Hearing what Bengbeng said, not only did the unicorn put away his vigilant eyes, Moon also looked at Bengbeng on his shoulder in surprise. My status has become lower. Noticing that all the unicorns were looking at him, Moon no longer bothered about what Bengbeng said. I know you were poisoned, so I brought the antidote. What Moon did in the candy house was unknown to others. It was not until 10 minutes later he walked out of the house with Bengbeng that all the wizards looked at him. Why didn't the unicorn come out? Did it fail? The professors of Hogwarts were the first to discover this situation. They kept staring at the back of Moon. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see the figure of the unicorn, and their faces were gradually filled with disappointment. Umbridge on the side laughed happily. I said a long time ago that no man can get close to a unicorn. That's right. After all, this is common sense in the wizarding world. Okay, don't say so much. Let the Aurors prepare. Move the unicorn away as soon as possible, and we can rest earlier. Okay, Minister. The dark wizards behind the crowd also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Especially Bargain Burke. After Snape's visit, he was ready to use his backup measures. Now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Hey, that's not right. Why did that little wizard walk towards the 3 broomsticks? The sharp-eyed reporters in the crowd were the first to discover the strange situation. After Moon came out of the candy house, he did not leave the dangerous area marked by the Ministry of Magic. Instead, he walked towards the more dangerous 3 broomsticks bar next to it. What is he going to do? There should be more than a dozen unicorns in the bar, right? Yes, I just heard from the Auror that the leader of the unicorn group is also in there. It seems that the Auror was injured here. The wizards around were talking about it. The eyes looking at Moon became complicated. What on earth happened? Hagrid hadn't reacted yet. He just stood outside in a daze, watching Moon keep moving forward. I don't know. But this kid must have a way. Snape now had an inexplicable trust in Moon, including Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout. The eyes they looked at Moon were more energetic, although they didn't know what Moon was going to do now. But the fact that Moon was not driven out by the unicorn just now was better than all the previous methods. What is he going to do? Umbridge stood up from her chair suddenly. She didn't know what Moon was going to do, but Umbridge felt that something was wrong. After taking a look at the license she had just obtained, Umbridge immediately ordered the Aurors around her. Stop him, don't let him in. Moon had just walked to the door of the 3 broomsticks. The Aurors guarding both sides immediately stopped him. Moon looked at the 2 wizards in front of him. The wizard bar was 3.5 bars. A sudden sneak attack should be able to knock down one, but the other one was not sure of success. It's very dangerous in here, you can't go in. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind Moon. Looking back, he saw a purple-red horsehoof walking towards him. Moon gritted his teeth and tightened the expression on his face. He had no desire to speak. Moon knew very well that facing the Deputy Minister of Magic, if I speak in front of her, I won't get any benefit at all. The best way to deal with it is to let the professor deal with it. Umbridge, what are you doing? Professor McGonagall also rushed over at this time, looking at the other party with an angry face. Professor, you should know very well that the unicorn in the bar is very dangerous. I can't let a little wizard go in. Don't worry about it, I will accompany him. Hearing McGonagall's words, Umbridge was stunned for a moment, and then immediately refuted. Professor, this is too dangerous. I'm sorry, I can't agree. 3 Aurors have been injured just now. Are you sure that your strength is better than 3 Aurors? Professor McGonagall was asked. To be honest, she has never fought with these Aurors, and she is not sure of their strength. But Moon is very sure. If Professor McGonagall is willing to take action, the 3 Aurors should be able to subdue them easily. Snape was about to argue with Umbridge, but suddenly he saw a small black shadow leave Moon and quietly pass through the crowd. Then he didn't say anything, but stood by and watched Umbridge's quiet performance. Professor, I'm very sorry. I have obtained the relocation permit from the Ministry. I hope you won't stop me, Umbridge said, shaking the parchment with the seal in her hand, with a smug smile on her face. You Professor McGonagall just said a word, her eyes suddenly widened, and then she quickly ran back 2 steps. Huh? Umbridge was surprised. She knew that as long as she took out the permit, the professors of Hogwarts would be very angry. But she wouldn't be afraid. Then she noticed that many people around her were looking behind her. What's so scary? Umbridge said, just turned around, and the expression on her face suddenly became terrified. Because there was a huge horsehoof flying towards her head. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 The Gift of the Unicorn. The unicorn used much more force this time than the last time. With a bang sound, the huge horseshoe print came into close contact with Umbridge's face. Then Umbridge rolled on the ground for 2 or 3 times and fainted completely. Blood flowed from her nose and mouth, making the purple-red horseshoe prints more vivid. The Aurors who had been stopping Moon were not spared. They were kicked hard in the waist by the unicorn's horseshoe again and rolled far away. This sudden scene caused the surrounding wizards to exclaim. Many newspaper reporters also captured the rare scene of the deputy minister being kicked. Moon, who was at the center of the incident, ignored the injured Auror of the Ministry of Magic. After he saw the eye signal from the unicorn leader, he immediately followed him into the bar. 3 brooms, also messy on the ground. Many wine barrels were broken, and the room was filled with the smell of fine wine. Behind the bar was a small warehouse for storing fine wine. Most of the fine wine inside was well preserved. Only 3 barrels of honey wine brewed from violet flowers were drunk up by the unicorns. Bengbeng kept explaining something to the unicorn leader. However, this leader, who was much larger than the average unicorn, did not listen carefully to what he said. Instead, he kept staring at the wand in Moon's hand. After Bengbeng finished speaking, the unicorn leader strode towards Moon. He carefully sniffed the smell of the wand in Moon's hand, and then bowed his head respectfully. "Gilulu, rest in peace, my king," the unicorn made a soft and cute cry. After listening to it, Moon looked at the old willow wand in his hand in surprise. Although he had suspected that the core material in the wand was special before, he never thought that this was the horn core of the real unicorn king. After all, there was only one unicorn who gave him the horn core in Snow Eagle Mountain, and there were no other unicorns. "This is a gift from a unicorn." Seeing the leader of the unicorn herd hanging his head and unwilling to raise it, Moon hurriedly explained. He was not sure whether the unicorns would attack him because of the wand core. The leader of the unicorns could obviously feel the kindness from the wand. It stretched out its tongue and gently licked Moon's right hand holding the wand. Then it made another soft and cute cry. "Gilulu, I hope you can use it well, don't worry, I won't let it down." After getting Moon's affirmative answer, the unicorn leader slowly looked at the herd of animals walking around. These unicorns drank a lot of violet wine. Although it was for detoxification, they were all dizzy at this time and walked a little unsteadily. But it was very obvious that the poison had not been completely resolved, because there were still a lot of bloodshot in the eyes of these unicorns. Bengbeng noticed this scene and quickly reminded Moon to take out the antidote. The unicorn leader dragged over a large basin of violet wine. "You want me to pour the potion in and let them drink it themselves?" "Chi, that's right." When Moon was pouring the potion, the unicorn leader suddenly let out a loud neigh. As the neigh fell, several responses came from not far away. Then Moon heard a chaotic roar from the wizards outside the bar. "Oh, get out of the way, they are crazy again. What's wrong with these unicorns?" It's the leader of the herd in the bar who is calling them. Many more unicorns came from Honeyduke's candy house and Madame Patty's tea house. After they came in, they stared at Moon for a while, and then looked at the wine in front of the leader. When the unicorn leader finished drinking, the other unicorns came forward and drank it. Moon and Bengbeng watched quietly beside them. What happened? Did the little wizard anger them? Are the unicorns besieging the little wizard? No, at least there is no sound of fighting in the bar now. Fighting. You think too highly of the little wizard. There are more than 20 unicorns. Doesn't that mean he might not even have a complete body left? Many newspaper reporters with wild imaginations have begun to speculate about the tragic scene in the bar. Their emotions gradually caused the professors to panic. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to enter the bar, Umbridge was also rescued by the Ministry of Magic employees. "Damn unicorns, I must send them to the islands and starve them to death, then withdraw all the caregivers, open the entrance to the island, and let the dark wizards go in to hunt," Umbridge said while rubbing her swollen head. The unicorn leader's aim was very good. He hit the same place twice. There was not even an extra point on the edge of the horseshoe print. Just as Umbridge was cursing loudly, the people around her exclaimed again. "How is this possible? A unicorn might do such a thing. It's here today. This is big news." Hearing the voices coming from all around, Umbridge immediately took out her wand and pointed it at the wizards who were talking around her. "I warn you, if anyone dares to put the photo just now in the newspaper, I will definitely let the Ministry of Magic." Umbridge paused here, because she saw something that could never happen again. Oh my god. What happened? At this time, Moon was riding on the leader of the unicorn group, leading the other 26 unicorns, and walked out of the 3 broomsticks. He looked like a young general who had won a battle in ancient times and returned on a white horse. The unicorn group, whose toxins were completely removed, regained its former arrogance. Other wizards were not worth their attention at all. Only the little wizard on the leader's back could get their respect. The newspaper reporters surrounding them kept snapping and taking pictures. They hadn't encountered such major and novel news for a long time. Wizards riding unicorns. This is really a strange news. Pure unicorns were ravaged by wizards, and the Ministry of Magic was completely trampled under their feet. Various novel news headlines have formed in their minds. There are also news articles that use this to belittle the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Rita Skeeter was even more crazy. After seeing Moon coming out, She wanted to rush to Moon and do an exclusive interview. But after seeing the contemptuous look of the unicorn leader, she subconsciously stopped. Rita Skeeter knew it very well. This kind of look is the prelude to the unicorns wanting to kick people. Umbridge, who was blocking the way of the unicorns, hurriedly rolled and crawled to make way after being surprised. Moon rode the unicorn and walked slowly towards the main road. Then he slowly left Hogsmeade. Where is he going? Back to the Forbidden Forest? Impossible. Unicorns are no longer used to the life in the Forbidden Forest. Moon ignored the reporter who was following him and taking pictures. He was also very clear that the unicorns had a stress response to the Forbidden Forest. Just like Hagrid said, once they get close to there, they will unconsciously stay away. So Moon had to find a safe, comfortable and suitable place for the unicorns to live. And near Hogwarts, there is such a place. The west bank of the Black Lake. It was originally a place where giant squids came ashore to rest, and the aquatic plants were also very lush. It was not too far from Hogwarts, which was the best place. The most important thing was that there was a powerful animal friend guarding there. No dark wizard would have the idea of taking advantage of the unicorns. Moon rode on the back of the unicorn leader and kept giving them directions. Because they had to bypass the Forbidden Forest, they walked a long way this time. After more than 2 hours, they reached their real destination. But when Moon came here, he found that someone had arrived one step earlier than him. Dumbledore was standing by the Black Lake at this time. When he noticed Moon coming here, he turned around and waved with a smile. "Principal, why are you here?" I don't know if it was guided by Dumbledore, but the unicorn leader also ran quickly after seeing Dumbledore. When it got close to the lake, it stopped and let Moon get off. "I know that the unicorns have some problems, so I thought about changing their place." "I didn't expect that you and I had the same idea." After listening to Dumbledore, Moon understood. It turned out that the principal had been in the school all the time. "This grassland is large enough for them to live, and I have cast an expulsion spell. Whether it is muggles or wizards, they cannot enter this area without the help of unicorns," Dumbledore said, walked forward and touched the unicorn's neck. "Go, take a look at your new home." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he waved his hand. The unicorns immediately scattered and inspected the new territory. Then, "Professor, have you talked to the giant squid, thinking about the real owner here?" Moon asked curiously. "Oh, I neglected this. I may have to trouble you to inform him." "Okay, I will ask Bengbeng to ask the giant squid to take care of these unicorns later." Dumbledore laughed when he heard Moon finish speaking. Just as the two were talking, the unicorns finished checking the territory. With the leader's neigh again, they all gathered behind Moon again. "Gilulu, thank you very much. This is our gift, please accept it." The unicorn leader squeezed his eyes hard. Then 2 crystal tears slowly formed from its eye sockets and slid down. Moon was quick-witted and immediately took out a bottle that had just been filled with potion and caught the 2 tears. Then the other unicorns did the same. After catching them, Moon got a whole bottle of precious potion materials. In addition to being able to treat injuries and diseases, the most important thing about this material is that it can purify the damage caused by black magic. Although not as precious as phoenix tears, they are also very rare. When he was on the Venus Islands, Moon also obtained a lot of materials related to unicorns. He even had a whole horn. But it was very difficult to obtain unicorn tears. Even if you keep raising unicorns, you will never encounter a unicorn shedding tears. Not to mention that Moon now has a whole bottle. Chapter 305, Corpse on the Roadside. After Moon collected the tears of the unicorns, he also thanked the herd. Then the unicorns scattered in this water and grass field. Some even lay on the grass to rest. After a week of hard work and fighting with wizards, the unicorns were extremely tired. "I still can't get enough of such scenes." Dumbledore stood aside and watched this scene quietly. Especially when he saw Moon thanking the unicorn, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "It seems that I really didn't find the wrong person." Moon didn't hear what Dumbledore said. After he collected the materials, he ran to Dumbledore excitedly. "Principal, do you need this?" "No, this is what you deserve, Mr. Scarlett." "Well, I think you provide a place for the unicorns, and you have the right to get a copy." Hearing that Dumbledore refused, Moon happily held the materials tightly in his hand. "It was you who comforted the unicorn." "I didn't help much, but seeing that the unicorn was arranged, I can leave with peace of mind." "Leave?" Moon was surprised. Harry had been telling him recently that Dumbledore must not leave the school. Moon naturally knew that it was of great significance for this great wizard to stay in Hogwarts. Principal, isn't the matter resolved? Moon looked at the unicorns around him. This is only temporary. According to that person's idea, he will not use only this trick. That person? Is it Voldemort? Moon asked subconsciously. After Harry found out that the person who wanted the Philosopher's Stone was Voldemort, Moon knew who Dumbledore wanted to deal with by setting so many levels. According to Ron, Voldemort was the only dark wizard that Dumbledore could face so rigorously. That's right, but don't worry, after all, I have never really left Hogwarts. Moon didn't understand what Dumbledore said at all. What does it mean to leave and not really leave? Seeing the puzzled expression on Moon's face, Dumbledore just smiled and didn't explain. Mr. Scarlett, to thank you for helping Hogwarts solve such a difficult problem, I may give you a gift in a while. I hope you won't refuse it. Gift? What is it? Seeing that Dumbledore was finally going to give a gift openly instead of hiding his name, Moon also became interested. You will know when the time comes. Now enjoy the gratitude of your friends, Dumbledore said, and disappeared by the lake in an instant. Moon looked behind him and kept calling him. Moon, I didn't expect you to find this place. Hagrid rode the exhausted Thestral to the Black Lake again. He had just landed on the ground when he was instantly bounced out by a powerful magic. The spell that Dumbledore set here worked. Without the help of the unicorn, no wizard could get close. What is going on? Hagrid sat up from the grass, scratched his head, and looked around in confusion. Oh, it was the headmaster who set up a magic barrier to protect the unicorn, so that's how it is. I knew he wouldn't ignore Hogwarts. Hagrid stood up and looked at the unicorn lying on the grass in the distance, his eyes gradually becoming moist. Yes, he must be protecting the school, or even something bigger. Moon couldn't fully understand what Dumbledore was doing now, but he could feel it. The headmaster, who was known as the greatest wizard, was definitely planning something important in secret. And the dark wizard who needed him to treat seriously should be the same. By the way, how is the situation in Hogsmeade? No big problem. Professor McGonagall is counting the losses, and Professor Snape and Professor Sprout are helping her. Hearing Moon's inquiry, Hagrid wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and explained the situation in Hogsmeade. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. If you hadn't solved the unicorn problem, I might have been in big trouble. Don't worry, the unicorn is safe now. Moon knew very well that Hagrid couldn't be blamed entirely for the unicorn. After all, no one expected that the monster would be so cruel as to kill unicorns. And until now, it has not been arrested. Oh, I almost forgot, there are other people who asked me to thank you, Hagrid said and patted his head. Then he took out a golden card from his pocket. This is a thank you gift from the owner of Honeydukes Candy House. Moon took the card curiously and looked at it. On one side of the card, the words Honeydukes Candy House were printed. On the other side, there were a few huge words, unlimited supply of candy. Is this for me? Seeing the words written on it, Moon was also very happy. Of course, after the unicorns were sent away, those bosses were very happy. Hagrid knew the bosses of Hogsmeade very well. He knew very well that these wizards living in Hogsmeade actually disagreed with the Ministry of Magic's plan. After all, moving the unicorns away was equivalent to having a rift with Hogwarts. Most of their businesses are related to Hogwarts, so these bosses are also very embarrassed. Now Moon's method not only solves the problem of unicorns, but also slowly resolves their relationship with Hogwarts. This can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Hagrid is also very happy. Not only did Moon get a card with unlimited candy supply, Ms. Rosmerta also promised him that he could drink unlimitedly at the bar within 3 months. This is exactly what Hagrid wants. At this time in Hogsmeade, because the crisis of unicorns has been resolved, all the staff of the Ministry of Magic have evacuated. Of course, Umbridge was the first to leave. Whether it was because she was afraid that the unicorn would return for revenge again, or worried that her image would be published in the newspaper. The moment the unicorn left, Umbridge immediately performed apparition and disappeared in Hogsmeade. And these newspaper reporters were still interviewing every wizard present at this time. Even if it weren't for the professors of Hogwarts helping the shop owners recover their property, they would have squeezed in and interviewed one by one. After all, for them, it would be a shame not to try to dig out some inside information for such a big news. After using magic to restore the 3 broomsticks to its original appearance, Ms. Rosmerta stopped Sprout who was about to leave. Professor, I really trouble you. To express my gratitude, I am willing to provide a 50% discount on drinks at the club party next week. Oh, it's really my honor? Hearing the discount of the 3 broomsticks, Sprout smiled very happily. But she also knew very well that she could get such a discount because of the youngest member in her club. Professor, will Mr. Scarlett come to the party? Of course. He has a very high magical talent in herbal plants and is the youngest member since the establishment of the club. Hearing Ms. Rosmerda's question, Sprout felt very satisfied. At the same time, she had to admire her own vision of people. But you reminded me that I have to write a letter back to Master Newt, otherwise he might have made a wasted trip. Watching Professor Sprout leave, Ms. Rosmerda rearranged her clothes. Then she walked to the door with light steps and hung up the sign for official opening. While the popularity of unicorns has not yet subsided, many wizards are rushing to Hogsmeade. The flow of people on the street has increased more than tenfold. Ms. Rosmerda is not willing to miss such a good opportunity to make money. The news from Hogsmeade is indeed very eye-catching. The 3 broomsticks bar was packed at night. It was not until dawn that Ms. Rosmerda sent away the last 3 guests and returned upstairs tiredly to rest. It was these drunken wizards who just walked to the side of the road and found an old wizard lying on the ground. This was a wizard wearing black coarse clothes. His chest seemed to be pierced by something sharp, and there was a look of horror on his face. The most obvious feature is that the wizard holds a black metal chain in his right hand. There is nothing on the other end of the chain. That night, when Moon returned to school, it did not cause much of a stir. After all, most of the little wizards did not know about this matter. And Hermione did not say much. She just looked at Moon with a very strange look. At this time, in front of this little witch, there was a notebook where she usually recorded magic knowledge. A sentence that was originally written neatly on it was heavily crossed out. Only pure girls are allowed to approach unicorns. However, the matter of dealing with unicorns could not be concealed after all. The incident broke out completely on the morning of the next day. Early in the morning, some students discovered that the hourglass recording the college scores in the castle square had undergone a huge change. Gryffindor was given 100 points. This huge gap far surpassed the other 3 colleges. All students were very curious. They didn't know why such a big change had occurred. Especially the Slytherin students, who were originally the first. What happened? Why did they get 100 extra points? Gryffindor must be cheating. I'm going to tell the professor. Listening to the seniors' discussions, Malfoy was not as excited as before. He didn't even need to guess that such a weird thing happened, most likely related to Moon. Sure enough. Just when the little snakes of Slytherin were about to find Snape, the extra edition of the Daily Prophet was delivered to Hogwarts. Today is Saturday. How can there be news? Could it be that something big happened? After opening the newspaper, the little wizards knew the whole story. Is this fake? A boy can touch a unicorn. This must be cheating. How can it be cheating? Look carefully. The 3 professors in the newspaper are also present, on the front page of the Daily Prophet. A huge black and white photo took up an entire page. The content of the picture was the scene of Moon riding a unicorn and coming out of the 3 broomsticks. Not only was there Moon in the photo, but there was also a bong on his shoulder. The 3 professors beside him also smiled with relief. The most bizarre scene in the photo was the Deputy Minister of Magic running away in a panic. Chapter 306, Reward prepared by Newt. The content of the Daily Prophet completely detonated Hogwarts. Everyone knew that this photo would never deceive people. After all, no wizard dared to fabricate a scandal about the Deputy Minister of Magic and put it on the front page. The little snakes in Slytherin also stopped fighting at this time. Malfoy, hiding behind the crowd, was even secretly happy for Moon. No wonder he can add 100 points. It's definitely worth it. Cedric of Hufflepuff was the first to finish reading the content of the newspaper. He excitedly clenched his fist and waved his hands, feeling happy for Moon from the bottom of his heart. Yes, this has solved a big crisis, and the glory will always belong to Gryffindor. I think Moon should be interviewed by the Daily Prophet. At least he should say it out loud. The feeling of riding a unicorn. The Weasley twins also shouted loudly to cheer for Moon. But their views on things are always different from others. Of course, there are also many people who are skeptical about this matter. After all, Moon's behavior violates the common sense of the magic world for thousands of years. The most puzzled among them were the 7 or 8 seniors who were called by Professor McGonagall to solve the unicorn crisis. Because they wanted to know the truth of the matter. All the little wizards followed the Gryffindor students and walked towards the common room. Whether it was because they were curious about this matter or because it was particularly boring on Saturday. They now wanted to find Moon and inquire about the first-hand information about the explosion. After all, in the past, there were few little wizards who were the protagonists of the Daily Prophet. As more and more wizards gathered, the team heading for the staircase gradually formed a long line. Unlike the lively scene at Hogwarts, it was the Ministry of Magic in London. When he saw the Daily Prophet, Fudge immediately cancelled his plan to go to France for vacation on Saturday. After rushing back to the Ministry of Magic, he immediately found Umbridge. After roaring in the office for more than 2 hours, Fudge sat down on the office chair with an unsatisfied look and looked coldly at his deputy. Umbridge was standing cautiously by the side at this time. Her head was wrapped in several layers of white cloth, revealing only 2 eyes, and she looked at Fudge in fear. "Tell me, what happened?" Hearing Fudge's sharp question, Umbridge walked forward quickly. "Minister, things are not as described in the newspaper." Because there was a layer of cloth wrapped around her mouth and nose, Umbridge's voice was buzzing. "Do you mean that Hogwarts deliberately embarrassed the Ministry of Magic?" After listening to Umbridge's words, Fudge took out a cigar from the drawer thoughtfully. Umbridge skillfully drew out her wand and cast a fire spell. A spark suddenly appeared in the dim office. "Yes, Minister, otherwise they would not have taken action to solve this problem when we were preparing to migrate the unicorns." Umbridge has been following Fudge for a long time. When Fudge was the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, she had been following behind him. Later, Fudge successfully ran for minister, and she also got a higher position because of her good flattery. After following him for so many years, Umbridge understood Fudge's thoughts very well. Dumbledore's great reputation in the wizarding world was Fudge's biggest concern now. As long as he could put the blame on Hogwarts, even if it was a little unreasonable, Fudge would find a way to deal with it. "No, the direction of this matter is obviously more disadvantageous to us now, and we can't act rashly against Hogwarts." Hearing that Fudge no longer blamed her, Umbridge was relieved. Then she hurriedly reminded him. "Minister, there are more than one thing that happened in Hogsmeade." "More than one? What do you mean? Do you think the Ministry of Magic is not embarrassed enough because of this matter, and you want another one?" No, that's not what I mean," Umbridge said, waving her hand and taking a few steps back. "What do you mean? If you can't explain it clearly, I think you don't need to sit in the position of deputy minister." Fudge looked at Umbridge with a colder and colder look. He even regretted letting Umbridge deal with this matter now. "Minister, last night in Hogsmeade, a unicorn killed a wizard." Seeing Fudge's livid face and malicious look, Umbridge didn't say anything more and directly told the key points of the incident. Hearing Umbridge's words, Fudge glared at her with his eyes slanted. "Is this true?" Fudge is very clear now. The matter of relocating unicorns has made the Ministry of Magic lose face. Even if he wants to use this matter to suppress Dumbledore's reputation, he can't do it. So the most important thing now is to cover up the current scandal of the Ministry of Magic. And he has already been good at dealing with such things. It's nothing more than finding a more explosive news and publishing it in the newspaper to divert the attention of wizards. It can also keep the Ministry of Magic away from the center of the vortex. If what Umbridge said is true, then this matter perfectly meets Fudge's requirements. Not only can it cover up the mistakes of the Ministry of Magic, but it can also be used to accuse Hogwarts of improper handling of magical animals. It's very real. The body has been brought back. The fatal wound on the chest was caused by the sharp horn of the unicorn, Umbridge responded quickly. Although the professionals in the Ministry of Magic could not determine the specific cause of the wound, Umbridge was very sure that it was the sharp horn of the unicorn. "Okay, announce this news as soon as possible. In addition, notify Dumbledore. I think we should talk about it." It was also on the same day. In a remote village far away in Dorset, England, an old wizard with grey hair struggled to get out of the narrow suitcase. "It seems that he is really old," the old wizard said, and did not forget to close the suitcase and check it carefully again. "There are many dangerous magical animals in the suitcase. If they run out carelessly, it will cause great harm." After doing everything, the old wizard returned to the dining table at home. After seeing him sit down, his wife handed him a newspaper. "Aren't you curious about how Professor Sprout dealt with a unicorn? Take a look, it's written very clearly." The Daily Prophet's news is really fast. "This old wizard is a very famous magical zoologist in the magic world, Knit's commander. Because there are more and more magical animals that need to be taken care of, He has to live in such a remote place. Try to avoid disturbing others and avoid being discovered by muggles. This little wizard is very interesting. After reading the newspaper, Nit kept staring at Moon in the photo. He is now very curious about how this first-year student at Hogwarts did it. Is his talent the same as yours? At this time, his wife served a bowl of pumpkin porridge, handed it to him, and asked curiously. Completely different, thank you, Nit said as he put the pumpkin porridge in front of him, but his eyes were still fixed on the photo in the newspaper. If I want to ride a unicorn, I should also get kicked, haha, really? Then when you go to Hogsmeade this time, you should ask the other party how he did it. Hearing her husband's humorous speech, the wife was also amused. Yes, indeed, Nit Scamander is the honorary guest of the Cryococulata Club. He had asked his wife to pack her luggage this morning and was ready to go to solve the unicorn problem. He would also attend the club meeting in a week. But he didn't expect to receive a letter from Sprout before he left. By the way, where's the egg I brought back from the polar region last time? It should have been hidden by Persimmon. What are you looking for it for? Persimmon is one of the sniffers raised by Newt. He is also the most naughty one. You have to bring some reward when you consult people about problems. Saturday night. In the Gryffindor common room. Most of the young wizards left after figuring out the whole story. Only the 8 seniors stayed. They kept surrounding Moon, wanting to know why Moon could make the unicorns obedient. Do the unicorns really agree to you touching them? A senior with chestnut curly hair, with one hand supporting her chin, asked curiously in front of Moon's desk. Yes, Moon replied casually, and then turned a page of the magic book in front of him. What does it feel like to ride on a unicorn? Is it really comfortable? A senior with pink nail polish gradually approached Moon and asked. It's just so-so, and it hurts my butt. Moon tried his best to make his voice sound calm. To be honest, he didn't like this way of communication. But I don't know if these seniors really want to know about unicorns, or if they want to listen to Moon's stories. Anyway, they just won't leave. Another senior put her hand on Moon's shoulder at this time. Then do you know that unicorn blood can really prolong life? When the seniors gathered around Moon and talked curiously. Hermione, who was sitting not far away, was breathing rapidly. Even after hearing the giggles of those seniors, the sound of her turning pages became louder and louder. She even wanted to tear up the brand new book in her hand. With the sound of the textbook bang, it was slammed shut. Ron and Harry, who were sitting next to them, were startled. They all chose very wisely to continue playing wizard chess. Even though Harry had been arrested, the 2 young wizards did not choose to look up. When they saw a senior schoolmate touching Moon's shoulder, Hermione suddenly stood up. The strap of her school bag knocked over the ink bottle, and the dark blue ink spread on the table, like an angry black cloud. I'm going to the library to return a book, seeing many people around looking at her in surprise. Hermione hurriedly explained, then packed up the parchment, and the tip of her ear was so red that it almost dripped blood. Seeing Hermione finished packing and was about to leave the common room, Harry gently poked Ron. Time is almost up, and we should go too, okay? This time we must make Malfoy pay the price, seeing that the 3 good friends went out without him. Moon also hurriedly closed his textbook, apologized to the senior schoolmates and left. Tonight, he still had to take care of the Devil's Snare, and he didn't have time to talk to these senior schoolmates anymore. Chapter 307 Snape Roars. When Moon arrived at Professor Sprout's office, Harry and Ron also came to the small classroom on the 2nd floor. Malfoy came earlier and waited here. Seeing Harry and Ron running over, he glared at them with a bad look. I thought you were too scared to come out. You should worry about yourself, Malfoy, Harry retorted. Yes, if you hadn't broken your promise last time, we would have had a duel. While Ron was talking, Harry used the unlocking spell to open the door of the small classroom on the 2nd floor. After entering the classroom, Harry and Malfoy lit the torches at the 4 corners of the room respectively. The originally dark room instantly became bright. Seeing the expression of the terracotta figurine in the corner, Ron shuddered unconsciously. The expression of this terracotta figurine is really too similar to Snape himself. You two should start quickly. I'll guard at the door, perhaps to stay away from the terracotta figurine. Ron automatically stood at the door. Harry and Malfoy didn't say anything. After standing in the middle of the venue, they drew their wands and pointed them at each other. For this duel tonight, Harry specially learned the hanging bell. Malfoy also learned a new spell, freezing spell. However, they were not very proficient in the new spell. Each time, It took a long time to chant the spell and coordinate the gestures. Both sides were able to make full use of this time to dodge the other spells. Even after each attack, they had to adjust the wand back to the original position before they could cast the next spell. After the two attacked back and forth 3 or 5 times, their bodies were not injured, but the shouting sound was heard from a long distance. Ron, who was guarding the door, was also attracted by their fierce fight. Harry hit him hard and make Malfoy's butt bloom. Both young wizards were dueling for the first time. The noise outside the field also interfered with them a lot. Hearing Ron's voice, Malfoy's face turned red. Is this the new spell you learned? Harry, can it only tickle people? In order to ease the embarrassment, he immediately refuted. Just take care of yourself, Malfoy. Harry's dueling talent is slightly higher than Malfoy's. Verbal stimulation has little effect on him. And Harry is still constantly looking for opportunities to kill Malfoy with one blow. After finally dodging it, freezing curse, Harry did not continue to cast Hanging Bell this time. Instead, he used the faster and less powerful Fire Charm. Harry often used this spell to light his own terracotta figurines before the Quidditch game. Because he practiced frequently, his casting speed was not slow. Sure enough, after the spell was cast, Malfoy's robe at the collar was instantly ignited. The huge pain made him subconsciously forget to cast spells, but kept slapping the flames on his body. Harry seized the opportunity to cast a Hanging Bell. Then Malfoy was hung upside down in the air. This duel ended with Gryffindor's victory. Well done, Harry, Ron shouted and applauded. But just as he finished shouting, the door of the small classroom was slammed open. There was a loud bang. Harry and Ron were both stunned. Malfoy couldn't see anything at this time because he was facing the door. Harry Potter, you dare to use this spell? Snape's face turned very ugly when he saw Malfoy hanging upside down in the air. He untied the spell on Malfoy and strode towards Harry. The anger in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Don't the Potter family only use dirty means to steal other people's spells and then humiliate others? Professor, I didn't steal. This is, why can't you answer? Let me tell you, the Potter family is a thief family. They not only stole spells, but also, no, I didn't. Harry was very angry. He didn't know why Snape reacted so strongly, but his spell was indeed not stolen. But Harry couldn't give out Moon's name now, so he just raised his face and refuted loudly. Didn't steal? Humph, your family is always good at denying. Seeing that Harry wanted to talk, Snape interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and then announced the punishment for Harry. During curfew, you stayed outside without permission and injured your classmates. Harry Potter, you will be deducted 50 points. Why? This is unfair. We are dueling. Harry was completely annoyed. Especially after hearing that he would be deducted 50 points, Harry's sense of honor was completely ignited. Every little lion knows. This morning, Moon finally earned back 100 points and made Gryffindor the new first. And now he will be deducted 50 points. Then Gryffindor will be surpassed by Slytherin again. Duel? I'm sorry, Hogwarts does not allow duels between students. Seeing Harry's eyes full of anger, Snape spoke again. In view of your behavior just now, it is already considered to be contradicting the professor. Gryffindor will be deducted another 10 points. Harry wanted to say something else, but Ron on the side hurriedly pulled his sleeve. The red-haired Weasley knew it very well. When Snape punished Gryffindor, he must not talk back, otherwise he would be punished more severely. This was the experience passed down in their family. And duels were indeed prohibited in Hogwarts. Harry also reacted at this time, but he was still a little unconvinced. Professor, but Malfoy also started it, Harry said, looking at Malfoy behind Snape. Really? But I didn't see it. Malfoy was standing behind Snape with his head down. As a qualified little snake, he was very well behaved and didn't say a word. And Malfoy also knew Snape very well. At this time, the professor was angry, and no matter what he said, it would not work. This is not fair, I'm going to find Dumbledore. Harry felt even more wronged when he heard that only he was punished. He yelled loudly and was about to leave. Dumbledore? He has left the school a long time ago. If you want to find him, wait until next week. Snape just looked at Harry shouting helplessly, and the anger in his heart also subsided a little. What? Leave. This time, Harry did not loudly refute Snape. After saying this subconsciously, he quickly ran to the door. What are you doing, Potter? I haven't allowed you to leave yet. Harry ignored Snape's scolding. He ran out regardless and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor. After hearing Harry's footsteps disappear, Snape turned to look at Ron. Mr. Weasley, leave the common room during curfew. Gryffindor will be deducted 10 points again. Ron, who was standing there, did not hear clearly what Snape said. He had been thinking about what Harry was going to do. It was not until then that he reacted and ran out immediately. What a group of rude stupid lions. Only Snape's voice sounded in the small classroom, and Malfoy still didn't say a word. Ron knew very well what Harry was going to do. He shouted Harry's name while running. He wanted to stop him from taking risks alone. When he came to the 4th floor, he found that Hermione had blocked Harry. You can't go there, it's too obvious. We can go find the professor now, it's too late, Hermione. I have to sneak in here tonight and try to get the Philosopher's Stone first, so that Voldemort won't succeed. Hearing the word Voldemort, Ron subconsciously stood still and didn't dare to move forward. No, this is a serious violation of school rules, and you will be expelled. Hermione was still trying to stop him, but Harry ignored her. Hermione, can't you see that it doesn't matter whether you lose points or not now? Do you think that as long as Gryffindor wins the House Cup, he will let you and your family go? As long as he succeeds, Hogwarts will definitely no longer exist, and it doesn't matter whether you are expelled or not. He will raze the school to the ground or turn it into a school dedicated to teaching dark magic. I will never surrender to the dark forces. I must go through that trapdoor tonight. You two can't stop me no matter what you say. Harry shook off Hermione's hand and strode towards the corridor on the 4th floor. At the same time, Moon has completed the fertilization task tonight. Not only did he re-add the flame snail fertilizer to the devil's snare, but he also collected a lot of spore powder, a total of more than 30 bottles. Half of it was used to set up new traps, and the other half was carried on his body, ready to be taken back. Although spore powder is only a primary material, Moon found that it is very effective against most magical creatures. Even high-level wizards, once careless, can hardly guard against the sudden attack of these spore powders. Okay, we should leave, Moon said, calling a halt to Bengbeng, who was still digging holes nearby. In order to satisfy Bengbeng's curiosity, Moon specially made a small thickened mask. After Bengbeng put it on, he looked like a little badger wearing a wizard's scarf. It added a bit of clumsiness and cuteness, and he looked like a little magic gentleman. After hearing the call, Bengbeng quickly came back and jumped onto Moon's shoulder. Just when the man and the beast were about to cast magic and open the passage to leave, Bengbeng looked at the ceiling above his head curiously. Shishi, someone is coming. Moon put away his wand and looked in the direction of Bengbeng's eyes. He saw a wave of magic ripples suddenly appear on the originally shabby ceiling. Moon subconsciously hid behind the thick roots of the devil's snare, and then quickly put on the invisibility cloak. His eyes were fixed on the increasingly violent magic fluctuations above. Moon knew very well. The reason why he was able to come here was through the magic door inside Professor Sprout's office. With this method, he could not reach other levels at all. This is one of the reasons why Sprout dared to let Moon take care of the devil's snare. And now, magic fluctuations appeared on the ceiling. There is only one possibility. Someone is breaking through the first level guarded by Lu Wei, and it is very likely that they will break through and come here. That is, not long after Moon hid, the magic fluctuations on the ceiling completely disappeared. The trapdoor that existed originally also appeared, with a creaking sound. As the trapdoor opened, a wizard in a black robe jumped down from it. Chapter 308 Voldemort, Follow Me. The wizard who came down from the trapdoor was obviously well prepared, because he also wore a mask on his face. But the thickness was not as exaggerated as Moon's. As soon as the other party jumped down, he was entangled by the devil's net without surprise. Moon, hiding in the dark, could clearly observe the other party's movements. At the moment when he was entangled, the magic wand in the black-robed wizard's hand instantly flashed a flash of fire. The other party should want to use fire to burn the devil's net. But at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Use the bubblehead curse first. Moon was startled by the voice, and he glanced around. He found that there was no third person present. But the voice did not sound like talking to himself, but like ordering someone. Then Moon locked onto the wizard bar on the black-robed wizard's head. This is the most special wizard he has ever seen. He is also the only Professor Quirrell who has 2 wizard bars. When Moon doubted the other party's identity, the black-robed wizard had already cast the bubblehead curse and fire spell. The thick branches of the devil's snare quickly let go of him and hid. "Master, thank goodness you reacted quickly. I didn't expect there would be more than 30 pots of ghost face mushrooms here." Hearing the familiar voice, Moon was finally able to confirm the other party's identity. But who was the master that Quirrell was talking about? Where was he? And how did Quirrell pass the first level? Was the collar of the puffy wool broken? These questions flashed through Moon's mind quickly. Then, he quickly suppressed these thoughts. Moon knew very well that he had to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. After all, facing a professor, he was not sure of winning. Just when Moon was about to quietly perform, Windpath, to leave, the trapdoor above was opened again. Quirrell was obviously very nervous. He subconsciously wanted to hide. But when he saw that the figure jumping down was Harry, he immediately stopped. Then, Quirrell stood there and watched the three little wizards jump into the arms of the devil's snare. "Oh, what is this? It's wrapped around my feet." Ron was the first to notice the abnormality. Unable to see anything in the darkness, he was so frightened that he could only move his body randomly. But the more he moved, the tighter he was entangled. "Me too, I can't move at all," Harry also responded urgently beside him. "Don't move, this is a devil's snare, I'm trying to figure out how to kill them to death." Hermione's voice sounded at the same time. But at the end, she seemed to be falling asleep, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Hermione, what's wrong with you?" As Harry's voice became smaller and smaller, the surroundings returned to silence again. In just 2 sentences, the three little wizards fainted completely. This is the power of more than 30 pots of sleeping fungi. The devil's snare that entangled Harry and the others gradually loosened its restraints after not feeling the shaking of the prey. Then it slowly pulled the branches and hung them on the vines high up. Quirrell had been watching quietly beside him. When Harry and the others were completely motionless, he slowly walked forward. "I didn't expect that the enhanced level could actually deal with the students of Hogwarts." Quirrell was very happy. He originally thought that it was a professor who followed. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to fight. But now there were only 3 little wizards, and they were still little wizards without fighting power. This made him see no threat at all. Just when Quirrell was secretly happy, the hoarse voice appeared again. "Get rid of Harry Potter first." Yes." Master Quirrell was just stunned for a moment, and then immediately drew out his wand. When he just pointed his wand at Harry, suddenly, a flying blade came from the dark, and the sound of cutting through the air. Whoosh! Quirrell subconsciously waved an iron armor spell to block in front of him. It just barely offset the spell attacking him. "God of Swords! Severus, is that you?" The hoarse voice sounded again. Only then did Moon come out from behind the roots of the devil's snare. "Professor, long time no see, Scarlett. Are you alone?" Quirrell no longer stuttered, and he subconsciously tilted his head to look at where Moon was hiding. After finding that there was no one else, he looked at Moon intently. "Yes, I'm the only one." Seeing Moon so calm, Quirrell became suspicious. He took a few steps back and carefully observed the places around him where he could hide. Moon just stood there. He had plenty of time to leave just now. But after seeing Quirrell pointing his wand at Harry, he chose to stay. But Moon knew very well that it was obviously impossible to subdue Quirrell with his own strength. The best way was to ask for help. So Bengbeng had been sent out by him at this time. What Moon had to do now was to delay the other party as much as possible. "Professor, haven't you always wanted to guide me? And you said you could solve my problems." Moon had been wearing a thick mask on his face, and his voice was not as crisp as before. Fortunately, the mask also covered up the panic in his voice. "Of course, but you have been holding your wand to the professor. This doesn't mean you want to ask for advice." Quirrell's heart was also beating. If the master behind him hadn't reminded him just now, he might not have been able to avoid the God's Edge. Quirrell had never seen a student cast a spell so quickly. This was much more powerful than what he had seen in the duel. And Quirrell could clearly feel it. The God of War just now was clearly aimed at his neck. This kind of spell that wanted to kill with one blow and was full of murderous aura could never be the magic taught in Hogwarts. "Oh, sorry, Professor, I just thought you were a bad guy, so I started it in advance." "Then can you put your wand down now?" Quirrell narrowed his eyes slightly. He kept staring at the wand in Moon's hand and the defense badge on his chest. He was confident that he could subdue Moon more quickly. But that badge was a big trouble. "Oh, Professor, don't you think it's inconvenient to talk like this?" Maybe I can help you clean up these ghost face mushrooms, Moon said, pointing to the sleepy face mushroom pod at the root of the devil's snare with his left hand. The wand in his right hand was still not put down. You don't have to worry about these little things, Quirrell said and casually cast a burning flame. More than 30 pots of water lily mushrooms were ignited in an instant and burned quickly. Fortunately, Harry and the others were hung far away at this time, otherwise they would definitely enjoy the taste of baking. Okay, now we can finally put down our wands and have a chat? When all the potted plants of sleeping mushrooms completely disappeared in the sea of fire, Quirrell took off the bubblehead curse, untied the mask on his face, and smiled at Moon. I actually admire you very much, Mr. Scarlett. Quirrell paused for a moment, and then quickly added. Or rather, my master admires you more. Quirrell was actually very anxious in his heart. After all, he didn't know how much time he had left. But now all his actions were controlled by others, and he could only follow the orders behind his head. So that's the case. I wonder if I have the honor to meet your master, Professor. Moon didn't know if he forgot or for some other reason. He hadn't taken off his thick mask. My master is not. Quirrell hadn't finished his sentence, and his hoarse voice sounded again. Meet him, all right, master, Quirrell said as he glared at Moon coldly, then raised his hand to untie the cloth wrapped around his head. As dozens of brown and black cloth strips fell, Quirrell turned his back to Moon. Mr. Scarlett, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Seeing these strange scenes, Moon's breathing tightened. He wanted to say something, but he held it back. Where Quirrell's back of the head should have been, there was a hideous and terrifying face. The face was as white as chalk, the red eyes were shining, and below were two snake-like long nostrils. This was even more terrifying and disgusting than the bloody monster Moon had seen on the archipelago. I know you want to delay time, but Dumbledore is far away in London now. When he comes back, I will have already left. The pair of red eyes stared at Moon. It seemed that in an instant, he saw through all his thoughts. Moon finally confirmed the other party's true identity at this time. The mysterious man mentioned by Ron, the only enemy that Dumbledore needs to treat seriously. The Dark Lord, Voldemort. And Voldemort really doesn't seem to worry that Dumbledore will come back. As he spoke, he walked back and forth in the corridor unscrupulously. It seemed that he was showing off, and it also seemed that he was putting pressure on Moon. Come with me, Scarlett, I can remove the curse on you, and I can also teach you the most powerful black magic in the world, and even give you respected and supreme power, Master. This, Quirrell interrupted at this time, but was immediately scolded by Voldemort. Shut up. If it weren't for you failing to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, would we have to go through so much trouble, Master? I know I was wrong, Quirrell responded quickly, and then immediately lowered his head. This also allowed Voldemort to hold his head high and look at Moon with contempt. See? Scarlett, this is the benefit of power. Everyone will bow down to you. As long as you follow me, you will also have such power. I don't know if he really saw through Moon's desire deep in his heart. Voldemort kept describing to Moon the various benefits brought by power, magic, and status. Okay, I promise you, but can you let my friends go first? Moon said, holding the wand in his hand. Them? Oh, these two can. But Harry Potter can't. Voldemort shook his head slightly. Before Moon asked the reason, his voice became hideous again. It's because of him that I became like this, with only steam and shadow left, not even a soul. This makes me have to share a body with others to recover some strength, as Voldemort said. He stared at Harry, who was hung in the air by the devil's net. The boy who survived, I made him. Now, it's time for him to return it to me. Chapter 309 Severus, long time no see. While Voldemort was talking, Quirrell's body was also wandering around. Although Moon didn't know who was in control of this body, he knew very well that Quirrell had walked into the trap he had designed in advance. When Quirrell raised his wand at Harry again, Moon's thunder explosion shot out instantly. The dozen bottles of spore powder buried around Quirrell exploded instantly. The dense white spore powder mist completely buried Quirrell in it. The concentration of this spore powder is more than 100 times higher than that in the air just now. Quirrell only said one word, and fell to the ground with a bang. Even though he heard the sound of Quirrell falling to the ground, Moon didn't take another step forward out of curiosity. He didn't know if these spore powders could stop Voldemort. Just when Moon was about to cast a spell to rescue Hermione and the others, the trapdoor above the ceiling opened again. Snape fell lightly. On his shoulder, Bengbeng was still shouting to Moon. Chidgey, I called for help. The moment Snape jumped down, he cast the Bubblehead Curse on himself. After landing, he first looked at the dense spore powder fog beside him, and then looked at Moon. Professor, there are Quirrell and... Moon's words were not finished yet. The originally calm spore powder fog rolled up in an instant, as if some terrible monster was born in it. Then, Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded again. Severus, I didn't expect that we can meet here again. After hearing this, Snape's body stiffened suddenly. His pupils contracted suddenly, and he slowly turned his head and looked at the white fog behind him. At this time, in the spore powder fog, a pale white shadow slowly floated up. After leaving the spore powder range, the color of this pale white shadow became lighter and lighter. Then, there was only a little transparent trace, floating gently in the air. Moon was also very surprised at this time. He knew very well that almost no wizard could escape the invasion of spore powder. Why was Voldemort intact? That's right. Steam and shadow. Moon suddenly thought of what Voldemort had just said to himself. Voldemort was not a real person now. These magic and magical plants were useless to him. Professor, he is volume. Moon was about to remind Snape of the true identity of the white shadow. But Snape raised his hand to interrupt him, and his voice became unusually calm. I know who he is. As Snape's voice fell, the transparent shadow gradually flew in front of him. Then Moon found that Snape actually lowered his head slightly. Hey, long time no see, Severus. I heard that you are enjoying your life in Hogwarts very much as Voldemort's voice sounded. Snape looked down at his left arm expressionlessly. All Death Eaters had been engraved with a dark mark in the same place. This was the magic that the Dark Lord used to summon servants. Over the past decade, Snape has not given up on studying the dark mark. He even made a small adjustment to the mark. If it was 12 years ago, facing the Dark Lord, the mark should have felt a burning sensation, and it would have even made him unable to raise the thought of resistance. But now, the mark has no reaction at all. Moon has been observing Snape. He found that the tip of the professor's wand drooped slightly. Moon, who has experienced many magic battles, knows very well that this posture is neither defensive nor offensive. What is Snape thinking? Fortunately, you are here, Severus. There is absolutely no need for us to destroy our relationship for a mudblood. As long as you can help me get the Philosopher's Stone, I think our time will come early. Voldemort, who was left with only a white shadow, kept floating around Snape. Moon could hear some of what he said, but he couldn't understand some of it at all. However, when Voldemort mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, Snape's body trembled obviously. The Philosopher's Stone is under the strict supervision of Dumbledore, and he has set up special checkpoints to guard it. Snape's words stopped there. Voldemort did not wander around anymore. He stared at Snape's eyes, as if he wanted to draw some conclusions. Tisk, Dumbledore's checkpoints, no wonder you can't solve them, but he still didn't tell you anything, Voldemort sneered. Then he controlled his body and looked in the direction of the next checkpoint. We have to go and take a look, what do you think, Severus? Okay, I'll go with you, Snape said coldly, and winked at Moon, signaling him to leave quickly. Then Snape took a step forward and stood between Moon and Voldemort. Oh, wait, since Dumbledore has set a new level, Harry Potter must be brought along. I know him too well, this is his usual style, he always thinks this boy can beat me. What do you think, Severus? Voldemort said, looking up at Harry hanging in the air, with a sneer on his lips. Snape stood there hesitantly. He kept looking at the transparent shadow. His wand subconsciously wanted to shake, but it stopped abruptly. Of course, Snape said as he walked forward, first using, God of Swords, to cut off the vines of the Devil's Snare. Harry fell instantly. Another, floating spell, was cast. Harry stopped steadily in the air. Oh, a nice little spell, Voldemort did not hesitate to praise him. But Snape did not show any expression. Now, can we go? Snape said, and cast another, summoning spell, on Harry floating in the air. This way, Harry will always be within his protection. No, I need to bring my favorite student with me. Student? Snape followed Voldemort's gaze. Moon, who was supposed to stay where he was, had sneaked to a dark corner. Moon had already taken out his wand. He even silently recited a scale of the spell of Wind Path. But at the same time, he was targeted by the other two. Student, Moon was also a little surprised. Although he studied defense against the dark arts with Quirrell, it should have nothing to do with Voldemort. When did he become Voldemort's favorite student? Mr. Scarlett, You just promised me, as long as I don't hurt your friends, you will come with me to learn the most powerful dark magic, right? It's over. It's completely unclear. Moon wanted to explain it, but when he saw Snape's complicated eyes, he took the initiative to shut up. Explaining now will only make things more confusing. Then, a strange relationship was born between the three of them. Moon didn't know what Snape's attitude towards Voldemort was, but he knew very well that he was definitely not bewitched by Voldemort. But what was the matter with Snape's cold eyes looking at him? The strange relationship made the three of them temporarily at peace. No, to be precise, it was a strange balance between the two and a strange existence. This also allowed them to temporarily move on to the next level. With Snape, the next level was not difficult for them at all. Flying key, Voldemort recognized the most correct one at a glance. Then a God of Swords was issued, and the key fell to the ground. Moon picked up the key and opened the door. Giant wizard chess, Voldemort commanded. Snape used his wand to control Harry and Moon and the other two, and they quickly passed the level. Not even a chess piece was destroyed. Potion guessing, it was even simpler. After seeing Voldemort pass through the flames, there was no sign of injury. Snape just waved his wand. The black flame blocking the door was completely extinguished. The most difficult level appeared. Dumbledore actually moved the mirror of Ares here. No matter how Voldemort wandered in front of the mirror, he could not get any clues. Snape was also arranged to take a look, but I don't know what he saw. After just one glance, Snape immediately turned his head away, and his eyes became a little wet. There is no need to cry for a mudblood, Severus. After seeing this scene, Voldemort showed a mocking expression on his face. But then he immediately put away his expression and floated in front of Snape. I have mastered the secret of eternal life. As long as you can help me get the Philosopher's Stone, I don't mind sharing this secret with you. Moon didn't know if Snape was tempted. Anyway, when Voldemort was talking, he noticed that Snape's hand holding the wand trembled slightly. Now, let my favorite student try it, Voldemort said and looked at Moon. Snape also cast a curious look, although he knew that Harry was the most important part of Dumbledore's plan. But there are too many secrets in the little line in front of him. He still can't see through it. He can't guarantee that Dumbledore will not link the method of passing the level to Moon. Moon has no other choice at this time. He walked to the front of the magic mirror and looked at the scene inside. After Christmas, Moon looked in the mirror of Ares. At that time, it showed only a strange scene. But now, a figure appeared in the magic mirror. Dumbledore appeared. And he shook his head slightly at Moon. There is no clue to the Philosopher's Stone. Moon knew that Voldemort could see through other people's minds. So he just answered the truth. It seems that my guess is very accurate. The key is Harry Potter. Voldemort only glanced at Moon, and then floated above Harry. After reaching the last level, Harry was placed on the floor next to him, and there is no sign of waking up until now. I need him to wake up, and I need to control his body. This should not be difficult for you, Severus. After confirming that Harry is the key to the last level, Voldemort no longer wants to wait. Snape hesitated when he heard this. He noticed that Voldemort was staring at Harry with a cold smile. His heart tightened and he walked over quickly. I know you can't be without the antidote. Let Harry wake up so that I can occupy his body. Snape trembled when he heard this. The reason why he didn't wake Harry up just now was that he wanted to protect him. But unexpectedly, Voldemort saw through it all. Looking at Voldemort's current state, Snape was still a little unsure. But the potion. While Snape was still struggling, Harry woke up by himself. When he saw those gem-like green eyes again, Snape immediately raised his wand. Facing Voldemort. Chapter 310 The Dark Lord's Reliance. It was the first time that Moon had seen Snape so furious. His face was twisted, his eyes were fierce, and even the veins on his neck were bulging. Is this still Snape? Moon was still thinking, and Snape had already shouted an unfamiliar spell. As the spell fell, the tip of Snape's wand instantly emitted a green fluorescent light. This spell made Moon feel a huge malice. He had no idea how to stop such a spell. But when this green spell hit Voldemort, it actually went straight through his body. And he himself, or the shadow, was completely unharmed. Voldemort obviously didn't expect Snape to take action. He paused for a moment, then looked at Snape in astonishment. You half-blood bastard, you actually dared to attack me. Voldemort couldn't accept this situation at all for a moment. He roared loudly, and the shadow instantly expanded several times. Aren't you a half-blood? I begged you. I begged you to let her go, but you didn't, Snape yelled, while stretching out his left hand again. After holding the wand with both hands, the green fluorescence instantly doubled. But this spell still had no effect on Voldemort. The shadow just let the green spell pass through the body without any discomfort. Did you see the shadow of that woman in this boy? Voldemort reacted quickly. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth again. Controlling his body, he slowly approached Snape along the green spell. What's her name? Lily Evans. Shut up. You don't deserve to say her name. Snape was like a madman at this time. As his roar continued to increase, the power of the spell became stronger and stronger. Okay, I won't say it, but don't you realize that women have completely made you lose your mind? Severus, think about it. When you followed me before, you were so calm, wise, and ambitious, and now, you have been blinded by a woman. Put down your wand, and I will share the secret of eternal life with you. Moon was supporting Harry against the wall at this time. The two little wizards also looked at the duel in the field with a blank face. Moon should be the most sober person in the field except Voldemort. He has also discovered that Snape's mind has indeed been affected. Whether it is because of what Snape saw from Harry, or Voldemort's bewitching words. Snape's mental state seems particularly wrong. Seeing Voldemort getting closer and closer to Snape, Moon and Harry became nervous. Just when Voldemort was about to get close to the tip of Snape's wand, the green spell suddenly disappeared. Snape then recited another spell. Voldemort's shadow trembled, but it still had no effect. Oh, if the killing curse doesn't work, will the imperious curse work? You don't really think I'm a soul, do you? Then you are too naive. Although I can't do it now, I am also not afraid of all your spells. As Voldemort's voice fell, Snape finally stopped casting spells unwillingly. Although he had discovered that his spells had no effect on Voldemort. But he still held up his wand and didn't dare to relax at all. I think you have also noticed that this is the benefit of immortality. No matter how seriously injured I am, I will not be killed. I don't even know what I belong to. I don't know if it was because he was really confident or because no one had talked to him for a long time. Voldemort had no fear of the three wizards in front of him. He even boasted about the benefits of immortality while talking. Do you know why your spells can't kill me? Voldemort said, and he boldly floated on Snape's shoulder. Snape just squinted his eyes and looked at him coldly. Because I am completely out of this world now. And even the moon I see is crimson, and you actually use the magic of this world to attack me outside the world. How can you succeed? You are a lunatic. Snape finally said something. His tone was very fierce. I can forgive your rudeness, as long as you return to me. Okay, then let them go. Snape's eyes kept turning around Voldemort. Behind him was Moon and Harry. Them? No. The curse on Mr. Scarlet can help me solve a big problem. I haven't got the Philosopher's Stone either, so Harry Potter can't leave either. Hearing what Voldemort said, not only Moon was surprised, Harry was also a little confused. He didn't know yet that he was the key to the level that Voldemort thought of. You two leave first, I'll find a way to hold him back. Finding that there was no room for negotiation, Snape kicked towards Voldemort furiously. Harry wanted to say something else, but Moon immediately covered his mouth. Moon knew Harry's reckless character very well, but now was definitely not the time to show off. Let go. Moon was a whole head taller than Harry and much stronger. He covered Harry's mouth with one hand and hugged Harry with the other hand and walked back quickly. You don't really think that I can't hurt you? Hearing Voldemort's words, Snape's eyes widened suddenly. But he hadn't reacted yet. The white shadow left his side in an instant and flew in the direction of Harry. He wants to possess Harry, Snape shouted and raised his wand in the direction of Harry. Moon couldn't help but be a little stunned. He originally thought that Voldemort had to get the permission of the original owner of the body to possess others. And as long as he and Harry disagreed, they could temporarily escape from danger. But Voldemort's current actions have exceeded his expectations. And Voldemort's speed is too fast. Before Moon pointed his wand at the other party, Voldemort had already approached Harry's nose. It was at this moment. A translucent silver light suddenly slid in front of Moon. Voldemort's shadow also stopped in front of Harry and stopped moving. Moon's left hand kept covering Harry's mouth, and he could clearly feel the trembling of Harry's facial muscles. Woo. Solved. Harry and Moon had no idea what happened. They just suddenly saw that there was a transparent silver-white dough in the field. The light on the dough was very bright and soft. The hair and eyes outlined by the silver light were lifelike. Moon even felt that the doe was running in the light and then stopped beside Snape. Snape's expression at this time was also a little confused. "You two leave first," he waved his hand, with an anxious expression on his face. But just when Moon was dragging Harry to retreat, Voldemort's voice sounded again. "It's ironic that a dark wizard can cast the Patronus charm," Voldemort said, and the shadow began to float around Moon and Harry. The two little wizards did not move. They just kept staring at Voldemort's shadow. "What do you want to do?" Snape's psychological defenses were shaken when he found that the Patronus charm could not harm Voldemort. "What do I want? Of course your body. Before I fully recover, I need a body that can perfectly carry my huge magic power, and you, Severus, are my chosen target." In fact, the moment Snape opened the trapdoor and appeared, Voldemort had set his sights on Snape. Voldemort had seen all of Snape's temptations along the way. And this was also Voldemort's temptation to Snape. Until Snape raised his wand to him, Voldemort knew that his plan was half successful. And the second half, he was just gambling. No one can know what is going on with his current physical condition. But this half has a greater chance of winning. Because he himself doesn't know what his current state is. As long as others don't understand, Voldemort will have enough bargaining chips. Completely let go of your brain and heart, just for a moment. Believe me, it will be quick. If you don't agree, then I can only choose the child of your beloved woman. Voldemort has been floating around Harry and Moon, his eyes revealing greed from time to time. Snape really didn't dare to gamble. He didn't know if Voldemort could really take over Harry's body when he was weak. But even if there was only 1% of this situation, he would never allow it. Never allow Voldemort's dirty body to defile those eyes. Harry was still in his circle at this time. And Moon had just figured out all of Voldemort's plans. The Dark Lord not only wanted the cursed energy in his body, he also wanted to obtain the Philosopher's Stone through Harry. What he wanted more was actually Snape's complete and powerful wizard body. From Moon's point of view, it would be harder than climbing to the sky for this plan to succeed. And Voldemort. He was able to turn the situation around in such a short time and put himself in the initiative. It was not until this moment that Moon truly felt the horror of the Dark Lord. All that he had heard before was not as shocking as what he saw before his eyes. He finally understood why Dumbledore was always so cautious with Voldemort, even to the point of treading on thin ice. The Dark Lord's magical power is undoubtedly very powerful. But what is more frightening is his brain full of conspiracy and extremely smart. And his agile thinking can capture any opportunity in an instant. And his words are good at bewitching people. Silently controlling people's hearts, making people willingly become pawns. When Voldemort's voice fell, Snape did not hesitate at all. He skillfully took out a glass bottle with a silver chain from his pocket. In the bottle, there was a withered lily stem. This was the first gift that the girl gave him. Snape just stared at the flowers in the bottle. Faintly, he seemed to see the pair of green gemstone eyes again, slowly approaching. Snap! When Snape stretched out his hand to greet the girl, the wand fell to the ground. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. You still have to depend on me. Everything seemed to be going as Voldemort had expected. He had guessed everyone's thoughts very thoroughly, and had woven them into his own plan. In particular, Voldemort had a deeper understanding of Snape. Whether it was the previous verbal temptation, or bringing Harry to the last level, or finally arranging for Snape to look at the Mirror of Erised. Every step here was in Voldemort's plan. And now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. When Snape's wand slipped from his hand, Voldemort showed a mocking smile on his face. I told you a long time ago that women and even emotions will only become a burden to a great wizard, but you just don't believe it. Voldemort seemed to have one. After leaving Harry and Moon behind, he drifted towards Snape with ease. It was for that woman before, and now it's for that woman's child. Severus, it seems that you are destined not to be a great wizard. I have to keep the secret of immortality to myself. As Voldemort's voice fell, Snape showed a look of relief on his face. His eyes began to slowly disperse around him. Even his ears actively filtered out Voldemort's voice. He really didn't want to hear a voice that had nothing to do with that girl at the last moment of his life. Seeing Snape's pupils change, Voldemort knew that Snape had completely let down his guard. This state could also ensure that he could perfectly receive a real wizard's body. Thinking of this, Voldemort laughed even louder. He knew very well that as long as he controlled Snape's body, no one in Hogwarts could stop him. The next thing to do was to get the Philosopher's Stone and take his favorite student away from this school. The speed of the transparent shadow suddenly increased. But just when Voldemort was about to fly into Snape's brain, something strange happened. In front of Snape, who had given up casting any magic, a white magic mirror appeared. Voldemort, who was not prepared, hit it and was immediately bounced out, accompanied by Voldemort's shrill screams. Harry was extremely shocked at this time. His eyes were wide open, and he could even fit an egg in his mouth. He was very sure that he had seen it very clearly. The defensive mirror standing in front of Snape was summoned by Moon with magic. But what kind of magic was this? Just now, Snape had cast so many powerful spells, but none of them could threaten Voldemort. Why did this spell work? When did this friend who had been sleeping next to him become so powerful? Harry suddenly felt that he didn't know Moon anymore. At this time, Snape, who had given up resistance, was interrupted by Voldemort's shrill screams. He first stared at the transparent shadow in the corner that was constantly expanding, shrinking, and becoming deformed. Then he looked at the wand in Moon's hand. He frowned and his mouth slowly opened. What happened just now was completely unexpected for Snape. He subconsciously reached out and touched the white magic barrier in front of him. The expression of giving up and relief on his face was gradually replaced by astonishment. This is actually true. Voldemort was beaten back, but what kind of magic is this? Why have I never seen it before? Snape had many questions in his mind at this time. But before he could ask, Voldemort, who was beaten back to the wall, gradually regained his composure. When the shrill scream stopped, Voldemort's hoarse and terrifying voice sounded again. But this time he aimed at Moon. I never thought that I would see such wonderful magic again, Voldemort said as he slowly wandered back from the dark wall. The expression on his face became very crazy, his tone was full of curiosity, but his eyes were full of greed. My favorite student, I didn't expect you to bring me another unexpected surprise. The color of Voldemort's shadow dimmed a little at this time. However, the threat he posed to Moon and the other two was still not much reduced. Snape finally came to his senses at this time. He didn't have time to ask Moon what was going on. He picked up his wand and wanted to cast a spell on Voldemort again. But at this time he didn't know what kind of spell to use: imprisonment spell, barriers, freezing spell, invisible sharpness, crucio. He tried these spells one by one, but none of them could stop Voldemort from stopping. Voldemort no longer paid attention to Snape at this time, but kept approaching Moon. Mr. Scarlett, if you are willing to share these magical secrets with me, then I don't mind letting you enjoy the right to inherit the throne. Think about it, that is the power and status that all wizards in the entire wizarding world yearn for, and you just need to nod and agree, and you can get it easily. Watching Voldemort getting closer and closer, Moon cast a mirror light protection, again without any hesitation. A huge magic mirror appeared in front of him and Harry, wrapping the two people tightly. This mirror also became a gap between them and Voldemort that could not be crossed for the time being. Oh, yes, I remember it clearly. It's like this. When Voldemort saw the magical effect of mirror protection, again, the expression on his face became very wonderful. He didn't rush to attack anyone this time, but just kept wandering back and forth in front of the mirror. Although it's not strong enough, the effect is the same. Voldemort carefully examined the magical mirror and looked at Moon's trembling right hand. Mr. Scarlett, don't insist, I won't hurt you, I'm really only interested in the secrets in you. Come with me, you will be my only heir. Moon knew what to do and didn't respond this time. Voldemort's meticulous thinking ability and bewitching words just now made him afraid to think about it now. Even Snape would be lured by Voldemort to give up his body. Moon was afraid that he would say something wrong and then fall into the trap. After all, Moon knew very well that he also had secrets and desires in his heart. And these are precisely the weapons that Voldemort can easily control and quickly take the initiative. Moon still tried to maintain mirror protection. This spell came from Mirror Tide of the Unbelievers. According to the information collected by Moon, this magic was created to resist the holy magic attack of the Holy Church. Later, after Moon's improvement, this set of magic can be cast using a wand and spells. It has also become the current mirror protection. No matter where the enemy's attack comes from, this spell can be accurately rebounded. Especially after a period of time, Moon has used this spell to continuously resist the invasion of the curse in the brain. The power of mirror protection has increased by more than double than before. Of course, the reason why Moon was able to think of using this spell to resist Voldemort was because of Voldemort's own reminder. I am now only left with steam and shadows. This is a sentence revealed by Voldemort when he was too proud. Among all the spells mastered by Moon, only mirror protection can resist such a magical existence. Give up, Mr. Scarlett. I am indeed afraid of this spell, but your spell casting speed and persistence time are far inferior to my flying speed. Or do you have the confidence to protect 3 people at the same time? Seeing that Moon remained silent, Voldemort gradually became anxious. He floated faster and faster around Harry and Moon. Moon, holding his wand, kept swinging back and forth in the direction of the other party's movement. Well, it seems that you don't plan to share your secret with me. Then I can only occupy a body first and then discuss with you. I don't know if you can withstand the attack of a potion professor. When Voldemort was studying the mirror light protection in front of Moon. Because there was no support from Moon, the defensive mirror light in front of Snape slowly dissipated. Although occupying a body will cause some damage, I can't care so much, Voldemort said, and had adjusted his direction to face Snape. Don't worry about me. I will try my best to hold him back. You leave first, Snape said and ran out quickly. He couldn't tell whether what Voldemort said was true or false. But what he could do was to stay away from his students as much as possible. Even if he was possessed, he hoped that Moon and the others would have enough time to escape. Moon didn't think too much at this time. He was also very clear that his spell casting speed was far slower than Voldemort's. But he had other things to assist in casting spells. Moon first swung his wand in the direction of Snape. In an instant, a defensive mirror appeared in front of Snape again, wrapping his entire body in it. What a stupid lion! When the mirror appeared, Snape roared and looked back quickly. I saw that the spell in front of Moon began to dissipate. Voldemort also began to turn around. Everything just now was a trap that Voldemort had set for Moon. He knew too well that these little lions would always make the opposite choice from others when making important decisions. But Voldemort also found that there seemed to be something more on the little lion in front of him. 5 magic rings of different shapes and colors, but unique shapes have been worn on Moon's left hand. These are the spoils that Moon searched out from Fort Colin after he wiped out the Faithless when he returned to the archipelago last time. Mirror Light Blessing was originally a magic obtained from the Faithless. These 5 auxiliary rings can not only allow Moon to cast spells quickly and conveniently, but also enhance the power of the spell. In the emergency just now, Moon obviously did not have time to wear these 5 rings. But he still has a trump card. That is Bengbeng, who has been hiding in his pocket. These 5 rings have also been in the small pocket in front of Bengbeng's belly. After receiving Moon's instructions, Bengbeng reluctantly put the rings on Moon. Bang! When Voldemort rushed to Moon again, a mirror light protective shield that was more dazzling than before had already formed. How is it possible? Who are you? Why do you have so many secrets? Chapter 312, Dumbledore's Curious Magic. Voldemort finally lost his composure. His expression was horrified, and his voice became heartbreaking. Looking at Voldemort, who was roaring outside the magic mirror, Harry was terrified. He really thought Voldemort would turn around and attack him. But this time he was blocked by Moon again. If the first time was a coincidence, the second time would definitely prove Moon's strength. Even at this moment, Harry looked at Moon's back, and his eyes were a little hot. Thinking about how he just wanted to break free of Moon's hand and deal with Voldemort alone, Harry felt a little ashamed. As for Snape at this time, he was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. Just now, he subconsciously wanted to fly over and block Moon. But he didn't expect that such a huge crisis was quietly resolved by the stupid line he mentioned. Chee! It was at this moment. A crisp chirping sound suddenly rang in the castle. After hearing this sound, Voldemort stopped his meaningless roar. He looked at Moon fiercely and issued a final ultimatum. Moon Scarlet, I will get you sooner or later. After saying this, Voldemort's figure quickly rushed into the darkness. In a short while, he disappeared. Phoenix Fox is back. It means that Dumbledore has returned to Hogwarts. As expected. Just after Voldemort disappeared for a while, at the entrance of the checkpoint room, a white light suddenly appeared. Then, a white-haired old man walked out of the white light. I hope I come back at the right time, looking at the warm smile on Dumbledore's face. Moon and Harry knew. The crisis is really over. It was only now that Moon remembered the words Dumbledore left for him, leaving, but not really leaving. This headmaster is a good riddle. Moon now just wants to complain in his heart. Headmaster, are you back too late? Was he controlled by the leg-locking curse on the way? Obviously, Moon is not the only one who has the same idea. You're back just in time. Dumbledore, Snape's voice came from behind. There was a lot of complaints and anger in his tone. As Snape approached, Moon found that the glass bottle that Snape had held in his hand had disappeared, replaced by the one that he had thrown on the ground before. Really? I didn't expect the time to be so accurate. Dumbledore was obviously not teased by Snape. He smiled and spoke, but his eyes kept drifting to Moon beside him. Professor, you don't know, that was Voldemort just now. He wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone and also wanted to take over Moon and me. Harry finally reacted at this time and began to tell Dumbledore everything. However, he only knew the second half. When it came to the things when he was unconscious, he could only look at Moon for help. Don't worry, Mr. Potter, the Philosopher's Stone has not been stolen, and you and Mr. Scarlett are the same. You are not possessed, Dumbledore said as he walked over and patted Harry on the shoulder. You'd better go check on your friends now. They've just woken up and need your help. Oh, Ron and Hermione, they've been caught in the devil's snare. After Dumbledore's reminder, Harry remembered how serious the matter was that he had forgotten. Don't worry, they're safe now, they just need you to lead them out. Okay, thank you, Professor, Harry said as he quickly got up and ran outside. Moon was also about to leave, but was stopped by Dumbledore. Mr. Scarlett, maybe you can describe your experience to me in detail again. Well, okay. Professor, where do you want to start? To be honest, Moon didn't want to stay. When Dumbledore came back just now, Moon realized how big a trouble he was involved in. Whether it was what Voldemort said, or Dumbledore's meticulous arrangement, or the thrilling fight he had just experienced. All of them made Moon clearly realize the terrible extent of this trouble. And what he wanted to do was to stay away from this trouble and not get involved. Let's start with you taking care of the devil's snare. After all, you have experienced everything that happened later. Moon knew what Dumbledore asked. Everything here might have been in Dumbledore's plan. After all, only he and Professor Sprout knew the detailed time of taking care of the devil's snare. Well, I had already finished fertilizing the devil's snare and was about to leave, and then the trapdoor above my head opened. Wait, are you saying that Voldemort called you his favorite student? Yes, although I don't know why he called me that. Seeing Dumbledore's scrutinizing eyes, Moon hurriedly explained. The words left by Voldemort before he left were very suggestive. He was also very worried that Dumbledore would link him to Voldemort. Oh, don't worry, keep talking. Perhaps seeing Moon's worries, Dumbledore responded with a smile. Then we started to break through the barriers. When we got here, Voldemort wanted to occupy Professor Snape's body. In the end, Fawkes shouted, and then Voldemort ran away. When Moon finished telling the story, Dumbledore asked another curious question. So, you used magic to stop Voldemort's plan to possess you? Well, it should be like this. Moon's attitude was not clear. Not should, it was, Snape answered very affirmatively. That kind of magic is very strange. I have never seen it. It should be able to rebound the enemy's attack. When Moon was telling the story, Snape was also recalling the effect of the magical spell just now. According to what he saw at the time, Snape was very sure. Voldemort was rebounded by his own black magic, which caused the color of his shadow to fade and his strength to decline a lot. I see, so what Voldemort wants to get is actually the magic secret you have mastered. Dumbledore stared at Moon with burning eyes, constantly thinking about Voldemort's motives. Mr. Scully, can you please cast the defensive magic you just used? Dumbledore didn't see mirror protection with his own eyes. But he knew very well that the magic that could make Voldemort temporarily give up the idea of robbing his body and try to get it must be very magical. Of course, Moon agreed very readily. In his opinion, mirror protection was just a simple spell. The defensive effect it played was sometimes not as great as armor charm. Since this spell could restrict Voldemort, it only needed to be handed over to Dumbledore. Then let this greatest headmaster subdue or destroy Voldemort. Then Moon's crisis would be completely resolved. After all, no wizard wants to be targeted by the Dark Lord. Moon quickly cast mirror protection. When he really saw the magic effect, Dumbledore knew why Voldemort was so concerned about this magic. So that's it. Dumbledore walked around Moon in a full circle. From time to time, he touched the mirror light with his hand to feel the magical energy on it. Although he was calm on the surface, deep down in his heart, he had already stirred up a lot of waves. He had only seen such magical energy in one person. That was Harry after Lily died. When Dumbledore knew that this kind of magic could restrain Voldemort, he also studied it carefully. But after studying the essence of this magic, which requires selfless love, Dumbledore knew that he might never be able to master it. But now the magic cast by Moon gave him hope again. Although Moon's spell was not very perfect and the power was smaller, but it was enough to fight Voldemort in a weak state. How is this possible? When Dumbledore was still examining Moon's spell, Snape had already waved his wand and tried to learn it. However, he failed to cast the defensive mirror light after 3 consecutive spells. Moon and Dumbledore were also attracted by his words and looked over the same spell, the same way of swinging the wand. But Snape just couldn't cast it. Dumbledore did not draw out his wand to try. He just stretched out the index finger of his right hand, waved it slightly, and then shook his head helplessly. It seems that this secret belongs to you alone, Mr. Scarlett, and no one can take it away. Dumbledore, who has a lot of experience in magic, knows it very well. Some magic is very strange. Some people are destined to master it, and some are destined not to master it. Some people will be more powerful after learning it, while some people will have no power at all. Just like Voldemort is better at transfiguration than the dark magic. Moon was also very surprised at this time. He originally cast this spell just to let Dumbledore learn it and then deal with Voldemort. But now both professors can't learn it. This caught Moon off guard. But seeing Professor Snape tried again unwillingly, he still couldn't summon the defensive mirror light. Moon knew that this must be related to his special experience. After all, there should be no other wizard who can travel between the 2 worlds now. Mr. Scarlett, I think you should have felt that Voldemort is very interested in your secrets, or rather, he is very interested in you as a whole, and being targeted by him is a very troublesome thing. After discovering that he could not master Moon's spell, Dumbledore quickly changed his attitude towards Moon. Or in other words, the plan in his mind that was originally only aimed at Harry was quickly adjusted. In Dumbledore's view, the protective magic on Harry is indeed very powerful. But it is very passive and will become ineffective when Harry is 17 years old. Although Moon's spell is not powerful enough, there is still a lot of room for growth. The most important thing is that it can be cast at any time to destroy Voldemort's plan. Even as long as the spell is fully deduced, it is likely to cause real harm to Voldemort. So, Mr. Scarlett, are you willing to join my club? Chapter 313. A new member of the Order of the Phoenix. After Dumbledore announced that only Moon could master mirror protection, Moon knew that his plan to use Dumbledore to destroy Voldemort had completely failed. From what Voldemort said when he was leaving, Moon could guess that the Dark Lord was very interested in his secrets. As long as Moon still exists in this world, he will definitely come again. Thinking of this, Moon felt a strong sense of crisis. After all, no wizard is willing to be targeted by the Dark Lord. Especially Voldemort, who is avoided by the entire British magic world. And now for Moon, the best way is to rely on Dumbledore. After all, they have common goals and interests. But before that, Moon has to figure out some things first. Professor, what exactly does the Order of the Phoenix do? Moon has a clear understanding of himself now. Because he has not completed all the courses in Hogwarts, he cannot take the initiative when facing Voldemort. Especially after the battle tonight. Moon was more cautious about these famous wizards. Faced with the olive branch thrown by Dumbledore, he felt it necessary to figure out the other party's intention. Hearing Moon's question, Dumbledore laughed dumbly. It seems that I was too anxious and sent the request without explaining it clearly, but just when Dumbledore was about to explain, Snape stood up and questioned. Principal Dumbledore, don't you think this is too ridiculous? After all, Scarlett is still a first-year student, after trying 5 times in a row. Snape finally gave up the idea of mastering mirror light protection. He walked over slowly, first glanced at Dumbledore, then turned to look at Moon. To be honest, Snape felt particularly awkward now. And this awkwardness came from the fact that Moon had just cast a spell to save him twice. After all, he never thought that he would be saved by the little lion of Gryffindor one day. This uncomfortable feeling made Snape eager to repay this favor. So after hearing Dumbledore's proposal, he immediately stood up to consider Moon. After all, Snape was very familiar with the Order of the Phoenix. Although the organization is still in hiding now. But as long as Voldemort's power rises, the Order of the Phoenix will be the wizard force standing on the front line. By then, being a member of the Order of the Phoenix will be more dangerous than the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry, I know your concerns, Severus. Dumbledore responded to Snape first, then turned to look at Moon. In fact, Mr. Scarlett does not need to assume the responsibilities of a member now, and can also enjoy the protection of the Order of the Phoenix. After answering Snape's doubts, Dumbledore slowly recounted the history of the Order of the Phoenix. According to Dumbledore, the Order of the Phoenix was founded in 1975. It was initiated by him to establish a secret wizard organization to fight against the Death Eaters, founded by Voldemort. In 1981, after the end of the First Wizarding War, the Order of the Phoenix also completely hid. As for the members of the organization, they are scattered all over the UK. It seems that it's almost time to restart the Order of the Phoenix. While Dumbledore was speaking, Moon subconsciously glanced at Fawkes, who was talking to Bengbeng next to him. The name of the Order of the Phoenix should come from this beautiful magical creature. When Moon heard that he didn't need to take responsibility and would enjoy protection, he was actually very tempted. But Moon also knew very well. No one in the world would give you a delicious cheese bread for free. If there really is, the bread would definitely not be filled with cheese. Professor, what do you need me to do? Hearing Moon's question, not only Dumbledore looked over curiously, but even Snape next to him frowned faintly. In their cognition, some little wizards would definitely be very excited to hear about joining the Order of the Phoenix. Just like those hot-headed young wizards back then, they flocked to join the Order of the Phoenix. Whether it was because of Dumbledore's reputation, or because of the so-called justice and passion in their hearts, no one would be unwilling. And Moon obviously considered it more clearly than little wizards of the same age, or even adult wizards. Mr. Scarlett, I'm really curious now. Your way of thinking is really not like a child's. Seeing Moon standing there, just staring at him blankly, Dumbledore smiled and shook his head to explain. In fact, I invited you to join the Order of the Phoenix just because I hope you can have a good learning environment. This is my only wish now, is that so? Then I agree. After getting Dumbledore's verbal assurance, Moon no longer hesitated. He is now in a period of time when he needs to improve his magical strength. With such an environment, Moon couldn't ask for more. In this case, I welcome you to join on behalf of all members of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore smiled and stretched out his right hand. Moon also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with him. Before that, Mr. Scarlett, I still want to remind you that because the Order of the Phoenix is still in hiding, I hope you can keep it secret. Don't worry, Professor, I actually cherish my life too. Moon actually understood what Dumbledore did very well. The Order of the Phoenix was originally founded during the war. If any wizard knew that it appeared again, it would inevitably cause a lot of panic. After all, the only two words that appear with the Order of the Phoenix are Death Eaters and war. For Moon, if he openly announced that he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he would inevitably be coveted by some dark wizards. Especially those dark wizards who were loyal to Voldemort. Okay, then go back to bed quickly now. I hope you can get a good grade at the end of the school year. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Moon looked at Bengbeng, who was chatting with Phoenix. The little guy was still showing off to Fawkes what had just happened. Chidgy, I beat the bad guys away. Chidgy, look, I used these rings. Chidgy, this is the most beautiful one. I give it to you. Bengbeng's love for Fawkes started last year, and it has become more and more uncontrollable now. However, watching Bengbeng put a blue gem ring on Phoenix, Moon suddenly felt that Bengbeng seemed to be playing a kind of high-level game. Just like his cousin Sophia, dressing up her beautiful Barbie doll. It's just that the Phoenix Fox is more advanced than the Barbie doll. It first looked at the gem ring on its claws, and then chirped crisply. Then it pecked a feather from its body and handed it to Bengbeng. This is a fair exchange between animals. However, seeing Dumbledore's narrowed eyes and Snape's surprised expression, Moon hurriedly shouted. Okay, Bengbeng, we should go. Chidgy, I'm leaving first. I'll bring you a more beautiful one next time. After hearing Moon's shout, Bengbeng skillfully stuffed a feather into the small pocket in front of his belly. After greeting the Phoenix, he immediately ran to Moon and climbed onto his shoulder. Scarlett, you can come to me for anything in the future. Moon had just taken 2 steps when Snape's voice sounded behind him. Don't worry, Professor, I won't be polite to you. Moon waved his hand and then left the room of the last level. Moon's answer made Snape feel a little relieved, but then the professor became worried again. This little wizard, he won't ask for too much. Just after Moon left for a while, Dumbledore walked to the mirror of Erased. He stretched out his hand and touched the mirror, and then went straight through. Then he slowly pulled it outward, and brought out a red gem. Is it so easy to get the Philosopher's Stone? I thought it must be Harry. Snape also came over curiously at this time. Looking at the strange stone in Dumbledore's hand, he was a little dazed for a while. Of course it's not just Harry. Any wizard who doesn't covet the Philosopher's Stone can take it out of the magic mirror, Dumbledore said, and put the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket. Snape was stunned. He knew that there might be people who didn't covet the Philosopher's Stone, but Voldemort was definitely not one of them. It seems that he will never be able to take the Philosopher's Stone. Snape had just said this when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and then he looked at Dumbledore with burning eyes. It turns out that everything was arranged by Dumbledore. In fact, you just want to lure him out, right? Hearing Snape's sudden question, Dumbledore stood there without answering. You are fully capable of carrying the Philosopher's Stone with you and not being taken away by anyone, but you designed such a complicated plan. Is it just to test all of us? Thinking about how he had planned to give up control of his body when facing Voldemort, Snape's face was slightly hot. The more he recalled now, the more he disagreed with Dumbledore. That's right, Dumbledore obviously didn't want to hide it anymore. All my plans are actually to let Harry know who his real enemy is. As for the reason, you should know it better than any of us. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected variable in the process of implementing the plan. Snape stood there and listened quietly to Dumbledore's explanation. He naturally knew the reason and who the biggest variable was. But don't you think it's inappropriate to involve this child? Appropriate? No, Severus, there are not so many appropriate things in the world. We are just pursuing the greatest possibility, just like your current identity can no longer be used, and Voldemort has taken a fancy to the magical secret of Scarlett, and this secret is likely to help us defeat Voldemort. This is just a possibility I am pursuing. Hearing Dumbledore talking about his identity, Snape's face suddenly became serious. You know, I can't let him hurt Lily's child. Even if I have to do it again, I will make the same choice. Chapter 314, Work is Impossible. After what happened 11 years ago, Snape has been telling himself that he will never regret anything he does in the future. Now he has the same attitude towards the choice he made before when facing Voldemort. When Snape was talking, Dumbledore's eyes gradually became brighter when he looked at him. He knew very well that he chose Snape to be the potion professor at Hogwarts in order to protect Harry. Although Snape's identity was exposed tonight, the plan to protect Harry was executed perfectly. However, because of the appearance of Moon, Dumbledore had to change the original plan. From the past, everything was promoted only around Harry. Now Moon must be placed at the center of the whole plan. Don't worry, I will arrange someone to protect Mr. Scarlet. Before that, you just need to do your job as a professor. You don't need to remind me of this. I am more qualified than you to be a professor, Snape retorted to Dumbledore again. And the white-bearded headmaster just smiled and said nothing, as if he had acquiesced. Should we let Scarlet learn occlumency first? Snape said immediately. Although he didn't know what the magic secrets of Moon were, he knew very well that Voldemort wanted these things very much. If the devil really returned to the magic world, even if Moon didn't want to, he would only be hit by Voldemort's legitimate memory. Don't worry, the curse on Mr. Scarlet is more useful than occlumency, Dumbledore said, and recalled the magical curse on Moon. This is a very powerful black magic. When he first saw it, he wanted to find out. However, he tried many ways, but he couldn't penetrate this curse magic barrier. That curse can actually prevent other people from prying. Snape showed a surprised expression on his face. He knew very well that Dumbledore was also a master of legilimency, and he often experimented on himself. If even Dumbledore couldn't see through this curse, then Voldemort really couldn't get the secret. Yes, Voldemort should have discovered the magic of this curse, so he wants to get the secret of Mr. Scarlet. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Snape recalled the words Voldemort left before he left. He knew that this was both a warning and a deterrent. But in this way, Moon's dangerous situation is more serious than before. After all, Voldemort will not let others get what he can't get easily. Snape thought, and suddenly felt like he had to take care of a little lion again. At this time, an idea was born in Dumbledore's mind. The magic world really can't have another Dark Lord. This Saturday night is destined to be a sleepless night. especially for Moon. Although he has joined the Order of the Phoenix, the crisis has not really been resolved. Whether it is the warning left by Voldemort before leaving, or the secret he accidentally revealed, Moon has been thinking about it repeatedly in his heart. Voldemort also saw the Crimson Moon. Could it be the one I saw? Although none of Voldemort's words are credible, he wouldn't lie about this. Moon felt a little uncertain. He recalled all the words Voldemort had said. If Harry successfully stopped Voldemort from stealing the Philosopher's Stone through this battle tonight, Snape truly faced his own heart. Dumbledore once again verified his thoughts and had a new plan. For Moon, his biggest gain was to witness the duel between the world's top wizards. Not just in magic. The collision of thinking, wisdom, and beliefs made Moon even more impressed. After recalling it again, Moon felt more and more that these powers were not weaker than magic. Whether the Moon Voldemort saw was the same as the one he saw, Moon felt that he had to take precautions. Before that, what he needed to do was to continuously improve his strength. Learning magic, modifying magic tools, testing new spells, and disassembling runes. These were what Moon thought were the keys to improving strength. Now, in addition to these, Moon felt that it was necessary to learn the thinking and wisdom of top wizards. Joining the Order of the Phoenix is a good opportunity. After all, this will allow him to come into contact with many wizards who were once active in the front line of the magic war. Only by being with such people can you learn faster. Moon is now more and more curious about what kind of people Dumbledore will arrange to protect himself. That night, many people did not sleep. The deans of the 4 colleges were called up to deal with the follow-up matters of the wizards level. Of course, Dumbledore did not tell them all the things that happened. He just explained Quirrell's identity as a dark wizard and the current situation that the Philosopher's Stone was still intact. As for who partnered with Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore did not say it clearly. However, after learning that Moon participated in everything, the 3 deans became nervous subconsciously. Is Scarlett okay? I still want to find him to experiment with a new spell grading standard. After Professor Flitwick cleared his level, a worried look appeared on his face. He actually anticipated it and subdued Quirrell with spore powder, Professor Sprout exclaimed while holding the broken vial containing spore powder. No, I think it is necessary to go and see him. This child is still so worrying. After learning the truth, McGonagall turned around and wanted to go to the Gryffindor common room. However, they were persuaded to come back by Dumbledore after all. But on the second day, Professor Sprout still found Moon because of guilt. I'm very sorry, Mr. Scarlett, I really didn't expect you to run into Quirrell. After learning that Moon was not injured, Sprout was slightly relieved. Don't worry, Professor, maybe I just had bad luck this time. Moon couldn't say anything harsh about Sprout. Especially this professor, who is very helpful to him. But this matter also has a lot to do with me. Tell me, do you want anything? Although Professor Sprout usually wears patched clothes, but he is very generous to his favorite students. Moon felt this after entering the Herb Club. Professor, is the Devil's Snare you put in the checkpoint still useful? Moon had been thinking about the Devil's Snare for a long time. Especially after taking care of the Devil's Snare for a while, Moon had a good impression of this huge plant. On Xinjiang Island, Moon had a lot of good things. Whether it was the legacy of the former tribal wizards or the spoils of the last eradication of the faithless, a large number of people needed to be sent to guard them. In addition, there were court wizards who wanted to come to the island from time to time to steal these treasures. Moon urgently needed to strengthen the protection of the treasury. This plant is very dangerous. Professor Sprout couldn't continue speaking halfway. Okay, I know you know a lot about the Devil's Snare. If you really need it, I can help you make it smaller first, so that it is easier to carry. Seeing that Moon really wanted the Devil's Snare, Sprout no longer hesitated. Thank you very much, Professor. Moon originally wanted only the thickest root of the Devil's Snare. After taking it back and cultivating it for a short time, it can also play a good protective role. But now with Sprout's help, it won't be so troublesome. By the way, you must go to the club meeting next week. With your ability, someone in the first grade might want to recruit you to work. When Sprout came out of the magic passage, he had a pot of green plants in his hand. The Devil's Snare has changed from a huge plant that can cover the entire classroom and reach the ceiling to a cute green plant that is only 10 inches high. Professor, don't worry, I will definitely observe and learn carefully. Moon took the green plant readily. He actually wanted to participate in the club meeting next week. However, Moon's purpose is not to find a job after graduation. After all, for him who controls the magic resources of the entire world, work is the least cost-effective thing. Moon's real idea is to expand his circle of friends at a meeting. Last time, during the Christmas holiday, Moon finally sold a batch of materials. Although the exchange volume is not large, it also proves that his plan is feasible. The only drawback is that there is only one pharmacy, which can't take up all the materials in Moon's hands. So what needs to be done now is to find more buyers. You have to pay attention. This time, not only Slug and Gig's pharmacy and apothecary pharmacy will come, but also wizards from France, Germany, Northern Europe, the United States and even Saudi Arabia will come, and Master Newt has specifically asked to see you, so you must cherish this opportunity. Listening to Sprout mentioning many wizards from other countries, and many of them are representing magic companies to participate, Moon finally realized how popular a herbal plant master is in the magic world. Hearing the names of these people and companies, Moon is more confident in his next plan. Just after coming out of Professor Sprout's office, Moon ran into Hagrid. Because Ms. Rosmerta agreed to Hagrid's condition of drinking, the Forbidden Forest guard slept very soundly last night. Even Dumbledore asked Fawkes to go and call Hagrid to deal with the first level. He didn't wake up. So early this morning, Hagrid could only force himself to come to the castle with a dizzy head. "Oh, little Moon, I heard that you defeated the Dark Wizard." Hagrid, who was still sleepy at first, suddenly brightened up after meeting Moon. "It wasn't me, it was Dumbledore who finally came back and scared that guy away." "Oh, that's also amazing. Can you tell me what happened?" Moon just roughly told what he could say, but his eyes were always looking at Fluffy behind Hagrid. "That's what happened, but I'm curious, how did Quirrell get past Fluffy?" Chapter 315 New Guard, Three-Headed Dog. Hearing Moon's question, not only Hagrid became very angry. Fluffy, who followed behind him, also changed from a sickly look to an extremely fierce one. The anger in his eyes was as if he wanted to fight the Dark Wizard again. "I really don't know where he got this ability. He actually made a puppet that can move, and also covered the puppet with powerful drugs." After Fluffy bit it, he was knocked unconscious. After listening to Hagrid, Moon became very curious about the puppet left by Quirrell. But before that, he could recruit a new guard. "Hagrid, what do you plan to do with Fluffy?" "Oh, of course put it in the Forbidden Forest." Perhaps seeing Moon's weird expression, Hagrid quickly followed up. "Don't worry, Fluffy's actually very fierce. It is fully capable of taking care of itself in the Forbidden Forest." Moon was actually very relieved. He was very confident in Fluffy's fighting ability. After all, Snape couldn't get out safely under its guard. But Moon was worried about other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. This huge creature, which stood more than 2 meters tall and had 3 heads that could move independently, must be at the top of the food chain if it entered the Forbidden Forest. Not only was it extremely ferocious, but it was also a carnivore. In comparison, other animals were out of luck. "Hagrid, can you leave Fluffy to me?" "Just like Charmander, really?" Hagrid's face immediately showed a pleasant expression after hearing Moon's suggestion. "I was thinking of asking you to bring some gifts to Norbert, but now that Fluffy is with him, it might be better." Norbert is the new name Hagrid gave Charmander. He was originally worried about what kind of gift to bring to Charmander, but now it seems more appropriate to give him a playmate. Of course, Moon took the dog leash from Hagrid and laughed happily. On Xingin Island, in addition to the treasure house that needs to be guarded, Moon also needs someone to guard himself. In the past, every time he traveled through the world, he asked Xilin to wait. After Xingin Island expanded to 3 islands, Xilin had more and more things to do. He should also be allowed to take some time off and pay more attention to the defense construction of Xingin Island. Especially after solving the problem of the faithless, there will definitely be many wizards who will know Moon's true identity. Now he also needs a stronger guardian. And the 3-headed dog Fluffy is a good candidate. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, Moon took Fluffy to the small classroom on the 2nd floor. Although the strength of this big dog has not yet fully recovered. But for the little wizards, it is still a dangerous existence. After troubling Bung to bring some food from the cafeteria, Moon gave the task of taking care of Fluffy to Bung. And he himself went to find Filch. Since Quirrell has been subdued, the puppets he made have become useless. The task of cleaning up these puppets naturally fell on the castle manager. Sure enough, when Moon came to Filch's office, he found that he was stuffing puppets into an old wooden box. There are many other magical creations in the box, but they all look a bit old. After Moon made his request, Filch stuffed the puppet into his hands without any hesitation. Both of its hands were bitten to pieces, and there are powerful drugs on its shoulders, but don't worry, I washed them all. Filch squeezed a terrible smile at Moon, rubbing his hands together. A little embarrassed. Oh, it's okay, I just want to learn the magic principle of making puppets. After Moon took the puppet, he knew that it must be Quirrell who stole the club. Because the glue between the joints of the puppet was made of snail grass glue. And this powerful drug is the spore powder of the sleeping face fungus. No wonder Fluffy fell for it. From Filch's description, Moon guessed that Quirrell should have smeared 2 bottles of spore powder on the puppet. And he also deliberately set a glue trap on the puppet. After Fluffy bit it, he couldn't let go. This made the 3-headed dog sleep for a whole night. But none of this mattered to Moon. He just wanted to learn how to make this magical creation from the puppet. Moon, who has experience in wood carving and making magic pottery figurines, has always wanted a moving magic doll. He even wanted to dabble in alchemy in the 6th grade for this reason. But now, he has a more direct reference prop. This is very likely something left by Voldemort. In Moon's view, such a puppet is more cost-effective than a wizard himself, whether it is used to deal with trivial matters in life or to perform dangerous tasks. Just like this time, Voldemort used a puppet to break through the level guarded by Fluffy. Moon also wants to make a puppet to deal with dangerous things on his behalf. Whether it is used as bait or guard patrol, it should be more reliable than wizards or magical creatures. Or we can make a batch of puppets in the future to form a magic army. Moon's idea is very advanced, but the reality is very skinny. What Voldemort left behind is obscure and difficult to understand, and it is not something he can learn in a short time. When he returned to the small classroom on the 2nd floor with the puppet, Moon heard Lu Wei's shouting from a distance. Fortunately, the entire castle was built with rammed stones, which had a good sound insulation effect. Otherwise, this kind of shouting would have attracted other people. Moon actually didn't expect that the 3-headed dog Lu Wei would be so eloquent. Its 3 heads can not only fight independently, but also chat with each other. The left dog head is an irritable battle maniac. After the effect of the drug faded, it kept shouting that it wanted to tear the invaders to pieces. Then it bit the stick thrown by Bengbeng. The right dog head is obviously more interested in food, especially sweets. When he saw Bengbeng handing over the honey pie, his eyes lit up and showed a flattering expression. He is a sweet tooth who keeps shouting, I want to eat, I want to eat. The dog head in the middle is obviously more sentimental. It also likes music more, but because of the Purangrong collar, it has been unable to fall asleep. Even after hearing Bengbeng shouting, it can't help humming a few words. Moon opened the door of the small classroom on the 2nd floor again and saw a very shocking scene. Woof, you want food, give it to me quickly. Woof woof, you only know how to eat. Our house has been robbed. Woof woof woof, you two stop arguing. Didn't you see? This little guy is teaching me to sing. The 3 big dogs are actually very powerful. But in comparison, Bengbeng seems to be even better. It can take care of the different needs of the 3 dog heads at the same time. When they noticed that Moon came in, the 3 big dogs stared at him in unison. Woof, is he the thief? Woof woof, no, this seems to be the new owner that Hagrid found for us. Woof woof woof, are I going to be a dog for the wizard again? I don't want to stay in a confined space for another year. I will go crazy. Chirp, these 3 heads are so funny, all stupid. Bengbeng ran over quickly when he saw Moon coming back. After being picked up by Moon, he kept telling about the happy things that just happened. Really? I'm glad you like it, Moon said as he put Bengbeng on his shoulder, and then he carefully examined the 3 big dogs in front of him. He was locked up for almost a year, and then fainted by drugs. The sufferings that Lu Wei suffered made him feel a little disgusted with human wizards. Don't worry, Lu Wei, Moon scanned the 3 dog heads one by one. I treat you as friends, and I won't lock you up in the future. I just need you to protect my safety. Woof, will you give us food? Woof woof, you only know how to eat. You still have to play with us. Woof woof woof, as long as you don't lock us up, everything is fine. And it's not a problem to obey your orders. Of course I will give you food, and I will play with you, but I need you to obey Bengbeng's orders. Moon answered the questions one by one, and then pointed to the little butler on his shoulder. Bengbeng also put his 2 paws on his chest at the right time and crossed them together. Just like a successful person in the magic world. The 3 big dogs were also very satisfied with this arrangement. Then they introduced their names to Moon. Left dog head, Luwick Middle Doghead, Llewellyn Right Doghead, Llewellyn. According to their explanation, these three names represent fierce attack, leadership, and vigilant protection. Moon wrote them down and greeted them one by one. Since then, the three big dogs have truly accepted Moon as their new master. That night, Moon used the invisibility cloak to return to Xilin Island with the devil's snare and the three big dogs. The little fire dragon has grown taller. It can already hold Sophia for a short distance flight. After returning, the two magical animals took Llewellyn to patrol the new territory. After discussing with the three great wizards, Moon placed the devil's snare in the tribal treasury. He just chanted a sentence of Professor Sprout's unsealing spell. In a few breaths, the devil's snare went from a pot of cute little green plants to crawling all over the cave. The wizards of the Spirit Tree tribe were very surprised. They had never seen such magic. However, Moon had explained that this plant would attack people regardless of friend or foe, so no one dared to touch it without permission. He only arranged for two people to bring a lot of flame snail fertilizer and spread it on the roots of the devil's snare. During the week on Xilin Island, Moon did not do much. Every day, in addition to explaining the new spell courses to the young wizards, the rest of the time was spent on studying new spells and magic. Especially the Mirror Light Reverse Tide, seized from the Faithless. Moon read all the information again in detail. He found that this magic and the Blood Embrace, seized last time should come from the same place. That is, the Magician Association of another continent, as Layton said. Moon did not have any doubts about the source of Mirror Light Reverse Tide. However, this Magician Association aroused his curiosity. Why would such a large wizard organization give two magics with such different styles to the Faithless? Is it support, or experiment? Or is there any other arrangement? With the information at hand, Moon could not judge the other party's purpose. It was only from these materials that Moon discovered that Mirror Tide should have a more advanced variant, which was in the hands of the Magicians Association. This might be what Dumbledore really wanted. However, Moon was not capable of getting this more advanced spell from the Magicians Association. It was when Moon was looking up the information that Xilin brought a letter from his Uncle Neil. Chapter 316 Murder Accomplice Moon. It must be said that the ability of the federal spellcasters is not weak. It has only been a week, and they have found Neil, who is serving in the army, and the soldiers and veteran lane through the information of Xilin and Moon. By the way, they also found out that Moon has a cousin, Jay, who also serves in the federal army. After returning to the Snow Eagle Mountain defense line, in order to show goodwill to Moon, Layton deliberately arranged all his family members behind the front line. They are responsible for the transportation of weapon supplies on some safe routes. It seems that Lieutenant General Layton wants to make friends with us. After reading the whole letter, Moon felt more at ease. Although he is now able to bring his relatives to live on Xilin Island. But for some reason, Neil has not allowed him to go to the mainland in the letter. He just told him to live well on the islands and take good care of his family. Just look at Uncle Neil, they shouldn't encounter any troubles, Moon said and looked at Xilin standing next to him. Not yet. We have just reached a potion deal with the federal spellcasters. They should not take the initiative to tear their faces now, Xalin's words reminded Moon. 2 days ago, the Gracia Federation had sent people to exchange thousands of hemostatic potions and bone-setting potions. This is also the most basic potion that Moon taught the wizards of Xilin Island to refine. However, the efficacy of this potion is much better than that used by the original federal spellcasters. Of course, Xilin Island also received enough compensation, even far exceeding other business income. After all, this is a transaction with a country. Not to mention the huge amount, the most important thing is that Moon's refining method is unique in this world. Of course, the recovered funds were quickly digested by Xilin Island. In addition to buying weapons and armor for the soldiers and expanding the guard strength, Xilin Island also added 7 large sailing ships, each with 30 cannons installed. This arrangement is the next plan unanimously decided by the top leaders of Xilin Island. Expand power and eliminate pirates. This is not only to maintain the stability under his rule, but also to protect the rights and interests of Xilin Island. Another part of the funds was placed by Moon in the factory workshop on Xinguang Island. Moon, who had stayed in the Muggle world for a period of time, knew very well. As long as the Muggle craftsmanship is developed to the extreme, it can also be a powerful weapon to resist wizards. However, the technology of the Xinguang Island base is not perfect, and the workers need to keep exploring. Moon also promised them that he would buy more books for them to study in a while. It's just that it's not very convenient for Moon to do this. Because except for holidays, he will stay in Hogwarts most of the time. It's inconvenient to buy Muggle things. Maybe I have to find an agent in the Muggle world. In fact, not only the Muggle world, Moon also wants to set up a secret base in Diagon Alley. In this way, all the materials brought back every week can be exchanged for gold galleons. By the way, he can also exchange for some things that can assist him in learning magic. It can also add some magic props to the wizards of Xingin Island to improve their combat strength. 7 days later, when Moon was about to return, he took away a lot of magical materials that belonged to this world. Hogwarts ushered in a new week. Since Monday, Moon's name has been remembered by everyone in the school. It was not because of the Philosopher's Stone, but because the Daily Prophet published another news about unicorns. It was still the front page headline, but the story was more confusing. Looking at the picture of the wizard's body with a hole in the chest in the newspaper, several little wizards in the hall spit out the food they had just eaten. How can unicorns kill people? They are the purest magical creatures, that's right, they won't even touch men, so how can they kill wizards? A little witch from Ravenclaw just blurted out, and noticed the eyes looking at her. She quickly added another sentence. Of course. Except Moon Scarlett, how can this reporter write nonsense? Hermione's body finally recovered, pointing to a paragraph in the newspaper indignantly. We have every reason to doubt. The unicorn riot at Hogwarts was a premeditated vicious incident. The protagonist of this incident, Mr. Moon Scarlett, inadvertently covered for this group of unicorns. Although we don't know whether this gentleman participated in the murder, it is undeniable that this first-year student at Hogwarts has become a well-known rising star in the British wizarding world through this incident. I will continue to pay attention to the follow-up events of the unicorn riot. Rita Skeeter's report. I told you a long time ago that what this reporter said is not credible. Ron also read the entire report with great interest. Although he knew that this incident had nothing to do with Moon, he couldn't help but think that the story written by Rita Skeeter was really good. But she said that Moon was a rising star in the wizarding world, and I think it's completely correct. You didn't hear what she meant in the article, Ron, Hermione said and threw the newspaper on the table fiercely. She said this sentence to deliberately guide the wizards to think that Moon did this for fame. Hermione participated in the unicorn riot that day. She also knew the whole thing very well, and knew that Moon was forced to participate in this matter. But in the end, the unicorn riot was resolved safely. Harry didn't pay too much attention to the things in the newspaper. He also knew that Moon would not do this for fame. If Moon really wanted to be famous, he only needed to tell everyone about the confrontation with Voldemort that night, which would be enough to shock everyone. Thinking of this, Harry looked up at Moon, who was concentrating on eating. Don't you care about these things at all? Harry didn't understand why Moon's mentality was so stable. After he came back, he couldn't stop sharing with Ron and Hermione. Even about Voldemort, he revealed a little. But Moon, the protagonist of this incident, it was like nothing happened, and he could still enjoy the food so quietly. The past is not worth my distraction, and it's more fun to care about these than to learn 2 more magical spells, Moon said, putting down the spoon and burping. After finishing a big bowl of Hagrid's puff pastry, he was very satisfied and had to hurry up to learn magic. Seeing Moon get up and leave, the eyes of the little wizards in the whole hall were attracted. It was not until Moon's figure disappeared that the hall returned to its former bustle. Whether it was solving the unicorn crisis or helping to cover up the unicorn killing, Moon became completely famous in Hogwarts. And Harry had the same feeling. It's just that when he faced such a reputation, he was not as calm as Moon. Harry couldn't figure out why Moon's spell could stop Voldemort. But now he vaguely understands it. At the same time, Hermione also stared at Moon's leaving figure. Then she put down the spoon in her hand, picked up a piece of bread and quickly followed him out. Although the morning time is not long, you can go to the library to read a few more pages of books. Harry watched the 2 people go out, and his heart moved slightly. But looking at Ron, who was enjoying the food next to him, he sat back in his original position. These 2 people are too crazy, or the position here is suitable for me. Harry thought about it, took the fried sausages handed to him by Ron, and started to eat them with relish. Chapter 317, Opening up the sales channels for materials. Although more and more people are paying attention to Moon, and many little witches will wait on the way to discuss magic with Moon, but none of these can stop Moon from learning magic. Especially these little witches, most of them will be stopped by Bengbeng and Hermione. This also gives Moon a more stable learning environment. A week passed quickly. On Saturday, the Three Broomsticks bar hung a sign that it was not open to the public. Today, the entire bar has been booked by Professor Sprout, and the price is only half of the usual price. The door opens at 9 a.m. Wizards came to the bar with invitations one after another. Mr. Slug? I didn't expect you to be the first guest this year. Seeing the owner of the Diagon Alley Pharmacy, Ms. Rosmerta showed a surprised expression on her face. This customer would not be so active in previous years. This year is different. I want to meet a big customer here. Big customer? Seeing the owner of Slug's Pharmacy showing a proud expression, Ms. Rosmerta became more curious. The annual Crab Cactus Club gathering was also held here. But I haven't heard of any big customers. Most of the people who come here are herbal companies or bosses. In addition to exchanging industry information, most of them are here to discover talents. Especially now that the members of the Christmas Cactus Club have taken root in the magical herbs, potions, and magical plant industries in various regions. They have all shown their outstanding talents in magical herbs. This has also made more magic companies want to recruit talents in the club. But come here to do business. This is the first time that Ms. Rosmerta has met Mr. Slug. Can you reveal some news? Shop owner Slug originally wanted to say some irrelevant news. After all, in his opinion, the business of his pharmacy and bar is much worse. Even if Rosmerta knew, it would not have any impact on him. But just as he was about to say it, someone else walked into the bar. After seeing the face of the person clearly, Slug immediately shut up. Mr. More Pepper, please come in. The innermost seat is still reserved for you. The wizard called More Pepper is the owner of the Apothecary Pharmacy in Diagon Alley. This pharmacy mainly sells some basic potion materials. It was established more than 100 years earlier than Slug and Gig's pharmacy. After entering the bar, the middle-aged wizard just glanced coldly at Slug, who was sitting at the bar. Then he sat alone in his own seat. Seeing the weird atmosphere between the two, Ms. Rosmerta became more curious. She was mixing drinks with her wand at the bar, while curiously looking at the two wizards who were full of gunpowder. It's really strange that the two oldest pharmacies in Diagon Alley are here early. I haven't heard that there are any particularly outstanding students graduating this year. Rosmerta was only curious for a while, and she had to take care of more and more customers. The Crab Cactus Club has been established for more than 30 years, and its members are scattered all over the world. Today, not only the British local magic herbal industry came here, but also many foreign magic companies. The most eye-catching one is an Arab wizard wrapped in a white turban. This wizard, who calls himself Muhammad, should be worth a lot. All over his body, wherever there was something that could be hung, it was all shining with golden light, very eye-catching. As soon as he came in, he greeted every wizard enthusiastically. However, due to the accent and customs, the native British wizards did not have much desire to talk. The young Arab wizard could only sit alone at the table and wait in boredom. Mr. Muhammad, how did you get your invitation? Rosmerta said as she brought a glass of butterbeer and looked at the man in front of her curiously. She didn't remember that Arab wizards would come here before. Oh, beautiful lady, I bought it from a flower shop owner for 100 gold galleons, and the professor knows it. Perhaps she was worried that others would question her qualifications to attend the gathering. Muhammad also produced his purchase receipt and mentioned Sprout's name. Rosmerta did not question other people's ideas at all. But after hearing what Muhammad said, she actually regretted it a little. After all, Professor Sprout gave her a lot of the same invitations. Originally, she just hoped that she would see a wizard proficient in plant magic in the bar and send it out. But there are still 3 copies left today. If all can be sold, it will be equivalent to the bar's monthly income. However, the gathering is about to begin, and Rosmerta can't find such a generous customer. It was around 10 o'clock when Professor Sprout led the club members to arrive late. Seeing the main person coming, all the guests stood up and greeted Sprout. Professor, I haven't seen you for a year. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Thank you, Slug. Professor, these are the new lilies this year. I hope you like them. Thank you. This flower is really beautiful. All the wizards only paid attention to Professor Sprout. Only a few people looked at the little wizard behind the professor. After greeting, Slug went straight to the last one, Moon. At this time, Moon had just received a non-alcoholic drink from Ms. Rosmerta. This was a special drink prepared for him by the Three Broomsticks bar. Cedric next to him was also given a free drink because of Moon's relationship. Mr. Scarlett, long time no see. Shopkeeper Slug, I didn't expect you to be here too. Moon was deeply impressed by the shopkeeper who bought a batch of materials from him. It even attracted Professor Snape to go to the leaky cauldron to criticize Moon. Can I talk to you privately? Looking at Cedric standing next to Moon and Rosmerta, who was reluctant to leave, Slug pointed to a table in the corner. Of course, after Moon agreed, he followed Slug to the side. Cedric became curious. It seems that this shopkeeper just called Moon you. Is this a bit too respectful? Cedric didn't know what happened. He scratched his head and then went to prepare for today's alchemy experiment. Rosmerta next to him kept looking in the direction of Moon with suspicion. The big customer Slug mentioned, could it be Mr. Scarlett? There were more than just these two people who felt something was wrong. More Pepper, who had been following Slug, frowned at this time. The reason why he attached so much importance to this club meeting was because he learned that the new materials of Slug's pharmacy might come from Hogwarts. It was also because of the emergence of this new material that their store suffered a substantial loss. So Mole Pepper had already made sufficient preparations to obtain a batch of new materials from Professor Sprout. Why did Slug go to a first-year student? Could it be their descendants, seeing that more and more people were surrounding Professor Sprout? Mole Pepper became more and more anxious. He was afraid that this new material would be divided up by others. And Moon, a first-year student, just took a look and was forgotten by him. Mr. Scarlett, I wonder if you still have those new materials. I am willing to buy them at a high price. After seeing Moon sitting down, Slug went straight to the point and made his request. After the last Christmas, Slug agreed to Snape's request and purchased a batch of new materials. Originally, he only thought that this new material could only be used to refine Wolfsbane potion, so the purchase amount was not large. But it was only 3 months ago. A wizard discovered that the new material could be used to make hemostatic potions, and bought half of it directly from him. Later, another wizard discovered that this new material also had a strong effect of repairing the body. Just this discovery alone sold out all the materials. Many wizards came to Slug's pharmacy to make reservations, and they also bought a lot of other materials. In addition, the owner Slug obtained the high-quality materials from Moon. After the sale, the pharmacy's performance in the past 3 months far exceeded the previous annual income. Now that the materials in the store have been sold out, Slug began to inquire about the source of Moon's materials. After asking people for a month, all the pharmacies with connections in the 5 continents have sent letters. But no one knows the source of the materials. As a last resort, Slug asked his children who were studying at Hogwarts about Moon's news. When he learned that Moon was a member of the Crab Cactus Club, Slug couldn't wait to come here early on this day. Yes, there are some, but Slug's heart tightened suddenly. He was really worried that the turn of this sentence would be followed by words he didn't want to hear. After all, he has already received a large number of deposits. If he fails to deliver on time by the end of the month, he will lose everything. I am willing to double the price from last time. Moon was also shocked when he heard Slag's words. He was originally worried that Slag could not consume his quantity, but he did not expect to have an unexpected surprise. Considering the price, he can sell a small batch first. Okay, but you have to wait a moment, I will send someone to pick it up. Moon did not bring a suitcase with him today, so he had to trouble him to run a trip. Of course, no problem. Slag was relieved to get rid of a worry. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked again. Mr. Scarlett, aren't you going to present today? Oh, I don't have any suitable results this year, so I won't go for the time being. The presentation Slag was talking about was the presentation of the plant and herbal results of the members of the school club. Every year, companies and pharmacies recruit suitable talents through these presentations. If Moon was going to go up, Slug planned to discuss with Sprout and book Moon, who would graduate in 6 years. If the other party could agree, then Slug's pharmacy would have a stable supply channel. But unexpectedly, Moon did not participate, which made Slug feel a little disappointed. Moon was indeed not going to participate, but when he saw Cedric preparing to make potions, he took the initiative to go up. After all, he had promised the other party that he would help make potions. When everyone was looking at the young wizards on the field showing their results, the doorbell on the bar rang again. A tall and thin old wizard with gray hair and a bowler hat walked in. He was holding an ordinary old brown suitcase in his left hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 The Effect of Unicorn Tears. The potion that Cedric wanted to make was the Little Living Hell Potion. After nearly a school year of trying, he was able to make the potion to the last step. As for the result of the last step, he didn't know. Because the last time he made the potion, he failed at the last step. After the crucible exploded, Cedric didn't have enough time and materials to try again. Moon, is your method really okay? Cedric was still worried. Before coming to the assembly today, Moon specifically found him and provided new suggestions for making the potion. Don't worry, I have looked at this potion making step with Professor Snape, and he said it's okay, in order to help Cedric win this competition. Moon specifically took the method of making the Little Living Hell Potion to Snape for advice. He got only one answer. Don't bother me with these low-level things in the future, Snape just said sarcastically, and then threw the modified potion-making steps to Moon. But unicorn tears are too precious. We can't just use them up so easily. Cedric was still a little worried that his alchemy skills were not good enough, and he would waste the unicorn tears that Moon gave him. You don't have to worry about it. I still have a lot of this stuff, and there is no better neutralizer than it. Snape's suggestion for improvement was to add a neutralizer to the original one. That is, unicorn tears. And Moon got a lot of this material last week. When Moon and Cedric were making potions, most of the adult wizards were at the door, surrounding a tall and thin old wizard. Moon only took a glance and roughly guessed the other party's identity. After all, at such an opportunity, the only one who could be more popular than Professor Sprout was the legendary master of magical animals. But this master didn't seem to be good at talking. After simply dealing with the wizards who surrounded him, Newt sat on the side with the wizards he was familiar with. However, the Arab wizard named Muhammad followed Newt closely. Even when he looked at Newt, his eyes were shining, and he looked like a complete magic fan. Master, do you really have a magical zoo? Master, are there really hundreds of magical animals in your zoo? Does the legendary unicorn really exist? When the Arab wizard was pestering Newt, More Pepper also found Professor Sprout anxiously. Professor, you have new materials, why didn't you inform me first? Just like Slug and Professor Snape are good friends. Because of their business relationship, Professor Sprout and More Pepper have a closer relationship. In the past, most of the basic materials produced by the school greenhouse were purchased by Apothecary Pharmacy. What new materials? Sprout was also confused by the question. Don't you know? This is it, More Pepper said, taking out the Selma flower and flame snail shell powder that he had specially found someone to buy from Slug's pharmacy. Oh, this, Sprout roughly guessed what happened just by taking a look. This is not something produced by Hogwarts. If you really want it, you can go find my students, Sprout said, pointing to Moon and Cedric who were refining medicine in the field. More Pepper couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be brothers from a magic family? In More Pepper's opinion, being able to come up with two rare potion materials at once. That must be something that some very powerful magic families can do. No, it's the younger wizard, younger. When More Pepper looked at the field again, he happened to see Moon dripping unicorn tears into the crucible. It turns out that he is really the young master of a big family. As the owner of a pharmacy specializing in selling basic materials, More Pepper is very clear about the value of unicorn tears. Although this kind of magical artifact is rare in the UK, it can be seen. However, it is very difficult to obtain unicorn tears. The main thing is that this thing is not something that will make a unicorn cry just because you want it to. Even though Hogwarts has accumulated a lot of unicorn tears over the years, they are all used to teach students, and there are even fewer unicorn tears circulating outside. If I can get this material, I will definitely be able to surpass Slug's drugstore. After waiting for Moon to leave the crucible, More Pepper hurriedly walked up and greeted him. Mr. Scarlett, right? I'm More Pepper. Do you have unicorn tears for sale? Sorry, I don't have the intention to sell them for the time being. Hearing that the visitor had set his eyes on his new materials, Moon subconsciously covered his pocket and wanted to stay away from the wizard. Oh, don't worry, sir. If the unicorn tears are not willing to be sold, can you tell me your home address? We may be able to negotiate other business. Seeing that Moon wanted to leave, More Pepper hurriedly made a new proposal. Are you sure you want my home address? Of course, if it's convenient, I will bring a valuable gift to visit your parents. Seeing the other party's anxious look, Moon subconsciously thought of Voldemort who coveted his secret. Could it be that he also discovered the secret of the Scarlet Moon? It shouldn't be. Last week at Hogwarts, he was just scared away by Dumbledore. It's impossible to come to Hogsmeade so soon. However, Moon was not sure. With doubts, Moon went to find Ms. Rosmerta, borrowed paper and pen to write down his previous address. Thank you very much. Don't worry, Mr. Scarlet, our business will have a very pleasant start. After taking the parchment, Moor Pepper smiled and thanked Moon. But as soon as he took a look at the content on the paper, his face became very unhappy. I came to discuss business with you out of kindness. This is giving you money. Why are you shirking it? Moor Pepper said as he threw back the parchment with the words of the Regent Bridge Arch. Sorry to bother you. What happened? Moor Pepper wanted to continue to make trouble, but an old voice suddenly interrupted him. Oh, Master Newt, it's okay. We were joking. Seeing the face of the old wizard, Moor Pepper hurriedly nodded and greeted. Just joking, that's good. Newt first responded to Moor Pepper with a smile, and then looked at Moon. Mr. Scarlet, maybe we can talk. Of course, Mr. Scamander. The two of them sat on the high stools in front of the bar next to them. Seeing that Newt actually showed a kind of sympathy for Moon, Moor Pepper stood by. It was not right to leave, and it was not right not to leave. I heard you also have a niffler? Where is it? Yes, sir, its name is Bengbeng, and it's back to help me pick up the goods now. Pick up the goods. It can actually help you with your business. Newt's voice unconsciously rose a few tones. Yes, your niffler can't. Moon was also staring at the niffler on Newt's shoulder at this time. This niffler is bigger than Bengbeng, with lighter fur, grayer. It was also staring at Moon curiously at this time. Oh, but not all nifflers are so smart. It's good enough that little persimmon doesn't make trouble. Newt obviously has a good relationship with the niffler. While he was talking, he unconsciously picked up the food from the plate and fed the niffler on his shoulder. Little persimmon said it doesn't like to eat cauldron cake. Seeing Newt break off another piece of cake and put it next to his shoulder, Moon reminded him at the right time. Oh, you can actually understand what it says. Newt's tone was even more surprised. His eyes opened wide, and his forehead wrinkles instantly deepened. Yes, can't you? Moon had heard many people mention this legendary wizard. His suitcase contained an entire magical animal kingdom. There should be no less than hundreds of magical animals in it. I can only roughly guess what they mean, not as accurately as you can hear. While Newt was talking, Moon had already picked up the hazelnuts on the table and put them to Sniff's mouth. Sniff, whose name was Little Persimmon, blinked twice with his big eyes, and then took the food from Moon's hand in one bite. So it's true, Newt said, and picked up a dried fruit to feed Little Persimmon. By the way, did you deal with the unicorn riot last week by talking to them? Yes, it was mainly because of Bengbeng's help. After hearing about the unicorn riot, Moor Pepper, who was standing aside, reacted. So this is how unicorn tears come from. Looking at Newt's attitude towards Moon, Moor Pepper hurried over and took off his hat to apologize to Moon. I'm very sorry, Mr. Scarlet, I didn't know you were the owner of the new material. Seeing Moon's curious look, the wizard who had been paying attention to Newt stood up and introduced. This is the owner of Apothecary Pharmacy in Diagon Alley. It seems that he wants to do business with you, Mr. Scarlet. But Mr. Moor Pepper, the unicorn riot, such a big thing, don't you know? Hearing others teasing him, Moor Pepper could only smile. He was overwhelmed by the business of the store during this period and really didn't pay attention to this matter. It was only after Newt mentioned the unicorn riot that he remembered that the customer in the store mentioned the name of Moon Scarlet. So you really want to do business? I welcome it very much. After finding out the other party's identity, Moon also asked Moor Pepper to sit down. After asking the other party that the materials he needed were the same as Slug's pharmacy, Moon asked him to wait for a moment. After arranging the owner of the pharmacy, the Arab wizard who had been waiting on the side also came up. The golden light emanating from his body made Shizzy's eyes a little dizzy. Mr. Scarlet, I also need to do business with you. Chapter 319 The Secret of the Ice Egg. The Arab wizard also found Moon after Professor Sprout's guidance. But what he wanted was not the potion material. Mr. Mohammed, do you need flame snail fertilizer? Yes, and I want a lot. According to Mohammed's explanation, he graduated from the Al-Khadim School of Magic in the Arab world. He has liked all kinds of magical plants since he was a child. However, because the land in Arabia is very barren, he can't grow the magical plants he wants. After learning that Hogwarts is the best school in the wizarding world, he rushed to the UK to find a way. Later, he saw the flame snail fertilizer in the flower shop in Diagon Alley, and then he bought an invitation and came to the Three Broomsticks. Then how much do you need? About 20 hectares. As soon as Muhammad's words came out, the British wizards in the bar were shocked. 20 hectares. This is as big as Hogwarts Castle. Most of the fertilizers that Moon used to have were supplied to the school's greenhouse. If it is spread out, it is only as big as a classroom. The amount of fertilizer the other party wants is more than 100 times the amount that Moon brought back. Do you have a very large farm? Moon asked curiously. Oh, no, I have a very large castle, and I plan to plant all the magical plants in it. Hearing the other party's words, Moon took a breath unconsciously. This was the first time he had seen a wizard richer than himself. Even though Moon was very rich now, he did not have his own castle on Xilin Island. But from the words of the Arab wizard in front of him, it seemed that he had more than one castle. Seeing Moon's expression, Muhammad subconsciously thought that he was asking for too much. If it doesn't work, you can trade half first. Moon frowned. If a half doesn't work, then at least 1/10 should be enough. Seeing that Muhammad wanted to lower the price further, Moon quickly reached out to stop him. No need to reduce it, I will provide as much as you want. After thinking about it, Moon made a decision. Really? Mr. Scarlett, it's really refreshing to do business with you. Hearing Moon's agreement, Muhammad immediately walked up and gave him a big bear hug. But we agreed in advance that the fertilizer delivery must wait until this summer vacation. Moon pushed Muhammad aside to continue discussing the details. Why? My friend, I can pay now. If the money is not enough, I can go to Gringotts Bank to withdraw it. Seeing the other party so anxious, Moon shook his head quickly. This is not a matter of money, my friend. The quantity of goods is too large, and it is impossible to deliver it here. Moon will not let go of this big customer in front of him easily. To be honest, since the use of the flame snail waste was discovered, the fishermen in the entire Xilin Island tribe, including the Bailey family, have been purchasing this marine creature in large quantities. After being processed by the workshop on Xinguang Island, the flame snail fertilizer can already support the food production of the entire Xilin Islands. There is no problem in trading a part of it to Muhammad now. But the amount of fertilizer is too large. Moon used to take care of a whole hazelnut forest at Xilin Farm. He knows very well how much fertilizer is needed for 20 hectares of land. If the other party only needs one layer, not a multi-layer greenhouse structure, it is about 10,000 kilograms. The current price of fertilizer is 20 silver sickles per pound, which is about 20,000 gold galleons. This amount is not something he can bring out after returning to Xilin Island a few times. Before that, Moon must find a way to expand the space of his suitcase. Then add the small pocket. Go back and forth 7 or 8 times to be able to transport such a large amount of goods to this world. From now until this summer vacation, it should be possible. Of course, after the fertilizer is transported, you have to find a place to store it. Moon's idea is to rent a shop in Diagon Alley. The location does not need to be too good, but there must be a warehouse. This way, not only can bulk materials be stored, but also it can be concealed. Hearing that Moon is going to rent a shop in Diagon Alley in order to do business with him, Muhammad was very moved. He directly took out 3 contracts from his high-level stored ring. These are my 3 shops in Diagon Alley. Which one do you think is suitable? You can use it first. Moon was shocked by the wealthy wizard in front of him again. But he was not polite. After agreeing on the price, he used the price of the flame luo fertilizer to buy the largest shop. My friend, this is the first time I have met someone who is so straightforward in doing business since I came to the UK, Muhammad said, hugging Moon again. Then the two signed a magic contract under the witness of Sprout. However, the professor's tone was a little trembling when he was witnessing. Although Sprout was in charge of the greenhouse herb production business of Hogwarts, all this money was the school's income. It was the first time she saw a first-year student signing such a large order. Ms. Rosmerta was also not calm. When she came to deliver drinks to Moon and Muhammad, she almost spilled them on the table. Looking at the numbers on the agreement, Rosmerta took a few deep breaths. This business alone is equivalent to the bar's annual turnover. Thinking about a big customer that Slug mentioned when he first entered the store, Rosmerta really knew how big this big was. Looking at Moon's handsome face and the generous signing of such a large order, Ms. Rosmerta could only lament that her youth was passing by. In fact, Not only other people were in a complicated mood, but Moon was also worried about how to support the shop. After all, he was still a student and could not take care of business. It seems that we must find a reliable person to look after the store. After Moon and Mohammed had agreed, Bengbeng hurried back from the door. After seeing Moon, it first took out a suitcase from its pocket. Then it took the juice drink that Moon handed to it. "Thank you for your hard work, Bengbeng," when Moon handed the materials to the two drugstore owners. Bengbeng drank the drink, but his eyes were always fixed on Mohammed in front of him. "Chiji, what a fat biped, Chiji, really, do you want to cooperate for once?" Seeing that the two sniffers had the same goal when they met for the first time, Moon quickly stretched out his hands and held the two little guys. "This is a guest, you can't have any bad ideas." Just as Moon finished speaking, Mohammed waved his hand. "No need to be like that, my friend, I know what they want," Mohammed said, and took out two sparkling gems from his ring. "This is my gift." Two cute little guys, Bengbeng and Zaya Ashizi, also took the gems with a confused look on their faces. "Chi, is it so easy?" Zaya Ashizi tilted his head and looked at Bengbeng. "Shishi. Where did this fat biped come from?" Bengbeng turned his head to look at Moon and asked. "Arabia, Chi, this is definitely heaven, or his own sniff is smarter." In fact, Newt has always been paying attention to Moon. When he found that Moon really regarded the sniff as a friend, he showed a relieved smile. After Muhammad left, Nit took Zaya Ashizi back lovingly. "This time, Zaya Ashizi has benefited from you, so I can't be stingy," Nit said as he put the suitcase on the table, opened it and took out something that Moon had never seen before. "Is this an ice egg?" When this shiny thing was taken out, Moon could clearly feel that the surrounding temperature had dropped by several degrees. "Actually, I don't know what it is." Even Newt didn't recognize the thing, and its appearance was very strange. A layer of ice crystals as thin as a cicada's wing condensed on its surface, reflecting the rainbow light of blue and silver through the light. Looking carefully inside, you can also find that there are tiny star-shaped cracks inside the eggshell. Moon and Bengbeng both curiously got closer to observe. Translucent ice ridges swam in the inner layer of the eggshell, as if there were living things breathing in it. And with a rhythm of breathing, fist-sized ice crystal fragments floated around the egg body, and when touched, they would make a crisp cracking sound like wind chimes. Bengbeng stretched out his little claws and touched it curiously. Then the whole arm was instantly frozen. Newt picked up the wand and lightly tapped Bengbeng's arm, and the ice crystals immediately shattered. "This egg has very advanced ice magic. If you want to touch it, you'd better wear fire dragon leather gloves." While Newt was explaining, little Persimmon had already put on a pair of mini gloves. It took a lot of effort to pick up the ice egg and walk tremblingly to Moon's cup. With a light touch, the drink in the cup was instantly chilled. If Hagrid saw this, he would definitely buy a large barrel of brandy and drink it all night. Hearing Moon's words, Nit shook his head and smiled. "This is an egg I encountered when I went to Greenland to rescue the Aurora Fox. It just lay alone on the ice field, and there were no other creatures around. I originally thought that some magical creature would hatch, but there has been no movement in 3 years." While Newt was explaining, Moon also took out the fire dragon leather gloves from the suitcase, held the ice egg in his hand, and observed it carefully. The temperature of the ice egg is lower than expected, and you can feel the cold even with gloves. It seems that there is really life in the eggshell. Moon used his talent to feel it carefully, and then looked at Newt curiously. "You can feel the life in the eggshell so quickly, which means that it is really destined for you. Take it and see if you can hatch it." Seeing that Moon's expression did not seem to be fake, Nit gave up a lot. "Thank you, don't be so polite. You can visit my house if you have a chance. I have a lot of magical animals there, and Bengbeng should like it very much." Hearing Newt's invitation, Bengbeng's eyes showed hope. But it still looked back at Moon sensibly. "Don't worry, I will definitely go if I have a chance." While Moon and Newt were chatting, the competition in the field also had a result. Cedric got the first place as he wished. With a neutralization of unicorn tears, he finally succeeded in refining the little living hell potion. After getting the moonlight grass, he shouted that he wanted to share the reward with Moon. But just when Cedric was cheering, a team of 3 Aurors suddenly broke into the bar. "We're hunting a Niffler, have you seen it?" Chapter 320, Old Sniff's Traces. After entering the bar, the leading Auror took out a portrait and asked Rosmerta. "Oh, I don't have this poor little guy here." After looking at the scarred old Niffler in the portrait, Rosmerta covered her mouth and exclaimed. Not getting the answer they wanted, the Aurors looked around the bar. After a glance, they locked onto the two Nifflers in front of Moon. We shouldn't be the two you're looking for, right? Seeing the Auror coming over, staring at the little persimmons that bounced around. Moon subconsciously hugged the two Nifflers in his arms. Hiss, I'm really hard to say. The leading Auror looked at the portrait for a long time, and then turned his attention to Moon. Your name is Moon Scarlett? Yes, I am. We suspect that your Niffler may have colluded with evil creatures, and now we have to take it back to the Ministry of Magic for trial? Listening to the Auror's words, there was such a big change before and after. Moon subconsciously guessed that this group of people should be coming for him. But before Moon could say anything, Professor Sprout next to him rushed over immediately. You don't have direct evidence, so you can't take Bengbeng away. That's right, Mr. Scarlett's pet. How could it be a criminal? Mohammed, who had just finished a deal with Moon, also rushed over and stood in front of Moon. Your way of enforcing the law has violated the Auror regulations, Victor. You want to arrest someone just based on a suspicion. If you really do this, we will complain to the Ministry of Magic about you. The two owners of the Diagon Alley Pharmacy also stood up to speak for Moon. Seeing this situation, the leading Auror became a little surprised and doubtful. He didn't expect that so many people would stand up to stop him from catching a Niffler. Is this still the same wizard who only knew how to hide? But thinking of the deputy minister's bad temper in the past 2 days, Victor pretended to be calm and looked at Sprout. Professor, you should know that magical creatures like Nifflers will cooperate with each other. This old Niffler killed a wizard in Hogwarts. We must do our best to eliminate all suspicions. Killed a wizard. How is it possible? Hearing the seriousness of the case, Sprout covered his mouth in surprise. This creature doesn't have any powerful magic, so how could it kill wizards? Victor, are you mistaken? Looking at the direction where the wizards around him were diverted, Victor took out the image of the victim. It was a picture of an old wizard, holding an iron chain in his hand to tie an irritable Niffler. The Niffler in the picture jumped around as if it was frightened, and grinned at the wizard from time to time, with a very unfriendly look. You all saw that this Niffler has developed hatred for its owner, and according to the information we have, it is now hiding in Hogsmeade. Okay, no more talk. An abrupt voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the Auror's words. What you said is not evidence. Nifflers do help each other, but the premise is that they already know each other. If they are two strangers, they will only fight for territory, Nit said, standing up from the chair. He first took the small persimmon from Moon and put it on his shoulder, then looked at the Auror who had been talking. And all Nifflers cannot master the magic of killing. The wizard in the picture is completely to blame. Hearing the old wizard suddenly interrupt him, the Auror was about to get angry. The person behind him suddenly reminded him, and then he showed a look of surprise. Master Newt. I didn't expect to see you here. Nit directly ignored the hands extended by the Auror, with a very unfriendly face. When you Aurors investigate cases, can't you respect basic magic common sense? Nifflers kill people. Anyone who has such a ridiculous idea should take the initiative to go to the 5th floor of St. Mungo's to check his brain. Newt's words made the three Aurors' faces turn green and red. The 5th floor of St. Mungo's is the magic injury department of the Magic Injury Hospital. Many wizards whose brains were damaged by spells were admitted here, including Neville's parents. Newt should be very reluctant to hear someone slander the Niffler, and the words were getting more and more unpleasant. But the three Aurors didn't dare to refute it at all. After all, they also knew that with their poor knowledge of magical animals, they couldn't make any waves in front of this master. When Newt finished speaking, Moon brought a drink at the right time to let the old man moisten his throat. Three Aurors, Master Newt is actually right. Hearing Moon interrupting at this time, the three Aurors glared at him. Master Newt said that we have a brain disease. We dare not refute it. What right do you have to say that? Moon didn't care about the look of the Auror at all. He just picked up his Niffler and said a few words softly. Then he took something out of Bengbeng's pocket. Our Bengbeng not only won't hurt wizards, but is also a good friend of Dumbledore, Moon said, and took out a fiery red feather. This is the tail hair of the Phoenix Fox. Yes, this is the Christmas gift that Headmaster Dumbledore gave to Bengbeng on Christmas. The Auror named Victor took a breath unconsciously. He knew very well what the Phoenix tail hair meant. This is completely the trust endorsement of the greatest wizard of the time. Looking at the Niffler in Moon's hand, Victor suddenly felt a great sense of absurdity. The school professor, the owner of Diagon Alley, the master of magical animals, and the owner of Phoenix Fox were all making false guarantees for a Niffler. Is this still the magical world I know? Cold sweat gradually seeped out of Victor's forehead. I just wanted to catch a niffler and take it back to vent my anger on the leader. Why did I hide an iron plate? No, this niffler's backing is so strong, it's not an iron plate at all, it's a super strong armor spell. Looking at Moon holding Bengbeng, Victor took another breath. The pet's backing is so strong, this owner should just forget it. The three Aurors finally left the bar in disgrace. Seeing that the matter was settled, Moon thanked the wizards around him one by one. Don't apologize, Mr. Scarlett. We didn't expect your niffler power to be so strong. Yes, it's not easy to get the phoenix's tail feather. The two owners of the Diagon Alley pharmacy had been staring at the phoenix feather. There were also phoenix feathers in their pharmacy, but they were all regarded as treasures of the store. In comparison, the tail feather in Bengbeng's hand was more precious than ordinary phoenix feathers. They wanted to ask if they could sell it, but they shut their mouths when they thought of Dumbledore's name. Moon thought it was nothing. At least Bengbeng had more than one feather in his pocket. After the incident of the Philosopher's Stone last week, Bengbeng also exchanged his ring with Flux for one. It was also a tail feather. And judging from Flux's appearance, as long as Bengbeng liked it, he should be able to exchange for a lot. After the meeting, the wizards left one after another. Master Newt finally came to Moon's side. He first glanced at Moon, and then nodded Bengbeng's head. It's very good. Take good care of this niffler. Don't worry, Master. Are you going back now? Of course not. I finally came to Hogsmeade. I have to go see old friends. There are probably not many people that Newt can call old friends. However, who this master is going to see is not what Moon cares about. After promising to visit his home, Moon followed Professor Sprout back to Hogwarts. Cedric was very excited to get the moonlight grass. He couldn't wait to go back and share this good news with his friends. After agreeing on the matter of refining the moonlight potion, Moon took Bengbeng to the small classroom on the second floor. It's finally safe here. Tell me, what are you going to do? Since entering the school gate, Bengbeng has been anxiously urging Moon to find a place where no one is. It didn't calm down until entering this classroom. Shiji, tell you quietly, it's actually here with me. Him? Who? Moon looked at Bengbeng curiously. Bengbeng patted his pocket. Then, a paw gently lay on the side of the pocket. Then, a scarred head of a sniff with most of its hair falling off was exposed. When he saw the scene of this sniff, Moon recalled that the words left by Master Newt before leaving were not for him. Don't worry, come out, I won't hurt you. Although he didn't know why this old sniff was hiding in Bengbeng's pocket, Moon didn't believe that the sniff could kill wizards. Especially when Master Newt left a word. Shiji, look, I'm right. My two-legged beast is the best wizard. Chi, that's not necessarily true. The old sniff obviously distrusted wizards. It hesitated for a moment and found that Moon really didn't plan to catch it. It slowly crawled out of Bengbeng's pocket. But before it could let down its guard, Moon stuffed a dried insect in front of it. This was the snack that Master Newt left for Bengbeng before leaving. Old Sniff was startled, and did not cry out until he found out that it was food. Moon took advantage of the other party eating to ask about what happened. Chirp, you asked me to come back to get the suitcase, and then I met Raoul, according to Bengbeng's explanation. When he was taking the suitcase back to Hogsmeade, he happened to see Raoul being chased by 3 Aurors. Seeing that the other party was very pitiful, he let Raoul hide in his pocket and took him to the 3 broomsticks. It turns out that the 3 Aurors did not find the wrong person. Moon now felt a little sad for the 3 Aurors. Old Sniff was not caught, and was scared away by Bengbeng's backstage. But now that things have developed to this point, Moon does not plan to pursue responsibility. After Old Sniff Raoul had eaten and drunk enough, he asked about the other party again. So that's it, Chirp, you are so pitiful, just follow me from now on. Moon did not pay attention to Bengbeng's acceptance of another younger brother. He was just curious about the cause of the death of the Dark Wizard. Internal fighting among Dark Wizards? It's related to unicorns. Looks like I have to tell Dumbledore. Chapter 321 Phoenix First Blood. After the incident of the Philosopher's Stone, I don't know if it's because it's becoming more and more important in Dumbledore's plan. When Moon came to the principal's office this time, there was no need for a secret word, and the door opened directly. Seeing that Bengbeng didn't seem to be curious at all, Moon thought that maybe he was once again benefiting from Bengbeng. After meeting Dumbledore, Moon immediately told him about the Dark Wizard. The principal just nodded. Using human lives to delay, this is his style, but don't worry, this matter is over. Dumbledore seemed to know the matter in advance. not worried at all. But seeing Moon's face as if he was facing a great enemy, he just smiled and took out a palm-sized bottle from the drawer. Don't worry, Voldemort should be silent for a long time after he disappears this time. During this period, you must learn various magics as soon as possible and improve your strength. This is a bottle of Philosopher's Stone potion that I asked for from Nick Flamel, and it is also the gift I promised to give you. The potion that Dumbledore took out was about 3 ounces. It was red in the bottle and looked very beautiful. When helping the unicorns migrate to the Black Lake, Dumbledore promised Moon a reward. But Moon didn't expect that the gift was actually the Philosopher's Stone potion. Professor, can this potion make people live forever? Moon carefully took the potion, his eyes full of curiosity and exploration. He remembered the effects of magic very clearly. It can not only obtain endless wealth, but also make people immortal. Yes, these potions can probably increase the lifespan of a wizard by about 100 years. 100 years, Moon said, holding his hands tighter. There is no need to be so nervous. In fact, if people live too long, they will be very boring. It is better to welcome death and start the next journey. Moon did not agree with Dumbledore's words at all. After all, it is difficult for a 12-year-old wizard to understand death. Seeing that Moon was still very fascinated by the potion, Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. In fact, using the energy of the Philosopher's Stone to increase lifespan has a very serious side effect. Side effect? What is it? Moon's tone was a little nervous. It can indeed increase your lifespan, but your body will continue to age, and even in the end, your body will not be able to support basic movements, and you can only rely on external objects to maintain your life, Dumbledore said, picking up a piece of honey biscuit on the table. With a gentle break, it broke into 2 halves, and the crumbs covered the table. Just like this biscuit, it looks delicious, but it breaks with a slight touch. Watching Dumbledore put the biscuit into his mouth, Moon immediately understood. He learned magic in the hope of gaining powerful power. This power certainly includes an increase in lifespan. But now Moon's goal has become clearer. Immortality, and not aging. Looking at the red potion in his hand again, Moon shook his head and put it in his pocket. He wanted to live forever. But if he could only sit in a wheelchair all day, such immortality magic was not what Moon needed. Watching Moon's actions, Dumbledore smiled and nodded. A warrior always has to face his own heart. You are much better than Voldemort in this respect. Hearing Dumbledore mention the name of the Dark Lord, Moon became more and more curious. Professor, can you tell me about Voldemort? After the Philosopher's Stone incident, Moon wanted to go to the library to look up information about Voldemort. But surprisingly, there was no detailed introduction of this person in all the books. It was as if all the books were cursed. Tom, actually now that I think about it, you two are really a bit alike. Seeing Moon's inquiring eyes, Dumbledore's thoughts slowly returned to the past. They were both diligent and studious, and they were both full of desire for power. But one person chose to keep asking for it. One person chose to save and protect. It was precisely because of this obvious division that Dumbledore dared to include Moon in his plan. In the eyes of the headmaster, Moon and Tom were like the 2 poles of a Muggle magnet. They could attract a large number of people around them unconsciously. But at the same time, they repelled each other. Seeing that Moon had been waiting, Dumbledore did not refuse and explained the matter of Voldemort. From the contact in the orphanage to the end of the First Wizarding War, Dumbledore talked about the whole 44 years for about 2 hours. He did not mention many secrets, but it was enough for Moon to understand him. What a powerful senior, Moon complained in his heart. Voldemort not only mastered powerful black magic, but also established a huge wizard organization. In fact, Moon was doing such things in another world. It's just that Voldemort seemed to be just pursuing immortality. Moon hoped to recreate a social order. As for other powerful forces, immortality, increased wealth, power and status, these were just byproducts of Moon's pursuit. When Dumbledore and Moon were discussing Voldemort, Bengbeng had already run onto Fox's brass stand and started chatting. Chidgey, I made new friends outside. I'll introduce them to you when I have the chance. Fox nodded with a doting look in his eyes. Chirp, look, this is an egg sent by an old wizard. It's so beautiful, Bengbeng said as he took out the ice egg that Moon had put in his dragon leather glove. As soon as he took it out, the temperature around him dropped several degrees in an instant. After Dumbledore noticed something was wrong, he came over curiously to check it out. By the way, Principal, this is a gift from Master Newt. Do you recognize it? Moon knew nothing about this beautiful ice egg now. He only knew that there was a weak life inside. Since he came to Dumbledore, Moon wanted to consult him. After all, this principal was famous for his wide knowledge. Hiss, I don't know it. Feeling the powerful ice magic coming from the ice egg, Dumbledore took a deep breath and shook his head. He originally thought that the billowig worm honey that Newt brought to see him was already precious. But he didn't expect it to be even less than this ice egg. Most importantly, he had never seen any records of related ice eggs in books. The magic world is still very magical. If I have a chance, I would like to resign as the headmaster and go out to see it. The beauty of the ice egg evoked Dumbledore's distant memories, and he even hoped to travel the world. Moon's expression suddenly tightened. He knew that he couldn't let Dumbledore leave at this time. Otherwise, there would be no one to protect him. Thinking about Voldemort's strength, Moon quickly changed the subject. While the two were talking, the Phoenix Fox became more and more interested in the ice egg. It flew to Dumbledore's desk with a dragon skin glove in its mouth. Then it gently lifted it. The ice egg immediately rolled onto the desk and landed steadily on the table. Then Fox circled around the ice egg, as if confirming something. Does Fox know something? Moon looked at the Phoenix again. Maybe. The Phoenix lives longer than any wizard. Dumbledore was also attracted by Fox's actions. It was also the first time he saw a magical animal inherited from his family, and he was actually interested in an egg. After walking around the ice egg, Fox gently stretched out his beak and pecked the surface of the eggshell, as if it felt the attack. A small layer of ice shield immediately condensed on the surface of the eggshell. Ding! The sharp beak and the eggshell made a crisp collision sound. Neither side was injured. After pecking, Fox immediately stopped attacking. I don't know if he really confirmed something. Fox lowered his head gently and then let out a shrill cry. Lee! A drop of golden liquid quietly floated out from Fox's brow and fell on the surface of the eggshell. Dumbledore didn't have time to reach out to stop it. This drop of golden liquid had been completely absorbed by the ice egg. The surface of the originally crystal clear eggshell instantly lit up a layer of complex golden magic patterns. The coldness that originally came from the eggshell also disappeared instantly. As the light gradually went out, the original magical noise on the ice egg also disappeared. The transparent material of the eggshell gradually turned into jade. What happened? Moon had no idea at all. He could only look at Dumbledore for help. The headmaster also shook his head, looking confused. I don't know, but the time for Fox's nirvana will be advanced. Originally, according to Dumbledore's estimation, the Phoenix Fox's rebirth would have to wait until next year at least. But he never thought that after paying a drop of Phoenix blood, the process would be accelerated. Take good care of this egg. Maybe you will also be able to harvest a magical animal with powerful magical power in the future. Seeing that Fox was getting weaker and weaker, Dumbledore went up and held it in his arms. Then he slowly put it on the original brass stand. Okay, old friend, although I don't know why you are so desperate, I think you always have your own reasons. After Dumbledore finished speaking, the Phoenix Fox made another crisp cry, then a ball of golden flames ignited on its body. Just like the drop of liquid that just floated out of its forehead. Very colorful. As the flame burned out, black ashes fell on the brass tray below. Moon and Bengbeng stared at this scene closely. It was the first time for them to see the Phoenix's nirvana. Bengbeng's eyes unconsciously shed crystal tears. Don't worry, this is a process that the Phoenix must go through. After noticing the scene, Moon held Bengbeng in his palm and stroked its smooth furchy. But that kind of fire looks so painful. Bengbeng did not understand the process of the Phoenix's nirvana. It only knew that its friend had suffered a lot. Seeing the ashes falling continuously, Bengbeng turned his head and threw himself into Moon's arms, unable to bear to watch any longer. Dumbledore seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. When the ashes completely fell, he immediately bent down and took out a chubby little bird from it. Chi-Chi seeing the little bird unconsciously wanting to get closer to Bengbeng, Dumbledore showed a look of surprise on his face. Logically speaking, the Phoenix will forget everything in its previous life after Nirvana, but I didn't expect it to remember Bengbeng. Chapter 322 Moon's Backhand. After witnessing the Phoenix's rebirth, Moon and Bengbeng also saw the extraordinary power of powerful magical creatures. Rebirth from the Nirvana. This is actually not much different from what Voldemort pursues. After confirming that the little Phoenix really knew Bengbeng, Bengbeng planned to cultivate feelings from an early age and stayed in the principal's office. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not refuse and prepared delicious meals for the two little guys. Moon left the principal's office with the ice egg. After bathing in Phoenix blood, The powerful ice magic on the ice egg was completely condensed into the eggshell. Next, we need to wait for the other party to break out of the shell. However, this time cannot be determined. After getting Moon's promise that he would help it avoid being hunted, old sniffer Raoul also chose to join Moon's team. With the help of this sniff, it is more convenient for Moon to carry fertilizer from another world. After only 3 trips, he carried all the fertilizers agreed with Muhammad. When the fertilizer was just brought back, it was placed in the small classroom in the castle building. Then Moon wrote a letter to Muhammad. When the other party came to Hogsmeade again, he let Bengbeng run a few more times and unloaded all the fertilizer. At the same time, Moon also got the key to the Diagon Alley shop. When the transaction was completed, this school year was completely over. Starting from Wednesday, all students at Hogwarts entered the examination stage. The first-year examination subjects are relatively simple. The examination question of the charms class is to make a pineapple dance tap dance and walk across a desk. This question combines the small evil spell, Tarantella dance, and levitation spell. It belongs to the comprehensive application of spells. In order to prevent the young wizards from learning from each other, Professor Flitwick called the students into the classroom one by one. Mr. Longbottom, I want the pineapple to jump up, not roll. Mr. Weasley, just jump. It doesn't count as tap dance. Although the young wizards made various mistakes during the exam, but Professor Flitwick still generously let everyone pass the exam. The test subject of transfiguration is to turn a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. If there are still mouse hair and whiskers on the box, points will be deducted. This subject is a more difficult magic among the first-year transfiguration. After all, it involves the transformation of life. Seamus Finnegan, I want you to turn a mouse into a snuff box, but I didn't really let you smoke. Professor McGonagall was as strict as ever. She was rude to every student. Only when Moon and Hermione showed up did she smile and let the 2 little wizards go out to wait for the results. The exam subject of potions is to prepare Forgetfulness Potion. This is a potion that requires mistletoe berries, valerian, and unicorn hair. When refining this potion, the most important thing to pay attention to is not to use a brass stirring rod during the brewing process. Otherwise, the potion will explode during the brewing process. Moon guessed that such an exam trap was definitely set up by Professor Snape on purpose. After all, this trap is too easy to be overlooked. The last section is the exam of history of magic. The subject is relatively simple, as long as you answer the paper honestly. After the exam, all the little wizards can wait for a week and leave school to enjoy the holiday. Moon returned to Xingin Island after the exam. After 2 months of hard work, all the pirate forces on the Vina Islands were swept away by Xingin Island. Without the obstruction of these people, the trade business of the Vina Islands gradually recovered. Xingin Island has become a peaceful place that everyone on the islands yearns for. Coupled with the support of the Bailey family and the emergence of new paper and printing products produced by Xingguang Island, Xingin Island has replaced Salmon Island and become the most prosperous commercial distribution base. However, because the tribal wizards did not expect the current changes before, they only built a few simple trading places near the island port. This is completely unable to meet the current trading needs of Xingin Island. The tribe had to hire a large number of people to speed up the construction of various ports, towns and other infrastructure. Fortunately, with the arrival of peace, the flow of people on the islands is no longer restricted. The number of people coming to Xingin Island to work is gradually increasing. There is no shortage of workers, but the construction progress is still too slow. After inspecting the expansion project of Xingin Island Rihu Port, Moon felt more and more that the current world's infrastructure capacity is too backward. Of course, this is mainly because there are no more advanced tools. Engineering construction still relies mainly on manpower. The largest complex machine in the port is just a simple lever roller device. It seems that during the summer vacation, it is necessary to bring back a batch of advanced machines from the Muggle world. When Moon first arrived in the UK, he saw many Muggle construction sites. Moon also brought back 1 or 2 related machine manufacturing books. However, with the existing technology of Starlight Island, it is not yet possible to manufacture them. In addition to the vigorous construction of Starlight Island, the Gospel Society is also developing very rapidly. Now more and more people in the archipelago know about it. The Gospel Society of the Son of the Holy Revelation is a subordinate organization of the Wizards of Starlight Island. Joining it will get the protection of the tribal wizards. So in just a few months, The number of members of the Gospel Society has doubled again. According to the latest statistics from Gold, the official members of the Gospel Society have exceeded 100,000. This almost covers the entire population of the 3 islands under Starlight Island. There are also many islanders whose islands are controlled by federal spellcasters who have joined the Gospel Society. In order to strengthen the management of this ordinary organization, Moon asked Gold and the chief of the Xinjiang Island tribe to jointly formulate relevant doctrinal rules. These include the need to abide by the doctrines of the Gospel Society and not damage the reputation of the Gospel Society. Actively cooperate and participate in the protection and construction of the island. Report black wizards and lawbreakers, etc. Correspondingly, in addition to fulfilling their obligations, members of the Gospel Society will also enjoy various rights. For example, appropriate tax reductions. Children can be given priority to enter the Xinjiang Island School to receive education. Island management and defense personnel are given priority to be recruited from church members. The most important one is that if the children of church members have wizard talent, they can be directly admitted to the Xinjiang Island Wizard School for study. With the incentive of relevant systems, the number of members of the Gospel Society has increased again. Through the increasingly developed trade channels of Xinjiang Island, relevant information has spread farther and farther. At the same time, more people are rushing to Xinjiang Island day and night. When Moon returned to the island again, Xilin, with a tired face, came over with a thick stack of documents. More and more people are coming to the island. Even people from the mainland have heard the news and are rushing here, and most of them want to join the Gospel Society. This is a very big hidden danger. We must control it in the early stage, otherwise it will become more and more difficult later, Xilin said as he placed the relevant information in front of Moon. These people should be here for the magic school. Moon just smiled and continued to concentrate on doing magic experiments. Yes, these people are completely crazy. I don't know where they heard that the magic school's identification rate is more accurate, so they all want to try their luck. The Xinjiang Island Magic School can accurately identify the magic talents of young wizards. This information was actually spread by the Bailey family on behalf of Moon. His purpose is of course to attract more young wizards to come and learn. Especially after the Star Wizard repaired the magic Oathstone of the tribal wizards. Moon asked people to spread this rumor on a large scale. Can that stone really restrain wizards and not betray us? Seeing that Moon was still worrying about the potion experiment, Xilin became more and more anxious. Of course, the magic Oathstone was a magical creation made by the last high priest of the tribe. It was the highest level work of the tribe's wizards after the Erebus defection incident. It was also because of the existence of the Oathstone. Even though the tribe's wizards continued to decline, no wizard dared to betray directly. In order to test the power of the Oathstone, Moon once used the wizards detained in the dungeon for experiments. The strongest Imperial wizard with 4-grid wizard bar was burned to ashes in just 3 seconds. That's relieved. Hearing Moon's guarantee, Xilin breathed a sigh of relief. They finally traveled through mountains and rivers and came to Xinjiang Island. Life has just settled down, and naturally they don't want others to steal the results. Especially after Moon established a magic school, although it can attract a large number of people to come here. But correspondingly, there are also many people with ulterior motives. At least the Federation and the Empire, after seeing Moon's magic strength, will definitely find a way to find out everything that happened here. And the magic school is a very good breakthrough. Of course, Moon has noticed this a long time ago. Therefore, he set up 3 levels for recruiting students to the magic school. First, they must be children of members of the Gospel Society with a traceable background and no criminal record. Second, they must leave a mark on the Oathstone before entering school. Third, they must pass Moon's wizard test. Anyone who has studied magic before must consider it carefully. Moon does not want an organization like Voldemort or the Death Eaters to appear in his school. Well, since you already have an idea, I won't care, but there has been some changes in the potion trade on the island, Xilin said, pulling out a piece of parchment from the file and placing it in front of Moon. This is a merchant who came to purchase hemostatic and bone injury potions. His identity has been verified. He's from the Manila Empire. Hearing this, Moon also became interested. After putting the separated potions into the medicine bottle, Moon breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Federation is not a monolithic entity. Moon originally thought that with the support of his own potions, the Federation might be able to gain the upper hand on the battlefield. At least it would make the defense of Snow Eagle Mountain easier. But I didn't expect that only 3 months later, someone from the Manila Empire knew about the potion. They followed the clues and came to Xilin Island. What should we do? Should we sell it to them? Well, not for now, Moon thought for a while and said. Xilin Island has an agreement with the Federation. Naturally, the closest allies will be given priority. At the same time, Moon's store in Diagon Alley is about to open. We must prepare more goods to open up sales in another magical world. Of course, the most important thing is that Moon's relatives are still in the Federation. So he can only refuse the Manila Empire. Chapter 323 Taking over the store. After discussing things with Xilin, the old man was about to leave, but was stopped by Moon. Don't leave in a hurry, drink this potion. Potion? What's it for? Xilin froze in place holding the documents. Thinking back, he didn't seem to be feeling unwell recently. This potion can help relieve physical fatigue and prevent illness. No need, I can handle this. Xilin patted the thick documents in his hand and looked indifferent. Moon shook his head helplessly. Seeing that Xilin had more and more white hair in recent times, he added, this potion can also increase a person's lifespan. Hiss. After hearing Moon's words, Xilin hurriedly put down the documents and ran outside to see if there was anyone. Then he suddenly closed the door. He turned around and looked at Moon in surprise. This matter is not a joke. Are you sure it can increase people's lifespan? Xilin's expression suddenly became very panicked. If someone said that there was a potion that could increase human lifespan, he would definitely not believe it. However, there were too many miraculous things that happened to Moon. This made him have to ask for clarification. Sure, Moon's brief answer was like a bolt from the blue. Xilin originally wanted to reach out and pinch Moon's arms. But as soon as he raised his hand, he stiffly let go. He slowly turned his head and looked at the bottle of red magic potion on the table. Lifespan. You don't know how many kings, nobles, and big businessmen want to get this at the cost of their lives. If you let this out, you will definitely get a reward far greater than the Venus Islands. Now you give it to me so easily. Xilin fell into the chair in a daze, but his eyes never left the potion bottle. Although he is not a king, he is also not immune to the world. Increased lifespan. There should be no ordinary person who would miss such an opportunity. This is not irony, you deserve it. Moon certainly knew the value of the magic stone potion. If he put the part of the potion he just separated out outside, maybe the war between the Federation and the Empire would be even more tragic. Countless people will lose their lives in vain for the desires of the superiors. Moon's words pulled Xilin back from his complicated thoughts. What do I deserve? Xilin pointed at himself blankly. Of course, Moon did not say any reason, but just smiled slightly. Since he started learning magic, Xilin had helped him more than once. Whether it was obtaining magical wood, encountering the big snake, or avoiding the pursuit of the night owl, the two worked together to kill each other. And later on the sea voyage, Xilin took care of him. Moon remembered all these in his heart. In particular, Moon knew that Xilin still had a great revenge in his heart. That was the night owl and the ruler who slaughtered all the people in the Manila Empire. And now Xilin is nearly 70 years old. At this age, he still has to deal with complicated affairs every day. Moon is very worried that the other party will not be able to hold on until the day of revenge. So the magic stone potion naturally has to separate a part of it and give it to Xilin. Well, it seems that my life can only be handed over to you in the future, Xilin chuckled as he said, but his eyes were full of determination. In fact, after arriving at Xilin Island, Xilin obviously felt that he could not keep up with Moon's growth speed. Later, when the power of the tribal wizards expanded, he seized this opportunity tightly. He stood by Moon's side again. He believed that as long as he followed Moon closely, he could get revenge. After all, the two had a common enemy. At the same time, after getting along for so long, Xilin also wanted to see the new world that Moon talked about with his own eyes. But his health was getting worse and worse, and he knew that he might not have much time left. He originally just wanted to escort Moon for a while in the last stage of his life. Unexpectedly, he could get the longevity potion that many ancient kings dreamed of. That's settled. Without my order, you can only live forever. Moon also smiled and teased him. Although the potion he separated this time can only increase Xilin's life by more than 30 years. But he is confident that he can let the other party see the moment of revenge after dealing with irrelevant matters on Xilin Island. Moon returned to Hogwarts again. The test results have come out this week. Because the exam results of Hogwarts are graded, there is no specific score. So it is not surprising that Moon and Hermione tied for first place. Both of them got 7 excellent grades. In addition to the exam, the most important thing is the evaluation of the house points. Because Moon helped the school solve the Unicorn Riot incident and the Philosopher's Stone protection incident, Harry got the snitch in the last game. So this time Gryffindor led the other 3 houses by a cliff. With a score of 200 points higher than the second-place Slytherin, it won the first place in the House Cup. Saturday. Once again boarded the Hogwarts Express. Moon and Harry squeezed into the same carriage again. To be honest, Moon, you should be the first Gryffindor student invited to the Malfoy family since the establishment of the school, Ron said, looking at Moon with a weird look. I can't help it. I actually wanted to refuse. After the school's farewell party, Malfoy invited Moon to visit the manor 3 times. Moon had already refused, but Malfoy was too determined. Not only did he take out the invitation letter written by his father Lucius, but he also asked Professor Snape to be his lobbyist. Don't say that, Ron. Malfoy invited Moon just to thank him for saving him in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione put down her textbook and refuted helplessly. She knew the Forbidden Forest incident very well. If Moon hadn't stopped the Dark Wizard at that time, Malfoy would have been injured or died. It was understandable that Malfoy would do this. I know that's the truth, but when I think of the faces of the Malfoy family, I can't help but get angry. Ron wanted to say something else, but Harry directly avoided the topic. Moon, can you really let me leave home? I mean to leave completely. Harry still couldn't believe it. When he was in school, he applied to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. He hoped that they would allow him to stay in school during the summer vacation. But these 2 professors refused very ruthlessly. Later, Harry told Moon the same idea. Although he knew that there was little hope, Harry still had a firm belief in Moon. Especially after seeing Moon use a spell to repel Voldemort that night. Harry's trust in Moon soared. Don't think too much. I can only let you come out as a guest and temporarily get away from the oppression of the elders at home. Okay, I expect too much, but when can you let me leave that place? Hearing Moon's words, Harry was a little disappointed. But he couldn't wait to ask for the specific time. He really didn't want to return to number 4 Privet Drive for a moment. A week later, I have to deal with the things at hand first. For Moon, the most important thing now is, of course, to open the store in Diagon Alley first. This matter cannot be solved in 1 or 2 days. Okay, then you have to be quick. Don't be too depressed, Harry. If you can really come out, you can come to the Burrow as a guest. My mother really wants to see you, and Moon, you too. Ron stuffed a BB multi-flavor bean into his mouth and comforted Harry. We can also write to each other and share interesting things during the summer vacation. Yes, don't you have a hideaway, Harry? Oh, after I practiced spells with hideaway last time, it seemed that it didn't want to pay attention to me, Harry said with a more and more frustrated expression. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hogwarts Express stopped at King's Cross Station again. Moon said goodbye to his friends one by one. While it was still early, he went directly to Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron. According to the address given by Mohammed, he found number 188 Diagon Alley. Gee, is this our new home? Goo, this house is so big, I can fly back and forth freely, and I don't have to worry about hitting the roof anymore. While the 2 pets on his shoulders were still communicating with each other, Moon was looking at the shop in front of him. This is a 3-story stone building. There is 1 underground floor and 2 floors above ground. The stone wall outside is crooked, as if it was built casually. This is very consistent with the characteristics of wizard architecture. The tiles on the roof of the house should be specially made. All the shops in Diagon Alley are the same. This should be to prevent being discovered by muggles. The 2 retro wooden doors are inlaid with colored magic glass. When the shop is not open, this kind of glass will completely block the view and you can't see what's going on inside. There is also a wooden plaque inlaid above the wooden door. Because the shop has not been open for business, the name on the plaque has long disappeared. This requires Moon to officially open the shop and obtain a license before the name of the shop can be written and take effect. On the left and right sides of the plaque, there are 2 door lights of different shapes. These need to wait until night falls before they light up on time. On the front wall on the left-hand side, there is also a very large window, which is also inlaid with magic glass. This is my first shop. Muhammad didn't lie to me. The location is really good. Moon stood at the door of the shop and looked around. Opposite the shop is Madame Magic King's robe shop. Next door is Elazal's shop, and diagonally up is Flourish and Blot's bookstore. This location is one of the most lively places in Diagon Alley. It should be convenient to read and buy books in the future. After taking a look at the location of Flourish and Blot's, Moon took out the store key that Mohammed gave him. He opened the door and walked in directly. The area of the store is not small. It is about 3 to 4 times the size of the Hogwarts dormitory. There are 2 very large walnut display cabinets placed against the wall in front. One step away from the display cabinets is a wide counter. There is a row of square holes in the wall on the right. These places should be used by the previous store to display goods. Next to the hole is a built fireplace, and there are ashes left from the last wood burning. Because it has not been open for a long time, all the shelves are covered with a thick layer of dust. Moon originally wanted to cast magic to sweep away the dust. Just as he picked up the wand, he remembered that he had left school and casting spells would violate the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. He had no choice but to give up. The stairs in the left corner lead directly to the basement and the second-floor lounge. Moon took Bengbeng and Juju to the second floor first. There are 3 rooms here. 1 bedroom with its own bathroom. 1 kitchen and 1 storage room. The large furniture in the house is still there, but the small items can only be added slowly. Let's clean up the bedroom tonight and sleep here. Okay. Tomorrow we'll clean up the store, decide on the materials to sell, and give the store a nice name. And we'll also post a job posting. Chapter 324. Someone came to apply for a job. After getting up the next day, Moon had a simple meal in Diagon Alley. Then he returned to the store to prepare for the opening. The first thing was to determine the goods that needed to be sold in the store. In fact, Moon had thought about this a month ago. Although Moon could sell all the magic materials in another world, some of the materials had to be carefully selected. For example, the spoils taken from the unbelievers. It contained some magic creations and magic books that were used to experiment with ordinary people. These things were not suitable to be placed in the store. After all, Moon did not plan to open a black magic store. The magic rings that the unbelievers used to assist in casting spells could be placed first. Moon had already found out clearly from Ron. The Ministry of Magic prohibits humanoid creatures other than wizards from using wands. These creatures include goblins, centaurs, and house elves. Needless to say, elves don't have much money. But goblins control the economic lifeline of British wizards. This is definitely a big customer. There are also centaurs. Although most of them live in the wild, they all master advanced healing magic. Many magical creatures will pay a lot of money after treating injuries. So the centaurs must be wealthy. The main target users of the spell ring are naturally these 2 ethnic groups. It seems that African wizards don't use wands either. No, it's too far. Thinking about the distance from Britain to Africa, Moon shook his head helplessly. With the influence of his small shop alone, it is impossible to radiate to another continent. So the shop can only establish a foothold in the local British market first. In addition to the auxiliary spell ring, there are also monocular glasses. This is an excellent auxiliary product for alchemists. Moon has always kept the best pair of glasses with him. Although there are relatively few wizards studying alchemy in Britain now. But think about the wizards who make wands, robes, and even flying brooms. They should all be able to use them. Although these are more magical, the number of products is too small, and the materials from Xilin Island should still be the main ones. Moon set and placed the captured spoils on the wall hole on the right. This is closest to the door. It is just right to use the novelty of the goods to attract customers. Next, the main materials to be placed on the front cabinet. Among them are the herbs of the Spirit Tree tribe, including Selma flowers, St. John's wort, wire thorns, and soul-binding thorn roots. There are originally 27 kinds of magical plants on the island. However, Moon only brought 13 kinds this time, which are all materials that have matured and been picked this year. As for those that were not brought, some of them have grown for a long time and are not mature. Another kind is to make potions and sell them to federal spellcasters. The inventory of Xilin Island is already in a hurry. Next is the Dreamstone, Moonstone, Star Sand, and Rune-carved stone tablet of the Bengbeng tribe. This tribe controls the rare minerals on Xilin Island, as well as rune alchemy. The relevant knowledge is relatively profound, and most of it is not mastered by Moon. So he can only temporarily sell some basic materials. As for the advanced magic creations, the Bengbeng tribe has preserved few, and Moon also needs to slowly study and learn. There are also magic corals, fish bones, flame snails, batfish swim bladders, and streamer fish livers from the Xilin tribe. These products from the sea can be used to make potions and as materials for alchemy. All of the above materials are special products in Moon's shop. After all, these are all magic materials that are basically not found in this world. Especially the marine materials, no store in Diagon Alley sells them. In addition to these materials, there are also basic materials collected by the Bailey family. These materials overlap with this world, including licorice, belladonna, unicorn hair, mandrake, and wolf's bane. Of course, Moon does not expect these materials to bring any income. At present, it mainly relies on the products of Xingjian Island to make the store famous. Bengbeng, put the star sand in the middle cabinet. Lore, just put the wolf's bane aconite on the side. Juju, you can't eat that, it's poisonous. With the help of 3 pets, Moon only spent one morning to put out all the materials for sale in the store. Then a room in the basement was cleaned up and used as a warehouse. All the extra materials were put in. Papa seeing the shop look brand new, Moon clapped his hands and was in a good mood. Okay, let's think about what name to give our shop. After deciding on the name, you can submit an application to the Ministry of Magic. As long as it is approved, the shop can officially open for business. Shiji, or it can be called Shining. Bengbeng likes the new shop very much and hopes to name it according to his own preferences. Gugu, not good at all, there's nothing shiny here, it might as well be called Figeo Geo. Moon did not dare to agree with the names chosen by the 2 pets. Raoul said nothing because he was a new member. He just looked at the harmonious relationship between Moon and the 2 pets and showed an envious expression. The robe shop opposite is called Madame Walken, and the wand shop is called Ollivanders. How about we use surnames as well? Moon's idea was rejected by the 2 pets as expected. Then why not call it Fiayu, the same name as her big black ship? Bengbeng and Juju didn't object to this name. They also remembered a big black ship they saw when they first arrived in another world. Okay, since you don't object, let's call it Fiayu Magic Shop. After finalizing the name of the store, Moon wrote the store information in a formal format and asked Juju to deliver it to the Magic House. Then prepare another thing. Draft a recruitment notice. The main business of the store and the general products must be clearly marked so that others know. Also, the working hours are 5 days a week. Well, this is a hard rule of the Ministry of Magic. As for the job requirements, why don't I go to the street to refer to the recruitment notices of other stores? This is also the first time that Moon has used this method to recruit magicians. So he can only learn and apply. After walking around Diagon Alley, he found that 3 stores had posted recruitment needs. After a brief look, Moon returned to the store to modify it. The recruitment poster was done. Crimson Moon Magic Shop. Recruitment notice for Wizard Shop Assistant. The most dynamic magic item franchise store in Diagon Alley is looking forward to your joining. The store is located in the core area of Diagon Alley in London, next to Madame Malkin's Robe Shop and Flourish and Blotch Bookstore. It mainly sells various magic materials and various rare magic creations. Recruitment position, full-time Wizard Shop Assistant Workplace. 188 Diagon Alley work hours. 5 days a week job responsibilities, sell magic goods and recommend suitable goods to customers. Job requirements, magic ability must at least pass the spells, potions, herbology, and transfiguration in the owl's exam, be able to skillfully use basic spells such as levitation spells, cleaning spells, and fire spells. Experience and skills, have a deep understanding of magic items, priority is given to wizards who have worked in comprehensive magic shops. Personality traits, be patient with customers and good at communication. Be able to calmly deal with sudden magic events, such as accidental explosion of potion bottles. Salary and benefits, starting salary is 12 gold galleons per week, negotiable depending on ability, and there is also sales commission. Benefits, employee exclusive discount, 30% off on in-store purchases. Free Honidux products. Promotion channel. Deadline. Special note, applicants must ensure that they have no history of dark magic. The store reserves the right to conduct a wand test, lie detector spell, on their background. Looking forward to your one wave and adding new magical miracles to Diagon Alley. Scarlet Moon Magic Store is waiting for you to join. The salary is the same as the recruitment of the Magical Creatures Store, which should be fine. As for this benefit, the unlimited supply of cards given by Honidux Candy Store can be completely replaced. Also, we have to test the store staff. We can't let a dark wizard in. We have to hire someone to do this. Moon did not have the right to use magic outside of school, so he could only entrust the professors to help him screen. After posting the recruitment notice on the window, Moon nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to wait for someone to come. After doing this, Moon went out to buy daily necessities in Diagon Alley. The kitchen and bedroom on the second floor of the store needed to be rearranged. Moon only had a thin blanket to sleep on last night, which was very uncomfortable. Originally, he was thinking of going to the Muggle world to purchase those kitchen utensils that looked light and flexible. But seeing that there were many utensils that could automatically heat food in the wizard market, Moon was quite tempted. After all, he couldn't cast magic now, and with these utensils to help, he could save a lot of time. It's really troublesome not being able to use magic. Moon now misses the days in another world and Hogwarts more and more. After returning that night, Moon used these utensils to make a delicious meal. After enjoying it with his 3 pets, he continued to make improvements to the details in the store. 3 days later, the reply from the Ministry of Magic finally arrived. As soon as he opened the envelope, a group of white handwriting floated to the shop sign at the door. Looking at the word Scarlet Moon Magic Shop, Moon finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that the Ministry of Magic would obstruct him in the process. Unexpectedly, they agreed after all. Now we just need a clerk to open the shop. Moon was just imagining the future of the shop when a customer came in. My friend, why didn't you tell me that the shop is open? Mohammed was still the same. He was shining with gold, which made the 2 sniffers unable to take their eyes off him. Why did you come to England again? Oh, it's to thank you. Those fertilizers are really useful. It has only been a month since the flame snail fertilizer was sold to Mohammed. According to the time, some magical plants with shorter growth cycles should have taken root and sprouted long ago. You don't know, I tried many methods before, but none of them worked. Now those green little guys have popped up. I decided to buy another batch of fertilizer from you. While explaining, Mohammed looked at the goods in Moon's shop. He found that there were many new things here. Even though he had traveled to many places, he had never seen them, so he asked one by one. What is this? Wow, it's amazing. What is this? Oh, it's good. Moon's explanation was not in vain. After Mohammed finished shopping, he bought all the novelties in the store. Especially the magical plants of the Spirit Tree tribe. He liked these flowers and plants. After hearing about the magical functions of these plants, he directly bought more than 3,000 gold galleons of goods. After serving this big customer with great difficulty, he left. The store door opened again. Hello, I'm here to apply for a job. Chapter 325. This guy is a bit weird. The one who walked into the shop was a tall wizard wearing a round hat. After seeing Moon, he opened his mouth slightly and showed a surprised expression. You are very welcome, sir. Come and sit here. Raoul, can you please bring a cup of tea? Moon said as he guided the visitor to sit on the chair on the right. Are you the owner? The tall wizard was still a little uncertain. He took off his hat and looked at Moon carefully. Of course, Moon was also looking at the man in front of him at this time. The wizard had light brown hair, which was slightly curly. After taking off the hat, his hair looked a little messy, as if he hadn't taken care of it for a long time. His face was haggard, with obvious wrinkles on his face, and a brown beard was also uneven. The only thing that attracted people was his eyes. Dumbledore said that you can see the good and evil of a person from his eyes. Moon didn't see the good and evil of the other party, but the wizard's eyes gave people a sense of reassurance. The wizard was wearing a light-colored, worn-out coat with 2 patches on the elbows. His leather shoes, which had obvious signs of repair, were also covered in dust. I didn't expect you to be so young, the wizard smiled as he spoke, and put his suitcase at his feet. You're actually quite tall. Moon wanted to compliment him, but after searching, it seemed that this was the only advantage he could say. The wizard obviously didn't expect Moon to say such a thing. He was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly took the tea brought by Raoul and drank it all in one gulp. Would you like another cup? Thank you. Seeing the other party's embarrassed look, Moon asked Raoul to bring another cup of tea. After 3 cups in a row, the wizard's hunger finally disappeared. Can you give me your resume first? Moon tried his best to maintain the dignity and friendliness of a store owner. Burp, the wizard burped. Sorry, I haven't had time to prepare my resume. Can I introduce myself first? That's fine. My name is Remus John Lupin, and I graduated from Hogwarts. Listening to the wizard's continuous introduction, Moon's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Mr. Lupin, can I ask what your last job was? Well, I mainly did some odd jobs, and I didn't have a specific job. Then do you have a fixed address? No, I don't have that either. Moon's expression became more and more serious. The identity of the man in front of him was somewhat suspicious. According to the other party, he not only had excellent grades, but also obtained excellent evaluations in 10 courses in the graduation exam. He was also very proficient in various basic spells. He also had a very deep understanding of most of the magic materials in the world. This perfectly met all the requirements in the recruitment notice. But how can such a person not have a job, combined with the other party's age, plus these abilities? The other party should at least have a stable career. Thinking that he had already entered Voldemort's sight, Moon felt more and more that it was inappropriate to hire the other party. I'm very sorry, but you may not meet my requirements. Really? Mr. Scarlett is really cautious. Lupin seemed not surprised by Moon's rejection. After hearing what Moon said, he immediately took out a letter from his briefcase. This is my letter of recommendation. I originally wanted to work with my own abilities. Letter of recommendation. Moon took it curiously. Then he saw the familiar handwriting on the envelope. Dumbledore. Yes, the headmaster recommended me. Moon looked at the other person in surprise, then opened the envelope and read it. It was indeed a letter from Dumbledore. Because only this white-bearded headmaster would call Moon Mr. Meteor. In addition to congratulating Moon on opening a store, the letter also asked Moon to study hard. The tone and attitude were all right. At the end of the letter, it was explained to Moon that the wizard carrying the letter could be fully trusted. Are you a member of the Order of the Phoenix? Although Dumbledore did not explicitly mention the Order of the Phoenix in the letter, Moon immediately guessed the identity of the visitor. After all, Dumbledore had promised Moon that he would find someone to protect him. Yes, Mr. Scarlett, how did you know about the Order of the Phoenix? There has been no news about this organization for 10 years. Hearing the other party's question, Moon knew that Dumbledore should not have told Lupin about his identity. It doesn't matter. Now I represent the Scarlet Moon Magic Shop and welcome you to join. Moon immediately took out a magic contract that had been prepared long ago. Before the other party could react, he immediately signed his name. With 1 cent, he got a full-time clerk and a magic bodyguard. Moon felt it was a good deal. Lupin didn't seem to have any requirements for salary. Looking at the signed contract, he couldn't help but worry. I'm sorry, I didn't see any mention of food and accommodation in the recruitment notice. There is another room on the 2nd floor. You can move in after cleaning it up. There is also a kitchen. I will provide the ingredients. Thinking about the other party's ability, Moon readily gave up a room. Bodyguards. You always have to live together to feel at ease. The 2nd floor is not needed. Is there a suitable room in the basement? Hearing Lupin's question, Moon was surprised. There are 3 rooms in the basement, but I have used the largest one as a warehouse. It doesn't matter, I don't mind the size. After getting this answer, Lupin was satisfied and carried his suitcase down to the basement. What a weirdo, he doesn't live in the room with windows on the 2nd floor, but in the dark basement. After arriving at the basement, Lupin went straight to the innermost room. It's quiet, hidden, and very reliable. This is it. After entering the room, he casually used a whirlwind clean to sweep away all the dust and mold. All the dust and mold flew out through the small window that was only as high as a palm. Then he pointed his wand at the wall tiles on the ground and performed transfiguration, and there was a comfortable big bed. Then he took out a set of clothes and simple bedding from his suitcase. After a simple spread, Lupin lay down on the bed. After receiving Dumbledore's letter, he rushed all day to get here. Although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he had no desire to rest at all. A second-year student is actually the owner of a shop. This is amazing. In fact, Dumbledore also wrote another letter to Lupin. It briefly introduced Moon's situation. Lupin didn't believe that a student could open a shop in Diagon Alley alone. But after seeing it in person, he understood. This little wizard is even more amazing than Dumbledore described. He had never seen most of the materials he saw in the shop just now. But the magic energy on them is very strange. This made Lupin curious and thought of the words Dumbledore left for him. Maybe your problem can be solved here with Mr. Scarlett. Can my problem be solved? Really? Forget it. Since Dumbledore said so, let's take a gamble, and the working environment here looks good, but I don't know how long I can stay. From this day on, Remus Lupin became a clerk at Scarlet Moon Magic Shop. The probation period is 1 month. Even with Dumbledore's letter of introduction, Moon also planned to investigate this mysterious wizard. Because many materials in the store come from another world, Moon compiled a product manual in advance. After Lupin spent a day writing down everything, the store officially opened. The owners of 2 drugstores in Diagon Alley arrived on the same day. They also purchased a lot of batfish moths, flame snail powder, and Selma flowers. Seeing that Moon had other novel materials, they also bought one. Madame Malkin from the opposite side also came to the store to congratulate, and after Lupin introduced it, she bought a pair of monocular glasses. There were also 3 members of the Herb Club who came to the store to buy a lot of novel herbs. On the first day of opening, the income was 267 gold galleons. Such performance made Moon very satisfied. However, for the next 3 consecutive days, only a few wizards entered the store. There were even fewer people buying. Madame Malkin came every day, but her target seemed to be Lupin. She had no interest in other products in the store. Moon had been studying on the 2nd floor recently. Looking at the performance report submitted every day, he gradually had a headache. He thought the business of the store would maintain the situation of the first day. But unexpectedly, most wizards were not interested in these novel things. This was not acceptable. Moon planned to buy a batch of wands and flying brooms after selling these materials and return to Xingjian Island. Now it seems that the income of the store is far behind his plan. Boss, maybe we can develop some flagship products with a high degree of audience. Maybe we can open up the situation. Seeing Moon's anxious look, Lupin made his own suggestions. Although he has been doing odd jobs outside, he has also seen many shops of muggles and wizards. At the same time, he is also very clear that wizards are a relatively closed group. They are not very receptive to completely novel things. Main product? Do you have any good suggestions? Although Moon has been in this world for a long time, he has been outside for less than half a year. It is the first time to do business, so he can only ask for advice humbly. It is best that wizards can use it daily, but it is relatively novel and not easy to make. Listening to the conditions listed by Lupin, Moon felt that only potions seemed to meet the requirements. It's not that other magic ancillary products are not suitable. It was the basic materials that Moon had in his hands, as well as the interpersonal relationships that he could use. The most suitable thing to make was potions. It seems that I have to write a letter to Professor Snape and ask him to make a batch of special potions for me. Moon immediately returned to the 2nd floor to write a letter. Lupin showed a surprised expression at the counter. Snape. Boss, are you sure he can make potions for the little lion? Looking at Moon who had disappeared on the stairs, Lupin became more curious. Has the school spirit of Hogwarts changed? Moon did not explain Lupin's doubts. After he finished writing the letter, he asked Juju to send it out. Before Snape replied, he was going to prepare to go to the Muggle world. Open a shop to purchase Muggle items. By the way, rescue Harry from the clutches of his uncle and aunt. But before that, he had to go to Gringotts to exchange some pounds. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.